Affaires courantes ordinaires. Dépôt de documents.
Daily routine of business, tabling of documents, introduction of government bills,
Déclaration de ministre.
statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations, presenting reports from committees.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Honour to present in both official languages the 7th report from the Standing Committee on Science and Research, the report titled Support for the Commercialization of Intellectual Property. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. The Honourable Member.
Seconded by Ms. Gazan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Food and Drugs Act substances in menstrual tampons. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Langford, Mr. McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is a special day. It is the culmination of the Create Your Canada contest from my riding. And I want to give credit to two students from my riding, Isha Cordy-Stevens and Hannah Reid, who are both in Ottawa today to witness the introduction of their bill. Every year, millions of Canadians use menstrual products without readily accessible information about the risks to human health of the substances contained within them. There is a lack of adequate research on the side effects and possible dangers of certain common ingredients in tampons and certain undisclosed ingredients that have been labeled as possibly carcinogenic by the World Health Organizations. Many tampon companies have also included harmful ingredients such as fragrance, bleach, aluminum, alcohol, and hydrocarbons. Today, I'm very proud to rise and table this bill, an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, substances in menstrual tampons. This enactment amends the Food and Drugs Act to provide that labels on menstrual tampons must include a list of the substances they contain. The bill will increase awareness around menstrual products and the ingredients used in tampons. I think, Mr. Speaker, there's a strong will in Parliament to strengthen labeling requirements for these products, to increase transparency, and to better allow Canadians to make informed choices about the menstrual products they purchase. Again, I want to congratulate both Hannah and Isha and recognize them for their work on this issue and for being the driving force behind this bill. Thank you very much.
Mr. McGregor, seconded by Ms. Kazan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the second reading of the sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Calgary. Sky, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to rise this morning to present a petition signed by Canadians addressed to the Government of Canada. The petition recognizes that Palestinians in the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem have endured Israeli occupation and continuously expanding Israeli settlements in the occupied territories. Gaza has been under a blockade for 17 years, which includes restrictions on movements, basic services, and human rights, where nearly 50% of the population of 2.5 million are children. It is estimated that 13,000 Palestinians have been killed in the last month, and 5,000 of them were children. The petition calls on the Government of Canada to engage with the international community to work towards a ceasefire and a genuine pathway to a political solution in the form of a two-state solution, and to condemn violations of international law. Calls on the Government of Canada to condemn anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and all forms of bigotry, and to advocate to the Israeli government to meet its commitments under the Geneva Conventions and international humanitarian law. Canada was a leading voice 67 years ago in advocating for action, in the words of Lester Pearson, not only to end the fighting, but to make peace.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and as always, it is an honour to be able to stand in this place and present petitions that are important to Canadians and my constituents. And specifically, I have a petition today that was brought forward by a constituent of mine and signed by a number of Canadians from across the country that reads the following. The people of Pakistan and Pakistani Canadians are becoming increasingly concerned about reports of political turmoil and uncertainty in that country. And there is particular concern about reports of violence and threats of violence being used as a way to suppress opposition parties in Pakistan in the lead up to general elections in that country later this year. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to condemn in the strongest possible terms the use of violence as a political means in Pakistan or anywhere else in the world. Madam Speaker, it is an honour to be able to present this petition in the People's House of Commons here today.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to be here to speak on behalf of my constituents of North Island Powell River, many of whom signed this petition. And what they are calling for, Madam Speaker, is the fact that the OAS payments, old age security, were increased by 10% for seniors 75 and older in July of 2022, and that seniors aged 65 to 74 have not received that increase. That means over 2 million seniors were left out by the Liberal government's decision to create a two-tiered system for OAS. We know, Madam Speaker, that across this country, the cost of living is increasing and having a very profound effect on seniors who often have a fixed income and they can't afford basic necessities. So seniors are asking this government to change that and make sure that there isn't a two-tier system, but one system, and OAS be increased for all seniors, including those from 65 to 74. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker. I'm tabling a petition that was initiated by multiple pro-democracy and human rights groups across the country. In total, the petitioners garnered 5,799 signatures, and the petition notes that in view of the recent CSIS revelation on China's interference and influences in Canada, we're deeply concerned that some members of the community are using the centenary anniversary of the Chinese Immigration Act 1923, aka Chinese Exclusion Act, to undermine a government's commitment to proceed with the Foreign Influence Transparency Registry. It is imperative not to conflate the Racist Act, which discriminates against all Chinese, with the registry, which is applicable only to those, Canadians or not, who lobby on behalf of foreign governments. Anti-Chinese racism cannot be used as a shield to distract from and to minimize the urgent actions required to preserve our Canadian democracy, and setting up a comprehensive system of our own foreign Influence Transparency Registry is one of the most effective ways to safeguard our Canadian democratic system and uphold the universal core values of freedom, democracy, and justice, and that Canada must be in step with our allies, including Australia, the UK, and the US, each of which has established its own registry, and Canada simply cannot afford to play politics with our national security or democratic process. As such, they're calling for the government to, 1, move expeditiously with the passage of the Foreign Influence and Transparency Registry legislation in the coming fall session of the House, develop a proactive and comprehensive strategy in eradicating systemic racism in all its manifestations within Canada, and finally, develop a proactive public education strategy on promoting civil engagement and democratic participation.
Mind the honourable members that presenting petitions is just a summary of the petition and not necessarily the reading out of the whole petition. The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary, the government house leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a petition signed by many Manitobans, and it's in regards to health care and the issue of health care workers. What they're asking for is the federal government and the provincial government to look at ways in which we can work together at improving retention of health care workers, recognizing the skills that they bring to Canada, often through through immigrant credentials, for example, and just being there to have the support and backs of our healthcare providers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. The order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I would ask all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Government orders Government Bills Commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-52, Enhancing Transparency and Accountability in the Transportation System Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to start by just letting you and the table know that I will be splitting my time with my honourable friend and colleague from the beautiful riding of Kenora, and although he's not from Western Canada, he's on the western side of Lake Superior, and certainly it's a beautiful part of our nation. Madam Speaker, it is an honour to rise and enter into debate on Bill C-52 and to kick off the debate that we are having here today. But Madam Speaker, I would, just if I could, take a brief moment to acknowledge one member of my team who I had the honor of being able to honor last night with a presentation of, although a 4 years delay in the presentation of her 5-year service pin to time in the House of Commons. I would just note on the record here how appreciative I am of my casework manager, Amy. And I know all of us in this place work diligently, but could not do what we do without the good people that support us in our offices. So a big congratulations to Amy for, although 4 years late in the presentation because of COVID, her 5-year pin that was she was granted there last night at the ceremony where so many long-serving members and employees of members of Parliament were given. So a big congratulations to Amy. So, Madam Speaker, we're here debating Bill C-52, and I do want to highlight, although I cannot show you the video, I did share it on my social media shortly after it happened, that highlights what I would suggest is the failure of the Liberals when it comes to the specifically the air transportation sector. So, Madam Speaker, I'll take you back a number of months when the president of the Toronto Airport Authority was holding a press conference talking about how improved the service at the Toronto airport was. And this cameraman, who I hope he still has a job, because he did a great job at exposing something that we often in politics would refer to as gaslighting. As the president of the Toronto Airport Authority was at Pearson Airport, was talking about how great their service record was and how they had recovered from the challenges related with COVID and all of these things. You know, a long speech opining on how great their work was. This cameraman simply panned the camera up towards the departure screen of the airport. So, Madam Speaker, I would encourage you to imagine this this shot that you saw that. So for anybody who's watching, you can go and I'm sure Google this and easily find the video. If I wasn't prohibited from being able to show it in this place, I would show it because it was a demonstration as this high-placed president of the Pearson Airport Authority talking about how great their service record was. The cameraman simply pans the camera up towards the departure screen, where across this departure screen, and I know all of us in this place spend a fair amount of time in airports. I know my colleagues here experience this on a daily basis. And what you see when there's a delay or canceled flight is an orange or a red line. And it was the majority of the flights that day, Madam Speaker, had been delayed or canceled, which was completely contrary to the message that was being presented by this airport official. And Madam Speaker, the reason why I bring that up here today is because it's an illustration as to how the government's record when dealing with challenges that our nation faces. They're quick to talk, they're quick to make announcements, but when it comes to actually delivering results for Canadians, they fail, and the facts prove it. And as we saw in that video where this cameraman did more more investigative reporting than probably the Minister of Transport and his office had done when it comes to actually showcasing the failures of our transportation sector. And I certainly, Madam Speaker, as a member of Parliament that represents a rural area of Alberta, although I do not have any international airports in my constituency, I have a whole host of airports, but of a regional nature. I have many constituents that are required to use our transportation system. And I heard from hundreds, probably more than 1,000 people over the course of the last number of years about how frustrated they were with the level of service that was being provided. And I know when it was the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, the member from Carleton, when he just shortly after he was elected leader of this party in what was the largest leadership vote of any political party in Canadian history. I would note that for the record. He made the comment to say that everything in Canada feels broken. And what was interesting is that the Prime Minister and many Liberals over there took great offense at how dare the Leader of the Opposition make a statement like that. But what quickly was repeated to myself, and I know many of my Conservative colleagues, and I know for a fact was shared with many members of the Liberal Party, because in some cases, I find this interesting, just a slight aside here, Madam Speaker, I find it really interesting when members of the Liberal Party will stand up and say that they've either never heard from a constituent about a real concern, take the carbon tax, for example, or frustrations when it comes to our air transportation sector, or any other host of issues. When increasingly, and maybe my colleagues could enlighten me if I'm the only one here, but I'm getting CC'd for emails that are being sent by constituents of Liberal members of Parliament that will find my content on Facebook or Instagram or Twitter. So they'll CC me in sharing their concerns with Liberal members of Parliament. And what's very interesting is that when sometimes those Liberal members stand up, and I believe it was a constituent from the parliamentary secretary from Uxbridge. She had said something. She'd never heard of a concern being brought to her attention about, and I believe this was related to the carbon tax. But Madam Speaker, when you're CC'd on emails that are sent to those MPs, I think it speaks to something that of a Liberal, how out of touch the Liberals are. So Madam Speaker, we have Bill C-52 before us, 3 parts that talk great, sound great. But when it comes to the actual substance of being able to address the challenges that we face, we've certainly heard from stakeholders who have shared that this bill does not deal with the meat of some of the challenges that our airports face. And I know that we've also heard some concerns about how this would affect other federally regulated transportation sectors, including ports and our rail system. And there's concerns about whether or not the measures in this bill will be enforceable. And I would, Madam Speaker, just in the minute that I have left, we had the former Minister of Transport in this country that oversaw one of the worst failures of our transportation sector that led to many Canadians facing, in many cases, tragic frustration because they would miss things like weddings and funerals because of the failures in the system. That minister was fired, yet here we are debating this bill that simply does not address the meat of the challenges that our transportation sector is facing. So, Madam Speaker, I look forward to being able to answer some questions here about some of the subject matter as to why we need to ensure that we have a transportation system that works for Canadians. Unfortunately, under those Liberals, we've seen a deterioration of the trust that Canadians should be able to have in that sector. As a large country, Madam Speaker, we need to know that our infrastructure works for Canadians. Under those Liberals, that system has become broken. This bill does not take the steps required to fix it. I look forward to being able to answer questions on the subject matter.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Uxbridge. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm curious why the members opposite would be opposed to transparency in the transportation system. Is it because when they were in office, their infrastructure plan consisted of fake lakes and gazebos? Are they suggesting that transparency in building infrastructure is not needed so that they can continue to build fake lakes and gazebo and pretend that that actually helps Canadians?
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, you know, when it comes to the legacy of the previous Conservative government, we had a legacy of actually building things for this country, thousands of projects that were built across this country. We saw economic stimulus that built the infrastructure that actually served the best interests of Canadians. Yet it's that member that her government has overseen a multi-billion-dollar boondoggle in the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, Madam Speaker, that has built how many projects? Zero. So, Madam Speaker, I find it rather rich that that member, instead of looking and asking for transparency, so specifically, let's get back to this bill, because I think that this bill highlights exactly how hypocritical and out of touch that member and those Liberals are. And it's the fact that we have a backlog of over 50,000 complaints when it comes to the Canadian Transportation Agency, and it's taking more than 18 months for those complaints to be heard. So, Madam Speaker, when it comes to transparency and accountability, those Liberals fall so far short of the mark that I don't think they know whether they're coming or going, because just like the Canada Infrastructure Bank, they have overseen failure after failure. And, Madam Speaker, I think that it's time for real leadership in this country that can bring accountability back to our transportation sector. And when it comes to infrastructure, let's be a country that builds again.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've always thought about bringing back the Homer Simpson Award, and I really believe that the Conservatives are so much out of touch, unbelievable that they'd be so critical of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Does the member have any concept, any idea whatsoever about the tens of billions of dollars, of which a third approximately is coming from government support in terms of the national level, and the projects that are out there that are going to be helping millions of Canadians? Why is the Conservative Party so naive to try to mislead Canadians as if the Canada Infrastructure Bank is a bad idea? It shows and demonstrates very clearly just how reckless the Conservative Party of Canada is today.
Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's interesting that there seems to be no other Liberals that are capable of standing up and defending the government's record other than the often on his feet member from Winnipeg. But that aside, Madam Speaker, we're trying to talk about the transportation sector here, which is a. But I get why they're so afraid to talk about it, because Canadians are so disgusted at the Liberals' management of something that is directly within federal jurisdiction. So when it comes back to what that member asked about the Canadian Infrastructure Bank, Madam Speaker, let's look at the facts. Infrastructure is meant to be built in this country. Under the Liberals, they have been unable to do it. When Conservatives are in charge, we'll be a country that builds again to ensure that Canadians have the world-class infrastructure that is required to ensure that we can serve Canadians' best interests, build prosperity for the future of our country. The Liberals have failed. Conservatives will bring home a Canada that builds things again.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments? Question? The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we heard from the government members talking about transparency and the need for transparency. I'd wonder if my friend from Battle River Crowfoot, who was so kind as to split his time with me, has any comments to his frustration or his concern that I'm sure he would share with me, the fact that much of what is being proposed in this legislation will be set forward in regulation from the minister, rather than being actually embedded directly in the legislation and having to pass through Parliament.
Battle River Crowfoot in 35 seconds.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it's a great question. I think that, if I'm glad that he'll be covering that, because if I had been given the opportunity to speak for the full 20 minutes, I'd have got into some of the challenges when it comes to a typical trend that this government has undertaken, and it's that they defer responsibility. So in this bill in particular, it gives the minister an incredible amount of latitude to determine what the regulatory framework does or does not look like in this. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, what we've seen in the record of these Liberals is to simply see one of perpetual failure. So Canadians want a bill that has teeth. This bill does not have that.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Wow. Thank you. The Liberals can clap too. No? There we go. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's great to rise. I appreciate the warm reception from my colleagues, even if it's a bit sarcastic. I do appreciate the opportunity to rise and share some comments today on behalf of the people of the Kenora riding and right across Northern Ontario. All right, thank you very much.
Kevin, you're always genuine. Can we get to the point?
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I apologize for causing so much chaos in this place. It's certainly not my intention. But as I mentioned, it's an honor to rise today and speak to Bill C-52, the Transportation System Act, and as was alluded to by my friend from Battle River, Crowfoot, before me, this is a bill that was brought forward on the tail end of really a disastrous travel season for Canadians. Looking back on 2022, Madam Speaker, we know that there were people stranded on the tarmac, stranded in planes for hours, stuck overnight at the airport. I heard many colorful descriptions of the Toronto Pearson Airport over that period of time. In particular, Madam Speaker, to not just Canadians, but people from right around the world expressing their frustration with Canada's air travel system. We really became international headlines for a lot of the wrong reasons throughout this period, Madam Speaker. So the Liberals dropped this piece of legislation, Bill C-52, on the table in June of this year. I believe it was a day before we rose for the summer break, which is a concerning trend that we've seen from this government, Madam Speaker, where they will drag their feet for weeks and months on end, and then at the 11th hour put forward a piece of legislation and say, this is very important, we need to move forward on this right before we go on summer break. And we've seen in some instances, when it comes to Indigenous legislation specifically, they will drop this on the table without proper consultation and expect it to be rushed through the House of Commons. That's a concerning trend, and we see it here as well in Bill C-52. But of course, to the bill directly, more substantively, Madam Speaker, this bill proposes to set publicly reported service standards for private sector companies and government agencies responsible for air travel at airports, almost exclusively through regulations created by the Minister. And I'll get into that more specifically later on, Madam Speaker. But the bill establishes requirements respecting the provision of information to the Minister of Transport by airport operators, air carriers, and any entity providing flight-related services. It requires that airport operators take measures to help Canada meet its international obligations in respect to aeronautics in accordance with directions issued by the Minister of Transport. The bill as well authorizes the Governor and Council to make regulations respecting the development and implementation of service standards related to flights and flight-related services, including a dispute resolution process in respect of their development and publication requirements for information related to compliance with those standards, Madam Speaker. Further, the bill goes on to propose airport authorities formalize noise consultation processes, publish climate change action plans, and as well information on diversity among the directors and senior management of those airport authorities, Madam Speaker. But I do want to bring it back to the issues that are facing the transport sector. We talked about them particularly in 2022 and all the issues that we saw as a result of this government's mismanagement. And they were very focused on the announcement of the bill and bringing this bill forward again at the 11th hour, right before we rose for the summer. And throughout this time, we've seen that the backlog of complaints rather, with Canadian Transportation Agency has grown an average of 3,000 per month, growing 3,000 complaints per month. There are now currently over 60,000 complaints that are awaiting adjudication. And this bill does nothing to address that massive backlog, Madam Speaker. Passengers who have been unable to resolve compensation claims with airlines are having to wait over 18 months to have complaints considered by the CTA, the Transportation Agency. It would have been a positive step, I believe, to see this bill include some standards for CTA as well, to address that, as we have quite clearly, as a result of the government's mismanagement, an incredible amount of people that are waiting for a response from that perspective. Now, Conservatives have been, and we will always advocate for the rights of air passengers to receive compensation, Madam Speaker, in instances where there was an inadequate service provided or perhaps even no service provided in many of those instances. And we believe that every federally regulated entity that has a role in air travel must be financially responsible for delays or cancellations. This should include airlines, of course. It should include airports. It should include the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority, as well as the Canada Border Services Agency. But looking at Bill C-52, we know, Madam Speaker, that the CBSA is excluded from this, and it is further unclear which entities would in fact be considered under this bill, as it is broadly left to future regulations. It's unclear what service standards will be and what consequences there will be for those who fail to meet them. Again, Madam Speaker, as a result of this setting the pathway for much of this to be decided through regulation by the government and by the minister directly. And that's something that I just want to focus in on a little bit more, Madam Speaker, because again, part of a concerning trend with this government, where they're moving forward, trying to give their ministers more power rather than respecting Parliament's ability to debate and pass legislation. I mean, overall, this is, I'd say, at best, a toothless bill that contains no specific remedies to the issues we're seeing in the air transportation sector. But the more concerning part is the power going directly to the minister. And I say it's concerning because it's definitely not the first time we've seen an example of this Liberal government going for a heavy-handed approach. We see on a regular basis, Madam Speaker, this government's desire to move time allocation and limit debate on bills in this chamber, not allowing MPs the opportunity to rise and to speak to issues of concern to them or to different pieces of legislation. This is also the government, we cannot forget, that brought forward the online censorship bill. It gives too much power to themselves and government to regulate what people can see on the internet. And as a result, I think we all know that it's been almost impossible to share certain news articles and pieces of information on social networking sites. I'll remind you, Madam Speaker, this is the government that brought in the overreaching Emergencies Act during the Freedom Convoy protests. This is a government that originally looked to ban a number of firearms through order in council instead of bringing them to Parliament to be debated. And Madam Speaker, if we can remember all the way back to 2020, during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, buried into an initial aid package, this Liberal government attempted to grant themselves unlimited tax and spend powers until the end of 2021, which would have been at that time over a year of unfettered and unchecked spending, Madam Speaker. And I share all of these examples because, again, it is a concerning trend, Madam Speaker, of this government granting more power to themselves and trying to, in many ways, circumvent the will of Parliament. So in terms of Bill C-52, it is difficult to be able to comment specifically on many of these service standards and what their effectiveness may be, because we don't know what they are, Madam Speaker. The government is asking Parliament and they're asking Canadians to trust that they'll be able to get this right through regulation. But I think, Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this government's mismanagement, Canadians are losing their trust in them, Madam Speaker, and I would say I am as well. Not that I ever had my trust, Madam Speaker, but I certainly don't trust them to move forward on these regulations. I know I'm out of time. Look forward to the questions, hopefully from the member from Winnipeg North. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Not wanting to disappoint the member, I do have a question, and it's in regards to the marine aspect of it, where I understand the Conservative Party is now taking the position that they're going to be voting against the legislation. But there is some substantial changes that are coming towards the marine component, where we're going to have an agency that's going to be able to look at the ports and establish possible fines to the amounts of fees that are being charged. That would really have a significant impact, I would suggest to the member, from producers on the prairies, for example. So my question to the member is that as the Conservative Party is very eager to be critical of the legislation and now is on the record saying they're going to be voting against the legislation, it seems to me that there's a lot of good stuff within this legislation. Why is the Conservative Party not actually reading the legislation and providing an alternative as to what they would like to see inside the legislation?
Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I'm very happy to respond to a question from my friend across the way from Winnipeg. It is a good question because he definitely raises that point that there are some aspects of this bill that we're certainly in favor of, certainly not opposed to many parts of this bill. But again, Madam Speaker, as I stressed, overall, we see that this is moving forward with many things, many regulations, service standards that are going to be decided solely by the minister, solely by this government, and that's something that is a major red flag to us. I would much prefer that the government was able to explicitly state within this bill what those service standards should be, so that we could debate them, discuss them, bring in witnesses at committee who would be able to have that input and just provide more transparency. So even though there are some aspects of this bill that we are certainly in favor of, it is very difficult to support not knowing what many of those broader issues will be.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. I'd like to thank my colleague for Kenora for his speech. Madam Speaker, we have a government here which may harm airlines. For example, in the Bas-Saint-Laurent area, the Montjoly Airport, as of December, there will be no further regional flights to Quebec City, Saint-Hubert, or Montreal. We will be completely isolated. This government has given billions of dollars in subsidies to Air Canada, and that's all very well. But instead of forcing airlines to offer flights in the Quebec regions, then the government doesn't do anything. So we are asking for more transparency in C-52. We're asking for more transparencies about this industry. Because what people need in our regions is to have airlines who actually work together and create flights that people use to go from the regions to urban centers. We don't have Via Rail, and in fact, it's a total fiasco. It only runs twice a week at 2 in the morning. That's the kind of service we have. Congratulations, federal government. And since June 2020, Air Canada sold off all of its assets in the Montjoly Airport. So I'd like to hear from my colleague for Kenora. What does he plan to do if the federal government sends billions of dollars to airlines that are not actually doing anything in the regions of Quebec?
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate the question and those comments from my colleague from the bloc. As he highlighted, again, Madam Speaker, which I think I made very clear in my remarks, is the concern I share with him of the lack of transparency in Bill C-52. He speaks of the transportation difficulties in his area, and I would echo that there are many similar transportation challenges in Northern Ontario. I mean, the member mentioned Via Rail. There's Via Rail, I'll say station in quotation marks in our riding, Madam Speaker, where you're standing outside often at 2 or 3 in the morning waiting for the train to come through. It's a very limited service and very difficult service for many people to access. So I share a lot of the concerns that he raised, and hopefully we'll be able to work together and work with the other parties to bring some more transparency to this bill.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to rise and speak to Bill C-52. I must say, you know, I think the Conservative Party really needs to get a better understanding of the substance of the legislation, as it would appear as if they are going to be voting against the legislation, giving the false impression that the legislation is, in essence, doesn't do anything for Canadians. And nothing could be further from the truth. There is substantial aspects of the legislation which is going to improve things such as efficiency, transparency, accountability, and accessibility. These are all very important aspects of the legislation, in which we've now had two members of the Conservative Party stand up and virtually say that the legislation is not going to be doing anything. So we are going to be at least implying voting against the legislation, even though when I posed the question to the member across the way, he had indicated, well, maybe there are some good things within the legislation. So I would encourage those members to take maybe a broader look at the importance of things such as our airports and the roles that they play in our community, the airlines. The first speaker on the legislation made reference to the Toronto International Airport. One of the finest airports in the world, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker. Yes, there are some problems with the Toronto International Airport. I've even had my own complaints and concerns in regards to the airport, Madam Speaker. But I think the member and the Conservative Party is wrong just to blame some of those issues, or the issues, strictly on the airport authority. There are many aspects to an airport, Madam Speaker, and this legislation attempts to deal with a wide spectrum of issues that are important in order to make sure that our airports and airlines and different stakeholders are all going in the right direction, Madam Speaker, because we recognize the true value. It's interesting in regards to the topics that have been raised. I made a quick note of some of it, Madam Speaker, in terms of members speaking on the bill. And Madam Speaker, the one member makes reference to the issue of time allocation and saying the government is trying to push through legislation. And just by listening so far this morning, I suspect that the government is going to have a difficult time without using time allocation on this legislation, primarily because it appears as if the Conservative Party is prepared to continue to talk and talk and talk on this particular legislation. So we'll have to wait and see. Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you it is important legislation, and hopefully the Conservatives will come to that realization that it's in Canadians' best interest, because we all know members across the way could prevent the passage of this bill very easily by just talking. Madam Speaker. It doesn't take much to use up time when you have 100 members of the Conservative opposition that are determined to prevent legislation from passing. Another issue that was brought up by members opposite in dealing with this was the issue of the Canada Infrastructure Bank, in which I got to ask the question of the member. You know, our airports are very important to us. It is a very important aspect to Canada's infrastructure, Madam Speaker. We know that as a government because we have actually invested in airports, Madam Speaker, in a very real and tangible way. You see, we have argued that by investing in infrastructure, we are building the economy. And I think that members need to be aware of just to the degree of importance that our airports play to contributing to the economic well-being of our communities. Whether it is the large international airports such as Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, and Calgary, which is growing expeditiously, Madam Speaker, or exponentially, I should say. Other airports, like my very own, the Winnipeg International Airport, Madam Speaker, these airports play a critical economic role. And it's not just the large airports. If I look at the province of Manitoba, I could talk about whether it's the Winnipeg International, to the St. Andrews and the training programs that are provided out there. Take a look at the St. Andrews community and look at the impact that aerospace has on the community just north of Winnipeg, just outside of my riding, Madam Speaker. Whether it's training programs for domestic and international students, to making sure that we have pilots into the future, to those that rely on the transportation that takes place. We've even had in the past industries such as our aerospace industry invest in that aerodome area, Madam Speaker, things that would even look at satellite potential development. The smaller airports that are throughout the province, Brandon, to the grass runways, Madam Speaker, to help our farmers in terms of fertilizer and so forth. Airports are very important. And when I think of the infrastructure component, when the member made reference to infrastructure, I would suggest to you that you undervalue your airports if you're not prepared to invest in them. And that is something in which we have done as a government. They talked about the lack of actions by the government trying to give the impression that things are broken. And that is a consistent message that we hear from the Conservative Party. Members will go around the country espousing how Canada is broken in every aspect. It's like everywhere a Conservative member walks or flies or is a black cloud over that MP. And they want to rain just negative thoughts as if everything is going wrong in Canada. And it's amazing in terms of just to the degree in which they push that, whether it's on the floor of here in the House or through their social media. They want to try to give the impression that Canada is falling apart and it's broken. Well, Madam Speaker, as members have stood already to talk about this legislation, and they say that it is terrible legislation, they're going to be voting against the legislation. This is legislation that will make a positive difference. And I have news for my friends across the way that a vast majority of Canadians recognize and know that Canada is not broken. That there is good reason to believe that Canada is on the right track and moving forward, Madam Speaker. Especially if you compare Canada to any other country virtually in the world. In particular, the G7, the G20, the most powerful countries, Madam Speaker, industrialized countries. Canada is doing exceptionally well. And this legislation even supports the idea and the principles of moving forward. Government has a responsibility to bring in budgetary and legislative measures that is going to have a positive outcome for Canadians. And we have seen that consistently, virtually from day one, Madam Speaker. So I would suggest to my Conservative colleagues that they let a little sunshine come in and start talking about some of the good things that are actually taking place, even here in Ottawa. And let me give some specifics. Even though the Conservatives are going to be voting against this legislation, apparently, Let me make some reference in terms of what it is that this legislation will actually be doing. It establishes requirements respecting the provision of information to the Minister of Transport by airport operators, carriers, and entities that providing flight-related services. Establishes requirements. Now, how is that a bad thing? It's kind of like building up expectations. We should all have expectations of the different stakeholders that are out there, Madam Speaker. I would think that members on all sides would support that. The legislation is going to make regulations respecting the development and implementation of service standards related to flights, flight-related services, including a dispute process. Madam Speaker, those that travel, especially if you travel frequently, I'm sure could share all forms of different stories. You know, I've been to the Ottawa airport as virtually all of us have been, Madam Speaker, and the types of reasons and rationale that is often given. It's not just one sector of the airport. You know, I've had situations where you're waiting for the flight crew to arrive at the airport because of potential traffic issues. I sat on the tarmac waiting, as other passengers have, for a ground crew to be able to get there. I've had the experience of talking with constituents that have talked about the problems with baggage. It's wide and it varies, Madam Speaker. I have my frustrations with Air Canada. In particular, most recently, in terms of the cancellation of direct flights and the excuses that are given, Madam Speaker. There are a combination of a wide spectrum of factors that need to be taken into consideration. So the idea of making regulations respecting the development and implementation of service standards that are related to flights and flight-related services, including, and this is what I would emphasize, a dispute resolution process. How many times do you hear individuals that have legitimate concerns about what's taking place at the airport, Madam Speaker? Things that will cause all sorts of delays, problems with people being able to get to their destinations in a timely fashion, which might cause other problems. This aspect of the legislation is something that's very positive. Yet the Conservatives seem to have overlooked that because, again, they're voting against the legislation. Hopefully, as I go through some of these things, Madam Speaker, they will reconsider their positioning on the legislation. Because really what we're talking about is, in essence, a bit of a framework and the principles of the legislation. If allowed to go to committee, then members would be able to add additional thoughts, and if there's ways in which they think that they can improve the legislation, to put it in the form of an amendment, Madam Speaker. At least have an open mind, as opposed to saying, no, we don't support this legislation. We're not going to allow it to go to committee because we're going to want to talk it out. And as members in the previous speakers before me indicated, well, they're concerned about issues like time allocation. So they're kind of like setting some track down, Madam Speaker, on that particular issue. So they don't want the legislation to go forward. And I would ultimately argue, based just on a couple, and I'll go through some more things yet, Madam Speaker, but just based on a couple of the things that I've mentioned already, why not allow Canadians to have the type of laws that is going to have an impact on the quality of services, Madam Speaker, when it comes to flying in our airports? The dispute mechanism, as I point out, the frustration that is caused. People want to understand that there is a way that's going to allow them to receive some sort of attention in regards to the concerns that they raise, as opposed to, let's say, just contacting an airline and hoping to talk to someone live, and then that live person tells you, well, you have to go through this particular department or whatever it might be, let alone trying to contact an airport in itself. Madam Speaker, is going to requiring airport authorities to publish information respecting to diversity among directors and senior management. You know, I've been to airports where they actually have the boards of airport authorities. Diversities of our boards is important to this government. You know, we saw a prime minister, a feminist prime minister, that said that the makeup of the cabinet needs to reflect the makeup of Canada. We have, I would argue, the most diverse cabinet in the history of of Canada. And one shouldn't be surprised to see that we want to be able to have some of these other corporate entities to also incorporate diversity, Madam Speaker. And whether it's the federal government, by showing through leadership, or some of the corporations that we are responsible for, Madam Speaker, to send a message of expectations in regards to diversity is a positive thing. I would think that the Conservative Party would be inclined to support something of that nature. But if they don't, if that's one aspect that they don't support, well, then they can attempt to bring in an amendment during the committee stage and see if they can get a majority of MPs. After all, we have a minority government here. That means it takes more than one political party, Madam Speaker, even in the committee stage, in order to get something passed. So can the Conservative Party get enough support for some of their ideas, Madam Speaker? Maybe that's one of the reasons why they don't want it to go to committee, because they know that in many ways they can't generate the support that they require. Providing for the administration and enforcement mechanism that includes administrative monetary penalty framework. Again, Madam Speaker, I talk about how the legislation doesn't necessarily have to go into the details. And we hear that from some of the speakers already on the legislation. They're saying, well, it's not specific enough. Madam Speaker, the legislation does not have to deal with the specifics of everything, and members know that. And this particular point, and I'll repeat it, Madam Speaker, only 2 minutes. It talks about providing administration and enforcement mechanism that includes the administrative monetary penalty framework. There needs to be a consequence. And that consequence, Madam Speaker, can be defined better through regulations and other forms. And that is something in which I see, again, as a positive thing. So if things are not going right at our airports, being able to establish things such as fines and other potential consequences, I see that as a positive, Madam Speaker. I'm very quickly running out of time. I did want to talk about the port authorities, and 1 minute to go, Madam Speaker. I wanted to highlight, because members opposite didn't talk about it, I raised the issue, and I think that these changes to that aspect of the legislation, Madam Speaker, the Canada Marine Act, is actually in the best interests of all of us. And I'm thinking specifically of our farmers and producers in the prairies. Now, I'm being a little bit very fussy on that, but we need to look in terms of how those fines are established. We need to look at how fees are established, and we have to ensure that there is some sort of a dispute resolution, mechanisms in place to protect the interests of things like our prairie farmers. Again, Madam Speaker, there's so much within this legislation. I've already ran out of time. I would hope that the Conservatives will take a flip-flop and support the legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was a long 20 minutes. It felt like 20 minutes anyways. I don't want to make a commentary about this member speaking, admonishing us Conservatives for simply bringing forward concerns with legislation, both expressed by our constituents but by stakeholders. A member who spoke previously on our side from Battle River Crowfoot mentioned the fact that this will not address the 60,000 plus complaints. And I will draw the attention of all members of this House that this member complains about members standing in this place and raising concerns when he has spoken himself over 3,000 times in this place since 2021. More than, let me check, every single other member of the Liberal Party who's in this chamber right now. 20 times more, in fact, than any other member in this House. Wow. If we're rising in this place, it's simply to speak on behalf of our constituents, on behalf of stakeholder groups, which have pointed out defects in the legislation. That information would then be used at a committee. People will follow up and look at the transcript, as I do when matters are brought before. I look at the transcript, what members have mentioned, organizations and constituents who have concerns. That is the job of this place. And the member has already said, the parliamentary secretary has already said, they're going to guillotine debate if this continues. Well, we're not going to stop representing our constituents and Canadians in this place.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, but Madam Speaker, you know, even the Conservative Party has to acknowledge that as an opposition party, there is a responsibility to ultimately allow decisions to be made inside the chamber, and there's only one of two ways that the Conservative parties will allow that to happen, Madam Speaker. They have to be shamed into it. They have to be clearly demonstrated that what you're doing is so terrible, and they're literally shamed into allowing a vote to take place, or it's got to be done through some form of time allocation, because the true Conservative agenda is to debate things endlessly. Never allow it to come to a vote. The member said that that they would like to make some changes at the committee stage, Madam Speaker. In order to make those changes, number one, it's got to get to the committee stage. And the members of the Conservative members that have already spoken have already said that they don't support the legislation. Maybe the member and other members could tell us what kind of amendments would they like to see. Show us. Show us how you want to benefit Canadians.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. One thing that struck me in it was that a bill like this didn't need to have such targeted measures. And there's an airport in my riding, and it's been a problem for years, problems with noise. It's an urban airport, and there are a lot of groups opposed to airport development because of the fight against climate change, and the aeronautics industry produces a lot of GHG emissions. So this bill, if they were serious about fighting climate change, it starts there too. Changes that can be made in bills that will truly fight emissions. That could have been done. Why wasn't this bill more specific?
Yes, but Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question, but in fact it is done. It actually establishes requirements for airport authorities to create plans respecting climate change and climate change preparedness, and authorizes the Governor General to make regulations respecting reporting requirements for those plans. And we've seen a government also that has recognized that there are issues for communities, and why it is that airport authorities need to be able to have noise abatement advisory committees to support the airports, and in fact protect the people that live in and around the airports.
Honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have to say that we get to hear this member speak a lot, and I guess we do our best to enjoy it. My question about this piece of legislation is one that I think is incredibly important. I've had a lot of constituents who represent organizations that work on behalf of the community of persons living with disabilities, and they talk about the many challenges that they face in terms of traveling. And when I saw that the Auditor General of Canada published a report in March of this year entitled Accessible Transport for Persons with Disabilities, it examined the accessibility of federal regulated transport services and found that of the 2.2 million persons with disabilities, and Madam Speaker, I think it's really important that we put in there, those are the ones that were willing to take that risk. There's a lot of people who choose not to travel simply because they are not treated in a way that is encouraging and inclusive. But of those 22 million people who used transport in 2019 and 2020, 63% faced significant barriers. And that concerns me. And so this bill has some steps in a direction that I think is somewhat positive, making sure that data is is available to the public. I think that does lead to more accountability, requiring service providers with the federal transport system to establish a process for dealing with accessibility complaints, because we saw in the report from the Auditor General that they actually felt very clearly that the Canadian Transport Agency had insufficient tools and enforcement staff to address all of these barriers. I'm just wondering if this member agrees with the NDP that we should see more inclusion of these organizations and people living with disabilities as we figure out these regulations moving forward.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. In Part 2 of the legislation, what you'll find is that there is enabling legislation to allow the Governor in Council to deal with the issue in which the member is actually referencing. We recognize, and that's one of the reasons why we've incorporated into the framework of the legislation to enable the Governor in Council to be able to put together regulations that would assist in dealing with the importance of accessibility with people with disabilities. It wasn't that long ago, in fact, that we had Air Canada making a formal apology for an incident where someone that was disabled literally had to drag themselves out of a situation, Madam Speaker, and it was appropriate for Air Canada to make the public apology, and hopefully there will be more attention being brought to that as it goes to committee. I suspect that we'll hear from different stakeholders, and one of those stakeholders, no doubt, will be from disability organizations, at least I would hope.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Oh, right. Someone I don't hear. The Honourable Member for Scarborough. Sorry. Scarborough-Guildwood.
The universe, man.
Yes.
I always take great joy out of the honourable members speaking in this chamber. Some days more joy than others. But I know I'm going to have a bad day when I hear someone on an airplane saying, thank you for your patience. Because that usually means I'm either having a bad day or I'm about to have a bad day. And it's a phrase that unfortunately all of us in this chamber who are all frequent travelers hear all too frequently. So I noticed that part of this bill is to authorize the Governor and Council on service standards. And I would be interested if the honourable member, from whom I derive great joy, would opine on some of the service standards that are not being met on an all too frequent basis for those of us who travel on airplanes fairly frequently.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, and I really do appreciate the question, and there's an area in which I have not really provided very much comment on that I think that would improve standards, that would be a wonderful thing to see, and that is the issue of competition. I genuinely believe the best way to improve some of the services that we receive is through competition, and we need to do what we can to encourage and promote competition. And where there is a need or a lack of genuine competition, I believe that there is an obligation on agencies such as government to be able to ensure that there is some basic service standards that are being applied, Madam Speaker. Canadians deserve quality, and I think that obligating airlines and airports to start publishing, ensuring that there's more accountability by registering the complaints, showing the complaints, how airlines are dealing with the complaints in particular, but also airports, I think would go a long way in terms of trying to improve service standards. In other words, get it known. Let's start publicizing accountability and transparency.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. As I made it's tight fitting in here, Madam Speaker. I want to thank our honourable colleagues for allowing me to be part of this debate, C52. I've listened intently. I've even gone back and listened to the debate on October 27th. And you may be asking me why, Madam Speaker, why I'm doing that. Well, I spent over about 25 years in aviation in the transportation sector. I'm keenly interested in this sector, and I think that there's probably, I might be amongst maybe a handful of us in this House that are, we've lived it, we breathed it, and we know what we're talking about when we talk about aviation, our transportation networks in our country. And, Madam Speaker, so I'm going to come at this speech in a few different areas because I've heard what our Bloc colleagues have said. I've heard what our NDP colleagues have said. I've heard what our Liberal colleagues have said. And there's a few things that needs to be addressed. We're talking about C-52. Here's an opportunity that this government had after 8 years to actually fix some of the disastrous travel seasons that we've seen in the last couple years post-pandemic. Madam Speaker, how did we get here? Well, we had a summer season that was horrible. We had a winter season, a Christmas season, where we had people, passengers sleeping on the floors of airports, of our national airports. And I'm on record as saying this. I'm not going to make any friends with my airport colleagues and probably limiting any of my post-political career job opportunities when I say our national airports or our gateway airports are failing us. And why are they failing us? Well, because this government has failed to, put into place measures to make things better for our passengers and the traveling public, people coming to and from our country. It is only, a decade ago when Canada had a government that actually understood that our country was a trading nation, that our success as a nation was predicated on our ability to move people and goods seamlessly and securely. Our former Conservative government invested in our ports and airports, our roadways, our railways, and we were able to move people seamlessly and securely, our goods seamlessly and securely. We didn't see blockages or blockades to the number that we're seeing now, where we're losing our reputation on the world stage as to how we can be on the front runner of trade and the movement of goods and people. Our success is predicated on being able to move the goods that we produce here and our talent that we produce here in our country to other countries, Madam Speaker. The colleague from Winnipeg North talked about C-52. The goals of it was to increase the efficiency, the accountability, and the transparency of our ports and airports. And he blamed airports. Or he said the blame is on the airports. Well, I would say this, the blame is being spread a little bit throughout. I would say that this government has failed to do what it can do in the last 8 years. It has really fallen down. And we saw this. No greater opportunity was this, or more evident, was during the last Christmas break, Madam Speaker, when we had thousands upon thousands of visitors to our country, of Canadians that were forced to camp out on the floors of our airports and our major gateways. for hours and days. I myself, post-op, was on an aircraft for 6 hours, stranded, waiting for de-icing fluid to be filled up into de-icing tanks. Six and a half hours, I guess. But my time was minimal compared to those that spent days in that airport. And so I was very vocal about how our airport, our Gateway Airport, I'm so proud of it. Vancouver, YVR, one of our major gateway airports, but how it had fallen down once again. And the reason why I say this, Madam Speaker, is because I've sat in pre-winter briefings with airports, with our major airport, as a small airport manager. And, again, we have to funnel, as a regional airport, you have to funnel your passengers through our major gateway airports to get them to and from our country. And so we sit with our major airport and say, are you ready for Christmas? Are you ready for the snowfall? We are ready. As a matter of fact, YVR released a shiny video with all their snow removal equipment, and then yet we get 2 or 3 inches of snow, which is a normal dump of snow for those of us in rural and remote areas, which our airports stay open, but yet it causes chaos in our major airports. So you'll pardon me if I get a little frustrated when our major airports continue to fall down. As a matter of fact, I was on I was invited to join a call after the winter. So it was a winter debriefing, and I challenged our airport and our industry colleagues, airline colleagues as well, as to were they ready and what were some of the lessons learned? Well, we've learned our lesson. How many times in my 20 years have I heard that? It's so frustrating. Madam Speaker, my travel time on a travel day is 12 to 15 hours. That's on a good time. Most times it's delayed. But Madam Speaker, I'm okay. I signed up for this. I just take it as it comes. But what about the average passenger, the average Canadian that is delayed or can't make it to a funeral or can't make it to a wedding? So our concerns are this, is that C-52, it talks about making airports more accountable, but it doesn't look at the aviation ecosystem as a whole. What about NAV Canada? What about CBSA? Again, flow control. How many times are Canadians forced to sit on a plane due to flow control because NAV Canada haven't been able to staff up our air traffic control towers? I heard from our bloc colleagues about air service development. Well, this bill, C-52, does nothing about air service development. Well, I have a bulletin or a headline or a briefing for them. Here's a news release. A C-52 is not going to do anything about it. The only thing you can do is work with your regional carrier. And the reality is, we're all in competition. Every community across our country is in competition for air service. There are 26 national airports, or 26 airports in our national airport system, 22 and 4 regional airports that have over 200,000 passengers. There are 71 regional airports, and we're all in competition. Not only are we in competition with one another, but we're in competition with our border communities in the United States. Billions upon billions of dollars are lost every day because we are failing in our competition with airports and ports just across our border. We have people that leave Canada and they go and they take a flight out of Bellingham, out of my province. Why is that? Well, because a $29 fare in Bellingham or in Washington is a $29 fare. What is it in Canada? A $29 fare would be probably about $174 maybe, if not more. Why is that, Madam Speaker? It's because we have a user pay system in Canada. So the idea is that if you're flying, Madam Speaker, that the costs for airports, for operation, airlines, what have you, well, you bear that cost, and it's in the form of airport improvement fees. What is that for? Well, that was introduced in the 90s. YVR, I believe, is one of the first airports to allow for airport construction, for renovations. Why do we do that? Well, because we as a country view our airports as cash cows, not necessarily the economic engine or the economic engines that they really are. And so airports have to recover their fees in one of a few ways, and that is landing fees, terminal fees, real estate, and commercial fees. That's really the only way that they can do it. So there's very limited revenue opportunities for airports. So it leads to a whole host of things. Now I'll get back to C-52, Madam Speaker. I'm getting a bit on a soapbox right now, Madam Speaker, and I apologize for that. Now our colleague across the way said that we, over here in the opposition side, like to talk about legislation. Isn't that what we're here for? And isn't that like the pot calling the kettle black when, as my colleague just mentioned, that colleague from Winnipeg North has stood up over 3,000 and I believe 26 times. He's risen since 2021. It's not enough I'm hearing from one of the colleagues. I, on the other hand, 162 times. I guess that's shame on me. I should be getting up a little bit more. I got to be doing my job a little bit more. I get the heckles from across the way. Madam Speaker, you know, when I listened to the debate on October 27th, the Parlsec to Transport mentioned that when the block, on a question from the block about why isn't there air service in my region? I have an airport, but I don't have air service. Shame on this government. And then the Parlsec stood up and said, well, he heard the same from one of his colleagues in Yukon and Northwest Territories, and he's working on that. So you're telling me that the government's going to pick winners and losers once again, as they have throughout this whole 8 years, and they're going to subsidize air service in the Yukon and Northwest Territories, but perhaps not in Quebec or not in BC or not in some of our rural and remote areas that some of our other colleagues on the opposition side. Once again, we see Liberals picking Liberals over the rest of Canadians. And that's shameful, Madam Speaker. You know, our colleague from the Green Party talked about intermodal opportunities, that C-52 fails to mention intermodal opportunities. She's right. You know, we missed a great opportunity in following up from the great work that our former Conservative government had started, is investing and taking a look at our intermodal opportunities, making sure that, again, going back to my comment, that we can seamlessly move people and goods through our airports, our ports, whether it's railway, whether it's our roadways, whether it's our ports. We have the fastest and greenest marine port to Asia in the Port of Prince Rupert, just adjacent my riding. We have the fastest and greenest railway into the U.S. Midwest, connecting the Port of Prince Rupert from Asia and goods transferred by rail into the U.S. Midwest. If Canada ever figured out what we really wanted to be in this world, we could set the world on fire. We could really do some incredible things. And C-52 was a great opportunity for them, for this government, to put a stamp on the transportation network, and yet they didn't. So this government likes to do and does some things really well. Let's give credit where credit is due. They do photo opportunities incredibly well. We had the transport minister banging his fist on the desk saying that, well, he sure told those airlines and he sure told the aviation business they're going to listen to him. Mr. Speaker, C-52 does nothing. Does nothing. It is lacking so much detail. All we've asked for is provide some detail. Who are they going to make it more accountable? Where's the regulations for CATSA? Where's the regulations for CBSA? You know, they like to say that they're making, well, let's see, require airport authorities to publish an annual report on diversity of directors of the airport authority and members of senior management. I don't know about you, Madam Speaker, but I have looked, again, working in the industry, we have amongst the most diverse and most expertise on our airport authorities than any other nation, I believe. We have incredible, incredible people on our airport authorities. The other part, it says establish or force airport authorities to create and publish 5-year climate change and adaptation plans. I heard somebody talk about the block. At one hand, they talk about, well, there's no air service in my region. Then another block member stands up and says, oh, well, it's you know, GHG emissions and the noise abatement issues. Well, you can't have both. You can't suck and blow at the same time, Madam Speaker. You can't. You just can't have it both ways. What is it? You want air service? or not. You know, the noise abatement issues, there are regulations for airports. Believe it or not, Madam Speaker, our airports do have to report to Transport Canada. They're heavily regulated. As a matter of fact, we have amongst the most heavily regulated, and we have the highest cost jurisdiction, aviation jurisdiction in the world, Madam Speaker. Why can't we attract carriers to our country? Well, we can't attract carriers to our country because it's expensive to fly into our country. It's expensive to even just fly over our country. They have to pay NAVCAN issues, or not NAVCAN fees, Madam Speaker. I'll go back to, I'm jumping all over, I'll go back to our intermodal opportunities now, Madam Speaker. Because our colleague from the Green Party mentioned this about bus service. You know, my community of Prince George is on the Highway of Tears, and it's been widely publicized about the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And far too often we have members of our Indigenous and our rural and remote communities are forced to either hitchhike to get to communities, get to their major service centers, or hitchhike between communities. Why is that? Because there is no national bus service anymore, because Greyhound, the national bus service that we had for so long that serviced some of our smaller communities, well, they pulled service in 2021. The last service, I believe it was Ontario, that service was pulled. And there's no coordinated services amongst provinces. And now we have smaller bus agencies that are trying to do that, but without a coordinated plan, either federally and provincially to get another bus service in those areas or in our provinces, we're going to continue to see that. Now, when I was first with WestJet, I was amongst one of the first owners in WestJet, or first employees of WestJet, and we looked at how did we pick markets to go into. Well, we did bus surveys, because our idea was we were going to get bums out of seats of buses and into planes. And I would hazard, Madam Speaker, I think WestJet's been pretty good at that, but what has transpired that has a ripple effect, it has a downline effect, it makes it harder for people in rural and remote communities to get, because we've seen the departure of our national bus carrier, which was Greyhound bus lines. Now, Madam Speaker, it's, you know, I kind of lost where I was. Madam Speaker, if you could just tell me how much time I've got. 3 minutes, there you go. See, I told you I could talk for a while on this. Now, our colleague from Scarborough Gilwood mentioned service standards, and he asked our colleague from Winnipeg North about the service standards that are not being met. It was interesting because he didn't mention, well, how about the service standards that are going to be in there? Well, there's no service standards in C-52. C-52 is lacking a ton of details, and that's our concern. It gives the authority to the minister once again, without having to come before the House, without having to come to Canadians and say this is what we're going to do. And so, Madam Speaker, there was something somebody said to me earlier in the day. They said, trust and respect is earned. And I would hazard that this government received the trust and the respect of Canadians in 2015. But in the last 8 years, this Prime Minister and his government have squandered that. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And I think what we've seen over the time is that this government and Canadians are just waking up to the fact that this government isn't worth the cost, Madam Speaker. C-52 is yet another bill, another piece of legislation where the government says, don't worry about it. We'll get it to committee and we'll work on it. They say all the time, well, it's the Conservatives that are squandering all this and they're delaying all the bills, but they have a majority with their NDP coalition and now the Bloc coalition. So if they really wanted to force things through, and believe me, I sit on the committees, Madam Speaker, I see it all the time, they get it done if they really want to do it. Now, Madam Speaker, we're on record. I'm waiting for our colleagues to stand. I see my colleague across the way waiting to get up and ask me a question. But, Madam Speaker, I'll leave you with this, is simply this, is that C-52 is just another example of this bill where they say trust us, and Canadians know that they can no longer trust this government to get anything done, that the Conservatives will come in and will clean up this mess. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy House Leader, Deputy House Leader.
Well, nobody's saying trust us, Madam Speaker. I don't think anybody's saying that at all. All we're saying is let's use the Westminster parliamentary system the way that it's intended to work, which is to bring an idea before the House, have a debate here about it, move it to committee, have the required improvements that the member wants, because every Conservative who's stood up so far has basically just said this bill doesn't go far enough. So why on earth they wouldn't at least get it to committee, which is the way our system works, and then try to improve where they don't think it goes far enough there, and then bring it back to the House in due course. I mean, like, he says, well, they have a majority with the NDP and the... Well, that's like how the system works, right? Like, that's how Parliament works. We debate things, we vote on things, we move on. Just because you might be upset that you're in the minority of those that are against a particular bill doesn't mean you just throw up your hands, throw your bike in the ditch and run home.
Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Isn't that what our Prime Minister does when he doesn't get his way? That's exactly what our Prime Minister does. He doesn't get his way, he just throws a hissy fit. He grabs his toys and he complains that, we're picking on him. As Speaker, you can't, again, I'm going to use the same comment. You can't suck and blow at the same time. You can't say that you want it the Westminster style, you want democracy, and then force closure all the time. This government lobbied and promised Canadians of sunnier ways, and that this government was going to be truly transparent. And I've lost count of how many times they forced closure and debate, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wait to the next question because that one's just laughable.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I'm a little surprised to hear what my colleague said. Now, earlier, a member of the Bloc Québécois said we don't have enough Air Canada flights in our regions. And someone else was saying that airplane noise can be a bother. And so my colleague is saying, well, too bad, we need to throw it all out. There's no way to find solutions. And then he concluded his speech by discussing a supposed alliance between the Bloc Québécois and the party in power. And this is symptomatic of what I have seen among the Conservatives for some time. There's a real lack of rigor here. When you see a leader of a party who rises here in the House and says that people are asking for a maid because they don't have enough to eat, and when you see a whole set of MPs who are defending strongly the idea that there is a carbon tax in Quebec, which is not true, well, that's what we see, this type of speech.
The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our honourable colleague from the Bloc for this. Clearly, Madam Speaker, perhaps it was in the delivery, perhaps it was in the translation. What I was saying in terms of noise abatement and regional air service is there are mechanisms in place to deal with that, Madam Speaker. His local community, his regional airport, will have noise abatement issues that they have to follow. It's CARS regulation, Canadian Aviation regulations, that they have to follow. They should have a noise abatement committee or a director that's responsible for a noise abatement. The other colleague that was looking at air service development, well then, again, I would offer to my colleagues, free of service, as a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, I will offer some constructive ways that their communities can maybe partner with airlines to get air service development or put air service development plans in place. There are mechanisms in place for those communities to do that. C-52 clearly is another opportunity that was missed. It doesn't address any of those areas. And that was merely what I was saying, Madam Speaker, is that you got one Bloc colleague that's blaming noise abatement issues on too much and greenhouse gases. And then you got another one in there that's talking about, well, I can't get regional air service in there. They should coordinate their questions, Madam Speaker. And again, I'll offer through you, Madam Speaker, if any of them want to talk about air service development. I did it for a long time. Perhaps I can offer them some tips on how they can get their community some direct air service.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, it's interesting, in the first two Conservative speakers today implied that they're going to be voting against the legislation. Now, given the member's experience, first-hand experience, would he not at the very least acknowledge that there are many positive things within this legislation that would in fact be of great benefit for Canadians as a whole, in particular air travelers? And would he not agree that having it go to committee at the very least affords the opposition to even improve upon the legislation? Why would the Conservative Party not want to vote in favor of the legislation? What's within the framework that is so appalling that the Conservative Party is going to vote against it?
Honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
The frustrating things, Madam Speaker, with this bill C-52, with the Liberal argument, they failed to mention the Canadian Transportation Agency. Complaints to this agency has grown over 3,000 complaints per month. There's over 60,000 Canadians that are waiting to be adjudicated by the agency. The complaints that are waiting to be adjudicated by the agency, and yet C-52 does nothing, doesn't even mention the Canadian Transportation Agency. Madam Speaker, they continue to tell, whether it's this legislation or others, they tell Canadians, they like to, whoever's listening, they say that Conservatives are obstructionary and they don't want to get it to committee. We've seen time and time again. Again, I go back to the comment, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. They keep saying this. Why wouldn't you just let it get committee and we can resolve all these issues? What we've seen time and again is when we get a piece of legislation to committee, they partner with the NDP colleagues and they ram it down the throats of Canadians. And you get flawed bills, Madam Speaker. This government should be held accountable. This government should be accountable to Canadians that elect all 338 members of Parliament, yet what we've seen time and again, they shirk the issues, Madam Speaker. And C-52 is another example of that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his extensive knowledge of the industry. I'm going to pick up a comment from another colleague from across the way, from Scarborough-Guildwood. Let me state for the record, I don't enjoy the member of Winnipeg North speaking quite as much as he does, but I want to pick up on his question that he asked the member, which my colleague from Prince George Caribou also referenced, and that is the lack of service standards. Where's the specificity? That's what Canadians are looking for, not another promise or a photo op. Would you agree?
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
I would agree 100%, and that was to my comment. Who sets that service standard, Madam Speaker? Are they going to set yet another committee of industry experts that does nothing, meets and does nothing? Who sets those standards? Who agrees to those standards? What we've seen in C-52 is it once again gives all the power to the minister. That is not does no accountability to Canadians, Madam Speaker. So who sets those standards? And that's the question that we have.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I wanted to thank
Scarborough-Guildwood? Yes.
I wanted to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. And there seems to be some confusion here between what's law and what's regulations. This is a law that sets up the possibility, the agency for creation of regulations. So to ask for specific standards as to when the bag will arrive or shouldn't arrive, or when the airplane should fly in time or shouldn't fly in time, is not the place. This is not the place to ask that question. Probably better in the committee. And then once the bill is passed and once the regulations are published, then you have a scrutiny of regulations committee to establish whether the regulations are appropriate. So can the honourable member give us his understanding of the interaction between law, the creation of law, and the creation of regulations?
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, I think our honourable colleague, who's been in this House a lot longer than I have, summed it up quite succinctly, Madam Speaker. The question and the issue that we have with C-52 is it lacks the meat and it lacks the intention, it lacks the direction, so that when it gets to committee, where's the mandate for the committee? What's the direction and where's the meat in that bill, in this C-52, that will set the guidelines for the work that the committee is going to do? C-52 fails to do that, similar to what this government has done in the last 8 years. They failed Canadians on the transportation file. Thank you.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
I find it interesting, and I really love some understanding from the honourable member on where he stands. I understand that ultimately we are talking about service standards, we are talking about those regulations, and I too am concerned about an industry that self-regulates. That's consistently been an issue, especially when you're dealing with the safety of Canadians. So is he saying ultimately that it's imperative as part of this bill and that transparency on government to ensure that transportation standards cannot be self-regulated, and would he propose that those significant changes be made in that bill? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if I understand my colleague correctly, no, I believe that we have our aviation sector as well as our transportation sector is amongst the most regulated in our country. Are there areas that we need to focus on? Absolutely. No further do we need to look than the news reports in the recent weeks of those that are traveling, that have disabilities and are traveling. The one gentleman that was dropped in the middle of the aisle and had to literally crawl his way to the front of the plane. Absolutely unacceptable. I believe C-52 does put some points in there, which I think and I support. I think are great, and I support. There are areas that we need to address. C-52 does not go far enough, and that's where the Conservatives are concerned with. Thank you.
We have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I look forward to discussing Bill C-52. Before I do that, I got a real kick out of earlier when the member from Winnipeg, the parliamentary secretary to the House Leader, was finishing up his speech, and then a Conservative member came running into the House to, jump up and, criticize him for having spoken over 3,000 times, as though somebody had just punched into a computer in the back room there to figure that out. And the reality is, Madam Speaker, we're now in a position where Conservatives are criticizing members for wanting to get up and repeatedly represent members from their community. The member from Winnipeg North, he should take great pride in the fact that he stands up for his constituents so many times. Over 3,000 times he's stood up for the people of Winnipeg since 2021. That would be something to celebrate, in my opinion. Only a Conservative would come in here and suggest that it's somehow, to the detriment of democracy that the member from Winnipeg continually stands up and represents his constituents. It's no wonder that the man keeps getting elected and sent back to his place by the people from Winnipeg when they see that time after time after time he gets up to represent his constituents. So I think, if we could all represent our constituents to that effect, Madam Speaker, we would be absolutely incredible members of Parliament, all 338 of us. So I take great pride in sitting so close to such a passionate member that represents his community. But let's talk about, here. Let's talk about Bill C-52 for a few minutes, Madam Speaker. I think that, this is a very important piece of legislation. I found it quite interesting that the most recent Conservative member to get up and speak, and in particular in the response to the question from the NDP, he basically admitted that the bill was doing a lot of what he thought it should do, and in particular with respect to the scenario that my NDP colleague had brought up. And he said, yes, I think this bill does actually do a lot of that stuff, and it's good in that regard. However, it doesn't go far enough in another area that I'm concerned about, that the Conservatives have a difficult time articulating today, because none of them have really pinpointed where that was, other than to say regulation bad, extreme competition good. And why won't they at least send it to committee? Why won't they at least get it to committee? And then he, or his colleagues who are represented on that committee can talk about it and can try to address the issues that he had. Well, I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that it's not because Conservatives are genuinely interested in the bill or genuinely interested in advancing any kind of meaningful policy for Canadians. I think it's more just that they do what they always do, which is just delay and prevent legislation going forward at any cost. It doesn't matter what the issue is. I actually have a hard time sitting here thinking to myself, when is the last time that Conservatives voted in favor of anything the government proposed. Now, I can understand that they can say, well, we disagree with, everything that this government does, but what are the odds that they would just happen to be against absolutely everything? I think it's really, for...
The honourable member is raising on a point of order.
We have quorum.
And if they do not find quorum, have quorum.
Slowly.
Those.
One and another one.
Yes, okay. So we'll suspend a few minutes until we do have quorum.
Me too.
I believe we now have quorum. The honourable member may proceed. The honourable for Kingston and the Islands.
With one Conservative noted.
There's only one.
Two. Yeah, but he's kind of like a Liberal.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
No. Please do not start a discussion. Can the honourable member for Kingston and the Isles proceed with his speech? Thank you.
But
Madam Speaker, if this was my first speech ever giving in this House and we lost quorum, I would start to feel personally offended by the fact that everyone runs out of the room when I start to speak. But I'm going to assume that it's because it's close to lunchtime and people were hungry. So I won't take offense to the fact that we seem to have lost quorum during my speech. I won't. In any event, Madam Speaker, let's talk about Bill C-52, because I think that this bill actually seeks to accomplish a lot of the issues that we face and that we see with airports in our country. Before I get to what some of those challenges are and identify those key challenges, Madam Speaker, let's just reflect a little bit on Canada's transportation ecosystem. Madam Speaker, in the year of 2019, which is what I have the data for here, 162 million people were the total number of people that on-planed and deplaned at Canadian airports in 2019. And it's really, I think, important to note that 69% of those people did it in 4 cities. Were either boarding a plane or getting off a plane in 4 cities, those being Vancouver, Calgary, Toronto, and Montreal. And I think that this is really, really important because it speaks to why we need this legislation, given that so many people are using our airports in just 4 airports alone. Airports, Madam Speaker, 26 in the national airport system served around 90,000 air travelers. This is all, again, going back, this is since the 1990s. Most large airports operated by private, not-for-profit entities, as we know them to be airport authorities, and long-term leases with the federal government. 150 plus other airports owned and operated by provinces, territories, municipalities, including my municipality of Kingston. Of the air carriers, Madam Speaker, in 2019, Air Canada and WestJet accounted for 86% of market share domestically. Think about that, Madam Speaker. 2 operators accounting for 86% of the market share. Multiple mid-sized and small carriers existed. These airports often hire external service providers, for example, baggage and ramp handling, refueling. Canada's geography and population density can lead to unique challenges, as you can imagine, Madam Speaker. So we have these 4 primary locations where people are getting on and off planes happening literally if you were in Europe, to be several countries apart in terms of geography. I think it's also important to point out, Madam Speaker, that private or not-for-profit corporations are responsible for civil air navigation services across 18 million kilometers of Canadian airspace. 18 million square kilometers of Canadian airspace. And they oversee more than 3.3 flights a year through a network of air control centers. This is all done, as we know, by NAVCAN, Madam Speaker. And CATSA, CBSA, and USCBP, they indicate that Canada Air Transport Security Authority screened just under 68 million passengers between 2018 and 2019. Canada Border Services Agency is responsible for guarding, obviously, our border, immigration enforcement and customs services, and the U.S. Customs and Border Protection currently provides pre-clearance at 8 airports. So I give all of that, Madam Speaker, to provide a bit of the context in where the challenges exist. And I think it's important to understand what the sector or the ecosystem looks like in order to do that. So the key challenges, Madam Speaker, and I identify 5 of them, are first, enhancing federal oversight legislation in the air sector. Canadian airports are not subject to oversight framework legislation apart from, as we know, the safety and security. And I think that this is a major need and something that in the transportation sector specifically, Madam Speaker, we really need to address to provide that oversight framework. Another challenge, Madam Speaker, is the accountability deficit impacting air service to Canadians. So long-standing concerns, particularly during major disruptions like storms, and about system accountability and transparency. You know, you quite often hear, and I've heard this, Madam Speaker, I'll never forget waiting for to board a plane, and we were told the plane was about 4 or 5 hours late, and we were told this was out of our control, due to weather, the plane is going to be late, nobody's going to be compensated, et cetera, et cetera. And I look out the window and it's a bright sunny day. And I'm like, how is it even possible that you're blaming the weather on this? Well, it turns out, after I went and bugged some people about this, Madam Speaker, that it had more to do with what the weather was like for the crew that was flying from another area of the country. And so I think that there has to be accountability when it comes to this stuff, and quite frankly, it doesn't exist right now. I mean, how many times can you allow that domino to fall over? Eventually, you're going to hit somewhere in the world that has bad weather that can impact your flight at some point down the line. And I think that that's where the accountability sees that deficit. A third challenge, Madam Speaker, the system lacks service standards and a reporting framework. Canada's air transportation ecosystem lacks clear standards among key operators to ensure the delivery of efficient air transport. Now, why is this so important, Madam Speaker, in terms of having these standards? It's very important because, especially in a sector where you have a lower amount of players, so the competition is not as robust. I mean, we should have standards in the aviation sector anyways, but specifically when we talk about a sector that only has 2 key players in our country, as I indicated earlier, being Air Canada and WestJet, making up 86%, it's extremely important that we have standards in place because in some instances you can't rely on the competitive nature to develop those standards, especially when the competition is so low in terms of number of players. Another challenge, Madam Speaker, the fourth of 5 that I was going to mention, was insufficient accountability in the marine mode. So we know that there are concerns that Canada port authorities not sufficiently transport or accountable, and lack of appropriate recourse mechanisms when taking certain decisions like changing fees. Right now, these port authorities can not arbitrarily, but at their own will, change their fees to whatever they want, and there's no oversight mechanism. Now, it's again important because you've created this is a, you know, it's not as though these fees can be done by somebody else or the fee is inelastic, I guess is what I'm saying from an economic perspective. It's a fee that the airport or the port authority, the marine port authority can charge at their discretion, and there's no way to have any recourse on this. So users have no recourse, and again, that is a big challenge. And the last challenge, Madam Speaker, that I wanted to address was specifically with respect to data about accessible transportation needs to be improved. The Auditor General of Canada has called for better compliant data for service providers to identify and remove barriers to accessible transportation. And I think that one is self-sufficient. We heard a question in regard to this, and it's why this is so important. So those are the challenges that exist, Madam Speaker. And I will now like to talk about how this bill attempts to address these challenges. So the first thing that the bill does is introduce legislation, the Airport Transport Accountability Act, that would, 1, establish an oversight framework for airports on noise. 2, establish requirements to provide information, environmental reporting, and equity and diversity and inclusion reporting, and 3, provide regulation making authority for creation of service standards and associated public reporting for operators in the airport ecosystem. So as I indicated, Madam Speaker, there are some authorities with respect to safety, but it pretty much stops there. We brought in a Bill of Rights, as you would know, Madam Speaker, back in 2018 for passengers on airplanes, but that pretty much stops during the actual interaction on the plane itself. That does not extend itself to everything else that happens from the moment that you arrive at the airport to the point that you depart a Canadian airport. So we're looking to extend this framework and allow it to encompass all of that stuff in the ecosystem of the airport, not just on the plane itself. In addition to the other issues that I talked about in regards to noise and providing information on environmental reporting, etc. The second thing that this bill does to accomplish, Madam Speaker, is amend the Canada Transportation Act to provide the Governor and Council the authority to make regulations to, 1, require certain persons to provide data on key accessibility metrics to the Minister of Transport and the Canadian Transportation Agency to support an accessible transportation system, and 2, with respect to the process of dealing with complaints related to accessibility. So we did hear, earlier in the debate about examples of when individuals were put in extreme hardship as a result of not having this information in place. We know that we have to do more for people with disabilities. We know that we have an obligation to bring in meaningful changes to ensure that people are treated with equity and fairly. But we also need the data to be able to properly develop those regulations, and that's what the second part of the legislation does. And then finally, Madam Speaker, this legislation will amend the Canada Marine Act to improve Canada Port Authority accountability and transparency on fee setting and related complaints process established in regulation a dispute resolution mechanism. So again, I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, about a port authority at a marine location can change its fees at its own discretion whenever it wants without consultation. And we're putting in place a mechanism to ensure that consultation does take place with users and that there is a mechanism to file a complaint if the users do not feel as though they have justly been informed and included in the creation or changes made to those fees. So again, this is about making sure that the framework is there to have a better experience for users. That's, I think, what this entire bill really does, Madam Speaker. It's about making the experience for users of our airport authority ecosystem, of our marine ports, a better experience and a more accountable experience. And I think that it's incredibly important. So finally, Madam Speaker, I'm getting the sense after listening to the debate this morning in the House that the Liberals, the NDP, and the Bloc will likely be in favor of moving this to committee. I recognize that the Conservatives appear to have some issues with the bill not going far enough, is what we've heard them say. I don't know why that would prevent the Conservatives from at least voting on it at this point to get it to committee. I would suggest, in the 8 years that I've been around here, Madam Speaker, and times I've become perhaps slightly cynical, but I would suggest that that is actually just a bit of a red herring. They don't want to support the bill, but it's easier to say it doesn't go far enough, it should go further, and therefore we won't vote against it. It's probably more along the lines that they don't like the framework. They don't think framework should be in place. They believe in a form of extreme competition, even when it only includes 2 major players in the airline industry, for example. And they don't believe that we should have regulations in place for standards. So, perhaps that's just the cynical side of me, but it's certainly something that's come across over many years of sitting and listening to debate in this House. So I hope that at the very least, Conservatives won't just filibuster this bill so that it can't ever get out of this House to committee, and that we don't have to work with the NDP and/or Bloc to time allocate it so that it does get to committee, but I know that that's another game that they like to play, so we might end up going down that road as well. In any event, Madam Speaker, I think that this is a very important bill. It will improve the experience of people utilizing marine ports and the airport ecosystem. I strongly encourage all members to support this so we can get it to committee, we can make the required amendments, and then we can bring it back before this House so that it can become law for the betterment of our country and those transportation systems. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. In Montreal, there are people who are concerned about noise coming from planes landing at Pierre Elliott Trudeau and taking off from there too. So there's a corridor that affects people that live in northern Montreal, and they've been calling for mitigation steps. But unfortunately in C-52, even though there are some good things in it, we'd like to see it go further and take into account what the World Health Organization has said about noise around airports. And there should be better data collection in terms of the noise at ground level. So all of that is found in the 2019 Transport Committee's report. Why didn't the Liberal government decide to go further to protect our constituents from the too high noise levels around airports?
I really appreciate the comment, Madam Speaker, but I think the important thing here is to recognize the fact that this NDP colleague brings forward a concern, but also knows that he can address it when it gets to committee. And he referenced a report where this issue about noise has already come up. And I think that to the member from Scarborough-Guildwood made a comment earlier, the difference between the legislation and regulation. And I don't know if his concern falls into the legislative part of it, which is what we're dealing now, or the regulation that comes out of the framework that's created. But in any event, what we're trying to do here, Madam Speaker, and what the bill will establish is the oversight framework for those airports. So Montreal being one of the busiest 4 airports in the country, as I indicated, making, I think it was 69% of all air travel in Canada is in 4 airports, Montreal being one of them. Obviously, the other 3 are probably going to have very similar concerns with respect to noise, and I think that this framework will do exactly that. It will set up the manner in which the data will be collected that he's talking about, and then rules and decisions and regulation can come out of that framework to better improve the experience or the negative experience people are encountering at Montreal Airport.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Kingston and the Islands for his speech. You know, the Act is purporting to make a travel experience better, but it doesn't really have service expectations or standards set out clearly in the Act, and a lot of it is just left to the Governor and Council, or in other words, Cabinet, and he may, which I think would be unfounded, have comfort in the Governor and Council today, but he may not have that comfort in the future. And I'm wondering if he could comment a little bit on that, whether this bill shouldn't have a little bit more service standards and also expectations built into it.
The Honourable Parliamentary the Honourable Deputy House Leader, yes.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question, but he must have not been in the House to hear the exact same question being asked, or a similar question, a question being, which would have answered his question from the member from Scarborough-Guildwood. And this is where I think the Conservatives are just using this issue of a red herring, because he should know better than to suggest that those specific details should be included at this point. This is about setting up the framework to be able to collect the data and then to be able to make those regulation decisions. So he's basically asking, why isn't that in here? Because I think it's a red herring. I think this is just their excuse to vote against it. He should know better than to suggest that information should be at this stage. This is about setting up the framework so that what he wants and what he's going after can actually be obtained, and then decisions being made with regard to the regulations.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just carrying on from the 2 previous questions here, And in the remarks or the information on the bill, it says bill will create a formal process for notifying and consulting the public on changes to airspace designs that affect aircraft noise near airports. Ensure that communities will be consulted. So the simple question here is, Madam Speaker, does the honourable member know anything about aircraft noise? Do any of us know anything about aircraft noise? I dare say, in my case, I certainly don't. I'll be interested in the honourable member's views on his expertise on aircraft noise.
The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
I'm certainly not an expert on it, Madam Speaker, nor do I claim to be. I do know that there are experts out there, and those are probably the ones that we should be relying on to collect the evidence and to make recommendations. And I mean, this is the exact point. I mean, Madam Speaker, from time to time, we have to put in framework like this with various different pieces of legislation. But the criticism, which I think is just a red herring, is that you're not doing the regulations. Well, would you not want to consult people first, obtain the information, talk to experts, and then put in regulation? Well, of course you would. And that's what this bill does. It sets up the process to allow that to happen.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for, it's been a little while there, I'm still, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. So I just got a couple quick comments and then a question to the member. I think he asked early in his speech when was the last time that the Conservatives voted in support of a Liberal bill. We did that yesterday, not even 24 hours ago. And the second thing, I just want to thank him for putting on the record that every member of Parliament should have as many interventions in this House as the member for Winnipeg North. 3,000 in the last 2 years. We may have 2 years left in this Parliament. I'm looking forward to every other member in this House getting 3,000 interventions in this chamber in the next couple years. Because that way it's a great way to represent our constituents. So I want to thank him for putting that on the record. My question, though, is part of this bill does sort of set that framework up for dealing with the challenges in our air industry, particularly the complaints. He represents an area that has a local regional airport, and I know, having flown out of it many times in the past myself, I've run into a number of challenges flying through Kingston. Could the member just elaborate? Has he heard any concerns in the last couple years here about his airport in Kingston?
The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Absolutely. Kingston has had an airport since World War II, Madam Speaker, and it's an airport that continues to operate today. And there are always concerns. One of the challenges for Kingston, Madam Speaker, other people see it as a benefit, is that Kingston is located 2 hours from Ottawa, 2 hours from Toronto, and 2 hours from Montreal. So flying in and out of Kingston, although I'm really glad to hear this member, he said he flew through Kingston. I don't understand that. You're either arriving or leaving to go to one of those other spots, but maybe, I don't know. But the point is, Madam Speaker, is that what might be seen as a detriment to Kingston in terms of our airport, we also have the 4th busiest train station in the country, which you probably wouldn't expect out of Kingston. But it's the case because of our proximity to these other cities that I just mentioned. So in Kingston's case, it makes more sense for the average traveler to take the train, for example, from Kingston to downtown Toronto, jump on the train that takes you to Pearson, and then fly out of there. Although there are some people that still prefer to fly right out of Kingston. The options are not as great as some other small regional airports. But yeah, we have challenges, and I want this framework to get in place so that some of those challenges can be dealt with. That's what the framework is all about.
We have time for a brief question. L'honorable député Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his speech. The bill starts with good intentions, but there's a lot of uncertainties, and I'd like my colleague to share his view on this. In the bill, we see that the regulations leave a lot of leeway to the minister. Many of the changes are to be made through regulation, so that raises a lot of uncertainty among various players. But as legislators, it also concerns us because we don't know what the scope of those measures might be. I'd like our colleague to enlighten us on that.
It's the theme, I guess, of my question, Madam Speaker. Framework is put in place, and a member from Scarborough-Guildwood said this better than me. Framework is put in place, then through the order that the member indicated, the regulations would be put in place, but then we have a committee that can oversee the regulations. And if there's an issue that a member of parliament has, they should talk to their representatives on that committee where the regulations can be scrutinized that have been put in place by the minister.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Mindapur.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House and speak on behalf of the incredible constituents of Calgary-Mindapur. Before I begin my speech, I'd like to state that I will be splitting my time with the member from Provencher, so I look forward to his remarks following mine, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I did receive the request from our Shadow Minister for Transport, the member for Chilliwack-Hope, I was in fact very honored because one of the greatest achievements, I believe, in my time in this House of Commons was serving as the Shadow Minister for Transport during the pandemic. And I can certainly tell you that things did not function as they should have during that time. They did not function at all, in fact. And I think my experience based upon that time leads me to the conclusion, which I would also summarize as my conclusion regarding the bill C-52, and that is, in regards to this government, lots of regulation, no responsibility. And I think that this is a theme that we have seen with this government. We've seen this with some recent decisions made at different levels of government, as well as higher courts, including Bill C-69, where they put in significant regulation against not only pipelines, but actually lots of other pieces of infrastructure, the No More Pipelines Bill, as we called it here, and we see that this was in fact overturned. And just this past week as well, we were very happy to see on this side of this House the overrule of the single-use plastics legislation that was put in by this government. And again, they impose all of this regulation on industry, on Canadians, on third parties without taking the responsibility of the regulation that they've imposed upon themselves. And I think we're seeing this again in this bill. I'm sure you're aware, Madam Speaker, that 2020-22 was a disastrous summer travel season, as well as a terrible holiday travel season through December. And really, if we look back at that, Madam Speaker, it was for the reason that I gave at the beginning of my speech, which was poor management of the transportation sector through this pandemic. Frankly, they had no plan for the airline sector at that time. I certainly, as the Shadow Minister for Transport, tried to get them to produce a plan, and it had significant and widespread consequences, not only for Canadians, but for workers across Canada, as well as for different communities and regions across Canada. I implored them to come up with a plan for regional airlines at the time. They did no such thing, and regional airport authorities that were left to fend for themselves. I, along with my colleagues, made a very strong push for them to implement rapid testing and implement it sooner than they did in an effort to more easily facilitate both travel as well as the travel sector. And then as well, I tried very hard to convince them not to use the supports for sectors for executive compensation. And all of these requests that I made as the Shadow Minister for Transport fell upon deaf ears at that time. In addition, of course, I was not alone in doing that. My colleagues, one who is in the House here today, the Member of Parliament for Selkirk-Interlake, as well as the Member of Parliament for Charleswood St. James, when sadly in September 2020 we saw 14% of NAV Canada employees being laid off at centres in Winnipeg and Halifax. That's just another example of the lack of action of this government during the pandemic, where 750 families at that time, Madam Speaker, had to go home and tell their families that they didn't have a job anymore. I said, ironically, on mini budget day here we are today, back in September of 2020, before the throne speech, that our economy simply cannot function, let alone thrive, without major carriers as well as airport authorities. In 2020, the Calgary Airport Authority alone was expecting a 64% drop in passenger traffic from 2019 levels and projecting a loss of $245 million in revenue. Other airport authorities across the country were facing similar challenges at that time, Madam Speaker. Stakeholders also reported that some supply chains had been overloaded as a result of the pandemic, with demand for some products having increased by up to 500% and vulnerabilities having become apparent. And I again at that moment, Madam Speaker, asked for the government to develop a plan with common sense solutions, which we continue to ask this government for today, and again are not apparent in this Bill C-52, since once again we see a government that has lots of regulations yet takes no responsibility. I'll turn my speech now, Madam Speaker, to the point about complaints. I'm sure you're aware that over the past year, the backlog of complaints with the CTA, the Canadian Transportation Agency, has grown an average of 3,000 complaints per month, with a backlog of over 60,000 complaints now waiting to be adjudicated by the agency. And in fact, Madam Speaker, this bill sets no service standards for the Canadian Transportation Agency and will do nothing to eliminate the backlog of 60,000 complaints. And in fact, I have an example here from my riding, Madam Speaker, where as of July 2023, I had a constituent waiting 2 years for a response from the CTA for the complaint which they had registered, and in the same 8 months where they processed 4,085 complaints, the complaints grew by 12,000, so in fact doubled in that time. So it is no wonder, Madam Speaker, that Canadians are dissatisfied with this current process that is in place, and this legislation will do little to improve it without said standards. As well, Madam Speaker, it's not clear which entities which will be covered by this bill, as this bill will be left to future regulations. And I know that this is a theme that we've heard on this side, Madam Speaker, in discussing this bill today, that there are lots of regulations. And I think, in fact, we've seen from the other side of the House that they take advantage of these regulations. They take advantage of Canadians in using these regulations. And we might see something that is perhaps gazetted and then all of a sudden brought into implementation, with both industry and Canadians being forced to respond, being forced to pay the price for the use of regulation by this government. But fundamentally, Madam Speaker, this bill remains a toothless bill that contains no specific remedies to these problems which have been plaguing the system since the pandemic. And I'll add to that, Madam Speaker, during that difficult time coming out of the pandemic, what did the then Minister of Transport do? He blamed Canadians. He blamed Canadians for forgetting how to travel. Again, I talked about this government shirking responsibility, and there we see again the Minister of Transport not saying, oh, my bad, I should have come up with a plan during the pandemic, but rather instead blaming Canadians for this and not even addressing it through the complaint process or being willing to fix the complaint process. I have a quote here, Madam Speaker, from a significant air passenger rights advocate, Gabor Lucas. Anyone who sits on the Transport Committee certainly will have communicated with him, and he says there may be penalties, but even those powers are left to the government to create. And since I'm throwing out Gabor Lucas' name, I'd also like to mention Roy Grinchman, who has also been an incredible advocate for passenger rights and passenger advocacy. Madam Speaker, even the pilots that I worked so closely with during the pandemic are not in favor of this legislation. And the president of ALPA Canada, Captain Tim Perry, for whom I have a lot of respect, actually brought to my attention that this bill might be, safety might be compromised as a result of the implementation of this bill to ensure that passengers are are taken care of. But, this is simply another concern that we don't have passengers being taken care of, and even the pilots who fly the planes voicing their concern over this, Madam Speaker. And I guess to conclude, Madam Speaker, I talked about the implementation of regulations, so much of it, and again, but no responsibility. The then Minister of Transport said that there will be consequences for service providers who do not meet these standards, but not disclose what they would be. Again, so much regulation, no responsibility. This government tells Canadians, tells industry time and time again, you have to do this, you have to do that, but they never take responsibility for the legislation that they implement themselves, Madam Speaker. In conclusion, C-52, this government, lots of regulation, no responsibility. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, because today I understand that the Conservatives are doing a count, this I think is my 3,260-something time in which I've actually stood up in the House. And I can honestly say in good part it's because the Conservative Party continues to want to mislead, indirect Canadians off, and unfortunately it means that I do have to stand periodically to set the record straight, put some facts as opposed to the mischief that the Conservative Party wants to create constantly and spread throughout social medias and so forth. Right. My question to the member, and this is a good example, Madam Speaker, a very good example, C-52 is good, solid legislation that's going to improve the conditions when it comes to air travel and port fees for Canadians virtually from coast to coast to coast. It's good, substantial legislation, yet the Conservative Party is going to be voting against the legislation. Why would the Conservative Party vote against the legislation as opposed to supporting the legislation, allowing it to go to committee, and maybe look at making some changes that the member herself is? It seems to be common sense.
The questions, the Honourable for Calgary-Mindapur.
I didn't hear a single thing he said after I heard that he's been up in the House 3,000 times and is not a member of Cabinet. So I think rather than responding to that, I'm actually going to start a petition that this member should be brought to Cabinet. So, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I encourage the member to keep advocating for, I don't know, anything, everything, and I'm not getting a lot of support for this idea on this side of the House. But just, I guess at 3,000 interventions, you have to wonder who's listening. I wasn't, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, it shows that the Conservative members, much like she said, she wasn't listening. And that's part of the problem, that Conservative members do not listen in terms of what it is that Canadians are saying. Yep. Because they're more concerned about what I said yesterday, bumper stickers. Yep. When you take a look at this legislation, it is sound legislation that is going to improve the area of air travel in Canada. That's right. Yet the Conservative Party wants to be able to filibuster. They want to be able to see this legislation be defeated, as opposed to recognizing the good from within the legislation. And if they have some ideas, which is very rare, unless it's cryptocurrency, Madam Speaker, or something silly like that, at the end of the day, the Conservative Party do not want to contribute to good, healthy legislation, but rather oppose and filibuster. How does the member justify that such irresponsible behavior to her constituents, given what we see on a daily basis coming from the Conservative Party of Canada?
Good question.
Honourable for Calgary-Mindapur.
Madam Speaker, I think I made it very clear in my speech. I am listening. I am listening to stakeholders that this government has ignored for years, including pilots, including passengers, including airport authorities, including airlines, including Canadians. You know what? You know who isn't listening? This member. He's talking over 3,000 times, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd just like my colleague to a little bit elaborate on the challenges that passengers have been having, maybe from her riding. The Canadian Transportation Agency, over 60,000 complaint backlog. And I know I've had people in my riding complain, and I'd just like give her the opportunity to expand on what she's hearing in her riding in Calgary.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Mindapur has just a little over a minute to respond.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague from Bruce Grey, Owen Sound, who was instrumental on the leadership team during the time of the pandemic. So I appreciate that. And in fact, I do have an example here from my riding. This is from a constituent. On June 25th, 2022, I filed an air travel complaint with the Canadian Transport Agency. By November 25th, 2022, I was 10,203 in a complaint queue out of 40,000 complaints. As of today, I'm 6,118 in the queue out of 52,000 complaints. You know who should listen to this? The Liberal government. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Well done.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a privilege to speak on behalf of Canadians and in particularly of my constituents in the riding of Provencher, which, by the way, for those that don't know where Provencher is, that's southeast Manitoba. Today I'm speaking on Bill C-52, an act to enact the Air Transportation Accountability Act and to amend the Canada Transportation Act and Canada Marine Act. While there are parts of this bill that I believe go in the right direction, and I will affirm that I have concerns. Probably one of the biggest concerns is this bill's title not living up to its intentions, and not just missing an opportunity, but missing the point. You may remember the story of the man in a restaurant who calls out to the waiter, "What is this fly doing in my soup?" To which the waiter is first silent, and then he looks down at the soup, and then he exclaims, "The backstroke." Well, like this waiter, this bill misses an opportunity. It misses the point. So something we have observed over the past 8 years is that while this government is very good at photo ops and making announcements, it's much harder for this government to implement initiatives that get to the heart of the real issues. The importance of considering how each decision, how each effort, each initiative will make a difference to the big picture in any bill to get direct gets lost in the photo ops and the glossy announcements. But let me say this, what I believe this bill had intentions of doing and based on its title, because accountability is a foreign concept to this NDP Liberal government and something that hasn't proven easy for this government to even comprehend. No doubt, my honourable colleagues will remember the summer of 2022, with 9,500 flights being cancelled in July and August, and the Christmas that followed. My colleagues would well remember this time because their offices were flooded with travel stories that went wrong. After being cooped up, isolated, mandated, and restricted, Canadians were finally free to travel, free to visit loved ones that they had missed through COVID, free to catch up on celebrating family milestones that had been neglected, free to embark on new adventures and experience the joys of travel, but also free to grieve and mourn with those whose loved ones had passed away. But as the stories unfolded, the long-held dreams became deflated with long wait lists, overflowing baggage halls, stranded passengers, flight cancellations and delays. On-time performance, according to the Greater Toronto Airport Authority President and CEO Deborah Flint, was at 35% in the summer of 2002. That would be a failing grade, even by Liberal standards. It was reported that Toronto Pearson's Airport was listed as the second worst in the world for delays. Travelers made every effort to avoid connecting through Toronto, yet luggage lagged even further behind, with some headlines reporting that airlines were donating unclaimed baggage to charities after 90 days. And in some cases, frustrated and angry travelers traced their luggage through the use of air tags in luggage stowed away, or found that luggage stowed away in off-site storage facilities. This past January, it was reported that a shortage of pilots compounded the problem. Regardless, people slept on floors and endured the relentless chaos. As you can see, Madam Speaker, the problems were layered and complicated. It was good that the government finally felt compelled to act, and this act, Bill C-52, was their response. Clearly, those layers of accountability need to be considered and addressed, which is why Conservatives believe that every federally regulated entity that has a role to play in the delivery of air travel must be held responsible for delays or cancellations, including airlines, airports, CATSA, NAV Canada, and CBSA. If security lineups are delaying people to the point where they're missing flights, or airport baggage handling is not functioning in a timely manner, or CBSA isn't staffed sufficiently, then there are concerns that need to be addressed. Each layer of service and delivery needs to be held accountable. One of my biggest concerns with this bill is how much power it gives to the Minister and Cabinet to develop the regulations in future. Instead of including concrete improvements in the legislation, on the final page of this bill, in the closing section, the key sections are referenced as coming into force at a later date to be determined. Yeah. Well, if I may, let me tell another story. You know, a fellow was walking along a country road when he came upon a farmer working in his field. And the man called out to the farmer, "Hey, how long will it take me to get to the next town?" Farmer didn't answer. The guy waited a bit, then he just started to walk on. And after about 100 yards away, the farmer yelled out, "About 20 minutes. "Well, thank you," said the traveler, "but why didn't you tell me that when I asked you?" To which the farmer replied, "Didn't know how fast you were going to walk." Well, you see, without providing this needed information in this bill, without considering the fullness of information, the details make a difference to the outcome or the expectations. How can we know if we agree with future measurements that Cabinet and the Minister will put in place? You see, as a Conservative, I don't believe that giving more and more power to government is the solution. Instead, I believe that accountability helps set up organizations for better success and improved service delivery. The law firm McCarthy Tatro provides insight into the bill in a blog based on their assessment, referencing the bill authorizing the Governor and Council to make regulations respecting the development and implementation of service standards related to flights and flight-related services. It is the uncertainty of what these service standards may entail at a future time and how they will impact the day-to-day operation as a concern that they noted. But they also capture the element that deeply concerns me. They write, "The Act grants the Minister broad powers to request information from airport operators, air carriers, and entities providing flight-related services. Requests may include information regarding the capacity and the development of Canadian air transportation system, operations and air traffic, and compliance by an airport operator with Canada's international obligations in respect of aeronautics, as well as any information that an airport authority is required to keep in accordance with its governing corporate legislation." The problem is that this is a toothless bill that contains no specific remedies to the problems that have been plaguing the system. Gathers a lot of information, doesn't have any teeth. Without specifics, we are told that we need to trust the Minister and his word to solve all the problems. Well, the Minister and Cabinet would solve all these problems by future undefined regulations, but in the interim, the bill would allow for data collection and sharing that would somehow make it better for Canadian travelers? Yes. What data would be captured and what it would look like when service standards are not met are not even mentioned. My colleague from Chilliwack Hope in his speech in the House referenced McGill University aviation management lecturer John Craddock on this subject. There's a lot of stuff about data sharing, but not much about what or who would be taking action and under what conditions that action would be taken. The lack of detail on important issues is alarming. What about the backlog of complaints with the Canadian Transportation Agency, which has grown by 3,000 complaints per month, with a backlog of over 60,000 complaints, all now waiting to be adjudicated by the agency? I remember a number of months back chatting with a friend who said it's become my expectation that I need to factor in travel delays in my business planning. In fairness, while we have moved past the horrific status of having the second worst number of delays in the world, people are still waiting for answers. Passengers are unable to resolve their compensation claims and are waiting over 18 months to have their claims considered by CTA. Unfortunately, nothing in the bill deals with this. The bill is vague, and once again, as is common with many of the actions and posture of this government, projects a government knows best attitude. All we have to do is give away sweeping powers for this to happen. The government and Governor and Council have no business in the boardrooms or management of Canadian corporations or businesses. What the government should be focused on is on achieving outcomes. I come back to my first point at the beginning. I think it is unfortunate that this bill is a missed opportunity. But having said that, I want to end on the point that we do support. Let me start by saying that we have no problem with accessibility and disability portions of the bill. We also appreciate that this bill may have had good intentions, but it's missed the mark completely. Fortunately, Madam Speaker, common sense Conservatives will continue to advocate for Canadians and do everything we can to help this government redirect their efforts in support of Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If these common sense conservatives believe that they're going to do everything to help Canadians, then why wouldn't they support the bill that helps address issues of accessibility and persons with disabilities? Why wouldn't these common sense conservatives support measures that create more accountability, to create a framework, to create standards? Madam Speaker, that doesn't sound like common sense. That sounds like more conservative politics that actually disadvantage Canadians. So if the member opposite says he supports the measures in this bill for persons with disabilities, why is he supporting against, or why is he voting against it?
No common sense.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Well, I want to thank the member for that question. And you know, it is very interesting how if you support any one item in a bill, the Liberals right away think that you endorse or support the entire bill. And that just isn't the case. I think I articulated fairly clearly in my speech that this bill has many flaws. It sets up a regulatory regime that we're going to hand over to Cabinet or Order in Council for them to determine the regulations without any indication that there will actually be accountability from any of these service providers in our transportation industry. That's what this bill is glaringly missing, Madam Speaker. There's no mechanism in here for responsibility by the transportation industry and then to hold them accountable to their commitments and to our expectations.
Then comments, the honourable member for North Island Power River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the member for his intervention. Now, I do know that in 2018-2019, the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities undertook a study that talked about the impact of aircraft noise on the vicinity of major Canadian airports. One of the things that was recommended is to implement a public noise consultation committee, which this bill does in fact implement. So we know that community groups have expressed concern that these committees would be a bit of a hollow gesture and that there's nothing that guarantees their ability to be heard and for that public input to be implemented moving forward. So I'm just wondering if this member could talk about why this is important and how important it is for us to look at this bill in committee to change some of those things so that people's voices are heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. It's a great question. Noise abatement. That's the common term in the aviation industry. And having experience firsthand in that industry, being a pilot myself who just this past summer completed my instrument rating. I could talk a little bit about NAV Canada and how great those folks were at the NAV Canada office in Winnipeg while I took my flight test, and they were a little short-staffed, and they allowed me to complete the approaches necessary to fulfill my license requirements. And so I want to thank the good folks at NAV Canada in Winnipeg. In answer to her question, you know, for those of us that are not necessarily fascinated with aviation, other than that it's an opportunity to travel from one destination to the next, you might wonder why when a jet aircraft in particular takes off, it does certain things on takeoff. It'll change course, it'll climb to a certain altitude, and it'll reduce power. And I know some people think that that's an engine problem, but it's not. You know what it's called? It's called noise abatement. They're flying over a built-up or a residential area to reduce the noise level for the folks on the ground. I think the aviation industry is very conscious of that, and you know what? Perhaps they need to dig further into that subject, because it's a very good question, and it's something that I think they're addressing, but I mean, of course, we can always do better.
We have time for a brief question. Honorable député de Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik.
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Now, this bill, we know that it's not going to help with the situation with air carriers. We know that it involves reporting to departments. There's an accountability objective here. And this bill gives a great deal of leeway to the minister. But what I'm having difficulty understanding, there may be good things about this bill, but we need to have maintenance in our airports. For example, in Val d'Or, we've been asking to have several renovations done. We've been asking for it for over a year. The government is not supporting airports, including Val d'Or. I'd like to ask my colleague about that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for another great question, because I think, too, we need to have a Canadian airport strategy. We need to be working through our infrastructure department here to have a trade corridor which would include upgrading our airports to facilitate international trade. We've talked about a free trade agreement with Ukraine yesterday, and we have 50-some active trade agreements with other countries, and we need to build on that, and we can do that by investing money in our airports to accommodate that. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member Scarborough-Guildwood.
Here, here indeed. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. And may I say at the outset, I will be splitting my time with the member from Vaughan Woodbridge, who actually has some expertise in this subject. I, however, make no claim to expertise. I am a mere consumer of transportation services, like pretty well everyone else in this chamber who, and I would say a lot of us consume a lot of transportation services on a weekly basis because of the requirements of this particular job. So I'm coming at it from that standpoint, but before I get to that point, I just wanted to make a distinction between passage of a bill and the creation of regulations. When we pass a bill in this chamber, we are essentially setting up the framework, the legal framework, in order to be able to promulgate regulations. If you don't have that legal framework, then you won't be able to proclaim any regulations. It's not as if anyone in this chamber actually has any expertise on, say, noise abatement, which has been discussed earlier, when baggage should arrive, what's a proper standard for flights being on time or not, as the case may be, and the various other irritants that go with travel in this country, which is quite frustrating at times. So this legislation sets up the authority. The regulations will put meat on the bones, and after some period of time, members can initiate inquiries into the quality of the regulations through the Scrutiny of Regulations Committee, which is a jointly chaired committee between the Senate and the House. It's actually not a very popular committee, Madam Speaker, because what it deals with is exceedingly boring stuff. But there are certain of our members who are keen on exceedingly boring stuff. I wanted to talk about three things, if I may, Madam Speaker. Security standards, service standards, security, and competition. So if you will, I have I've been switching airlines. I have the good fortune of living in the GTA, and therefore I do have some choice, unlike some members who have no choice. And I have a strange idea in terms of how I should make my choice. My choice should be, number one, fly the airplane on time. I know, Madam Speaker, that is a novel idea. Just fly the airplane on time. That's probably going to get me to choose that airline. The second standard I have, Madam Speaker, is don't lose my baggage. I've noticed lately that people actually don't put their baggage in. They actually carry it on. And I dare say that's largely driven by the fact that a lot of baggage is getting lost. And then I have a third rule, Madam Speaker, and the other rule is don't treat me badly. In other circumstances, I might enhance that last word. But those are the three rules, Madam Speaker, I have for any airline I use. Fly the airplane on time, don't lose my bag, and don't treat me badly. And I think that's pretty fair. After all, I or somebody else is paying a pretty significant sum of money for me to fly to my destination. So, Madam Speaker, in that vein, C-52 says that it brings an accountability mechanism by permitting the creation of regulations requiring airports and other operators within airports to create service standards for their part of the passenger journey. And I don't see what's so complicated about that, Madam Speaker. Honourable members have, over the course of this morning and now this afternoon's debate, have shared their experiences, many of which are actually quite negative. So this is a timely bill. You could make the argument, actually, it should have been put forward earlier. So should a lot of things been done earlier. But here we are, and we are trying to deal with the creation of the legal framework so that those complaints, which I've just enumerated, can be dealt with in an organized fashion. So, Madam Speaker, that's the point of this bill. So examples would include how long it should typically take for a bag to arrive on the carousel. Now, Madam Speaker, I have no expertise on that. Maybe you do, Madam Speaker. Maybe other members do. But I really don't know how long it should take for a bag to get off the airplane and onto the carousel. But this bill, through its regulations, would actually create some standards. And when the bag is lost, as we've all been in airports where there's stacks and stacks and stacks of bags, there should be some standard to which that airline is held. So the second part of this standards creation is to create an enforcement mechanism. Now, the enforcement mechanisms currently are pretty grim. Within my own family, they were flying to Europe. The connecting flight was through Montreal. The flight was late, missed the connecting flight. Had to do a day over in Montreal, which is not a burden really. And the application just to get compensation would require the services of a Bay Street lawyer. So, Madam Speaker, anything that can make that process a little easier will be good. Part of what the bill could be doing with, and I hope that maybe in the course of the review of this bill before committee, is look at the security arrangements on the entry into the airport. Madam Speaker, there's an illusion, a delusion, I would say, that redundancy creates security. All redundancy creates is redundancy and time wasting. And it was exemplified to me of how risk adverse or no risk analysis when the former Minister of Public Safety, Ralph Goodale, was taken out of the line for special security examination. Now, I don't know what Mr. Goodale's security clearance was at the time, but I dare say it's about as high gets in this country. Now, why would someone looking at the passport of a minister of the Crown who has the highest security clearance want to take him out of the line for special security clearance? That is the height of absurdity, Madam Speaker, and I dare say it's the height of absurdity for many of us. For instance, why are Nexus card holders put through similar checks to the people who don't have Nexus cards? Because after all, we've been checked by RCMP, we've been checked by the IRS, or not the IRS, I hope not IRS, the American Civil Service, CIA. It just seemed to me that there's no thinking that goes on with security. And finally, Madam Speaker, I wanted to deal with the issue of competition. My honourable friend from Winnipeg North, who members seem to be quite fond of listening to, made the comment that competition would actually start to eliminate some of these absurdities and get better service standards. Interestingly, WestJet has pulled back from Eastern Canada for reasons I don't really know. Porter, on the other hand, has expanded into international flights and into many other locations in Toronto, or outside of Toronto. So it is an interesting area. I'm encouraging members to give the committee a chance to do its work and to pass this piece of legislation so that these frustrations that I and other members have enumerated can be dealt with. So thank you, Madam Speaker, for your time and attention.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciated my colleague's explanation in regards to the framework of the legislation allows for the committee to have other potential amendments brought forward to improve upon the framework. The concern I have with the opposition party across the way is that they don't seem or they seem to be critical that the legislation is not specific enough and has fallen short, even though many aspects of the legislation they seem to support, but they're still going to be voting against the legislation as opposed to allowing it at some point to go to committee, given the very nature of the seriousness of what the member's talking about. Just his thoughts in regards to why it's still important to pass the legislation.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Well, let's put it this way, Madam Speaker. If we don't pass this legislation, the complaints that we already have that are in abundance just in this chamber alone will only multiply, and the frustration will go forward. I frankly don't know whether the analysis we particularly hear from our Conservative friends is just a failure to understand the process, or there's something else to it. I wouldn't want to ever attribute improper motives to colleagues across the way who might have different political agendas than the government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm wondering, again, just to emphasize the importance of the fact that we're not just talking airlines, for example, Air Canada, WestJet, Porter Air. This legislation incorporates things such as airports authorities. One of the examples is the diversity of the board. And I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts in regards to the changes to compel more diversity of the airport authorities, if I can put it that way, or just the benefits to the consumer.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Well, it should be an operating principle that the board reflects the traveling public. And how you achieve that, I'm not quite sure. My preference would be a less onerous way of going about it, but there's no doubt that the principle should be if this is what the traveling public looks like, this is what the board should look like, so that all the perspectives can be brought to bear when decisions need to be made.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, Madam Speaker. And before I begin my question, I do want to give a shout out to Antonio and Serafina Spada, who will be celebrating their 70th anniversary in Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Key members of the Italian community as well. I do wish them all the best, and I wish they were here to tell us the secret to making it to 70 years. So to Antonio and Serafina, happy anniversary. Madam Speaker, my question for my honourable colleague is this. The Liberals have bungled transport from day one, it feels like. Delay after delay after delay, whether it be at Pearson or whether it be with transport in general. Why now should we be relying on them to do anything good when at the end of the day, they have messed up this portfolio so markedly?
The Honourable for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Well, to take the, well, first of all, may I congratulate the folks who are getting 70 years as well. That's quite impressive. The honourable member has a contradiction in his question. Here's legislation which will actually deal with the so-called bungling, which I disagree with profoundly, and he's going to vote against it. So he apparently prefers the current state of affairs in Canada's airports to continue. I assume he, like I, consume a lot of traveling services, and he knows the state of Canada's airports is not the best. So here he's got a chance to do something about it, and he's blowing it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. It's always an honour to rise and a pleasure to rise in this House. As my honourable colleague, the member from Scarborough-Guildwood said, I do have the privilege of chairing the Liberal caucus in terms of, with regards to our relationship with the Greater Toronto Airports Authority, or GTAA. We call it the Airline Caucus, or Airport Caucus. And with that, I'm very much happy to speak on C-52, an act to enact the Air Transportation Accountability Act, and to amend the CTA and the CMA. And with that, as many of us who live in the Greater Toronto Airport know, whether you live in Mississauga or Vaughan or northwest Toronto in the Etobicoke area, High Park and other areas, there is an immense amount of airline traffic, and that applies to Brampton, Caledon, Kleinburg, other aspects. And we do hear from our constituents quite significantly about aircraft noise, aircraft routes, changes in aircraft routes brought on by NAV Canada, and the subsequent refurbishments of runways at the GTAA at the Toronto Pearson Airport, which impacts people's daily lives. And it's really, really great to see that in C-52 that we will be establishing requirements in respect to noise management, a noise management committee, and sending out notice and consultation requirements relating to aircraft noise. Secondly, that we'll be providing a process by which complaints respecting notice and consultation requirements in relative to aircraft noise. So in terms of where constituents can go to the Pearson Airport or other airports across Canada, we'll have a formalized process where so that complaints respecting notice and consultation requirements in relation to aircraft noise, and providing for an administrative and enforcement mechanism that includes an administrative monetary penalty framework. And this is just another way that we are responding to consumers, Madame la Présidente. And before I make my formal remarks, it's just so great to go back to our constituents and say, hey, we've listened to you. We want a consultative process that works, and we're going to have a consultative process works. The bill would create a formal process for notifying and consulting the public on changes to airspace designs that affect aircraft noise near airports, to ensure that communities that would be potentially affected by such changes can be engaged. And that engagement, that consultation process, Madame la Présidente, is so important. To my formal remarks, Madame la Présidente, je vous remercie de me donner l'occasion de prendre...
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to Bill C-52, the Improving Transparency and Accountability in the Transportation System Act, which proposes concrete measures to address a number of concerns raised regarding accountability and transparency of operators throughout the sector. I think that we can all agree here on the importance of having an efficient, accessible, and accountable transportation system in line with what Canadians deserve. This includes ensuring that Canadians have access to a system in which operators are transparent and accountable to stakeholders, users, and passengers. As everyone knows, air travel has become accessible to Canadians again since the pandemic. As an ecosystem, however, it lacks clear service standards between operators and passengers. As a result, passengers often don't know who's responsible for what or who to contact if a trip doesn't go as planned. This bill aims to play a part in addressing these concerns.
Delayed or canceled. Je voudrais m'attarder un instant sur l'aspect.
I'd like to take a moment to focus on the aspect of the bill which includes developing regulations requiring flight operators and flight-related service providers to establish service standards. These standards would apply not only to airport operators, but also to other companies providing a range of flight-related services at airports. Madam Speaker, the planned approach would be for the airport operator to coordinate the development of standards at their airport. They would work with airlines, the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority, NAV Canada, and others. Service levels are an important issue for all Canadian travelers. As we saw during airport congestion in the summer of 2022 and the following vacation period, passengers often found themselves in situations where it was unclear who was responsible for a given task, who should provide them with information, or who they could contact to remedy their situation. These uncertainties can be frustrating and cause disruption as well as inconvenience. That's why proposed new regulatory authorities are designed to improve overall service delivery in our transportation system. Once regulations are passed, service standards would provide clear guidelines on a variety of services affecting passenger travel. Specific services requiring standards would be defined in regulations, and the standards themselves would be negotiated between entities involved. Examples might include the expected time for baggage to reach the carousel after a flight lands, or expected wait time for security screening.
But that's not all. To ensure accountability and transparency, service standards are to be published, specifying the extent to which they are being met. In this way, the various air operators would be accountable to each other and to the traveling public throughout their journey. Although the regulations would set out the types of services requiring standards and would include services that impact on passengers' flying experience, the current intention is that the requirement to ensure and coordinate the formulation of these standards would rest with the air operator. Madam Speaker, specific target parameters, for example, baggage delivered within X minutes of disembarkation, would be more appropriately determined by the parties with the business relationships and operational expertise. And these could vary from airport to airport. We want to make sure that service standards are adapted to the particular circumstances of the airport in question. The regulations could establish an alternative dispute resolution procedure if the various stakeholders prove unable to agree on appropriate service standards. For the time being, the initial focus would probably be on major airports. Details concerning airline participants, services, and other issues will be defined in regulations. Should the bill get royal assent, the development of regulations for service standards would follow the normal regulatory process, and consultations would be held with all stakeholders. The government remains open-minded and will, throughout the regulatory process, and the government will support the industry in the implementation of these standards, which are intended to support industry-led actions. Our goal, Madam Speaker, is to foster greater cooperation between all the entities involved in our travel system and to improve the efficiency of our airline sector. We believe that by working together, we can improve the overall traveler experience and deliver a higher level of service. This approach puts the traveler first and focuses on measures that will directly benefit them. In addition, It encourages the sharing of information with the public, enabling passengers to make more informed decisions when they travel. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the early creation of service standard requirements, the obligation to publish them, and the promotion of a cooperative approach should bring about positive changes in our air transport system. Let's look forward to a future where travel is smoother, more efficient, and focused on passenger needs. Thank you for your report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd be interested in my honourable member's comments with respect to the ease with which passengers are getting through security particularly at Pearson Airport. I had the experience on the break week of traveling to Washington, and frankly, the experience was as it should be. I'd like to think it would have something to do with my colleague and his group's advocacy, but I'd be interested in his comments on the security situation, and indeed here at Ottawa for those who have an access card.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you to the honourable member from Scarborough-Guildwood and a very learned member of this House. Madame la Présidente, as chair of the Liberal Airport Caucus, really the GTAA caucus chair, we meet with them regularly on a monthly basis. We inform them and we advocate for our travelers, our residents. And as the member from Scarborough-Guildwood said, the process of going through security at Toronto Pearson Airport or here in Ottawa or even at Vancouver, other airports across the country, has vastly improved, I would say, over the last year or two. Obviously, we put in process improvements, we've provided funds, but there's really ongoing collaboration between CATSA, between the airport authorities, between Transport Canada, between the Minister of Transport's office. That type of collaboration is what Canadians want us to do. They expect us to do it, and they are seeing the results of that, of a very streamlined and efficient and effective process when you're going through security to get on the plane and to go home or go on vacation. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Madam Speaker, I also want to call in on the expertise of the honourable member with respect to competition in the airlines. We've seen WestJet pull back. We've seen Porter expand. We've seen the Billy Bishop Airport wishing to expand and be able to accept jets. And we've seen quite a number of new airlines start up in the last little while. It seems to run contrary to the narrative that we hear. So I'd be interested in his observations.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank the honourable colleague for the question. Madame la Présidente, I was able to participate in the groundbreaking or the wall-breaking ceremony at Billy Bishop Airport for a new U.S. pre-clearance facility. So Canadians traveling, and here in particular in the GTA, departing from Billy Bishop Airport, going down to Boston, New York, or Florida, wherever the destination may be, will save their time. With that, we have seen airlines like Porter Airlines continue to expand their routes across Canada and internationally, across cross-border into the United States. We've seen some other airline operators come to fruition and operate. Obviously, we enjoy the services of Air Canada and WestJet when they're on time. Of course, we're always very happy. When they're not, we obviously are very kind of grumpy. But Madame la Présidente, on that serious side, the honourable member is exactly right. We need competition in our airline sector, along with all sectors of the Canadian economy, where competition provides it for innovation, lowers prices, and provides for better services. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
We have time. On a temps pour une brève question.
We have time for a quick question. The honourable member for Rimouski-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, my colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge, but his speech dealt mainly with air transport. In our riding, there's almost none. Air Canada closed up shop during the pandemic. They said there wasn't enough business and the planes were all grounded. Does my colleague think it's responsible for the federal government to subsidize air carriers to the tune of billions when they don't even serve many regions of Quebec.
From the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I'd like to say to my colleague, thank you very much for the question.
Who is riding maybe in a rural part of Quebec. I do empathize with that. I grew up in northern British Columbia in the riding of Skeena-Bulkley Valley. We obviously had one airline flying in at the time. It was Air Canada. I believe it still is. Maybe a second one has been added. So the idea and the notion that airline service should be provided to areas of Canada where it is rural, where there may not be a very, very strong business case, but it may be marginal or may need assistance. I'm very much in favor of that. We need to keep Canadians all connected to all parts of the country, and Canada is a big place, and airline service is critical for that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we're here in the House today to debate Bill C-52, an act that I would say has been long awaited. There are some good things in the bill, and I think it's worth saying that. We often complain, and in fact our main complaint against the Liberal is, well, that is our role anyway. As members of the opposition, we're on the other side. It's our role to hold the government to account and to point out when things aren't going well. That's our job. But Bill C-52 has a few purposes, and I think the main purpose and the main thing we're enthusiastic about is the idea of setting service standards for airports. So when a passenger goes to the airport, they should know how long they should have to wait to get through the screening, how long they should have to wait for their baggage to reach the carousel and so on. It all makes perfect sense, Madam Speaker, and I may come back to this later. The question of how is it that we're only just getting around to this now? The other thing we like about the bill is the noise management committees. So from now on, airports, well, not all airports, but most airports will have to have a noise management committee. And so that will force airport authorities to talk to neighbors and discuss ways of mitigating the disturbance to people who live nearby. So that's a step forward. We think that's positive, but I'll come back to that because there's a bit of meat that needs to be put on the bone to flesh that idea out. And now this brings me to the third point. I believe there was a Bill C-33, which is now at committee. The Transport Committee is studying that bill. And in that, there was the idea of there being environmental requirements for ports. So ports would have to be part of the climate adaptation strategy. They would have to see to it that greenhouse gas emissions were reduced. And I think airports should be subject to this same kind of requirement. I think it only makes sense, and that's very positive too. And the last thing that's in this bill, it's a bit out of step with the rest of the bill, is the matter of the Maritime Act, and that would require it would give port users some recourse against port authorities if they were charged too much and so if they were overcharged. It's like they forgot to put that in C-33 and now they've stuck it in C-52, and yet the two bills were tabled just a few months or maybe even weeks apart. So one was probably being drafted at the same time as the other, so it's weird that it wound up in this bill instead of the other one. It seems to be in the wrong place, but anyway, we will be able to look closer at that. So the first thing I'd like to focus on is the whole issue of these service standards. Why is the government suddenly coming up with this idea of putting in place service standards in airports? It's not like they just woke up one morning with that idea. It's because there have been so many problems in recent years that this became something that was inevitable. It had to be dealt with. because people have been traumatized in recent years and even months, because it wasn't that long ago that because there was the pandemic, we all know about the pandemic, and all planes were grounded initially. And when all flights are canceled, unfortunately, the fact is that the airport's first source of revenues is planes taking off and landing and paying fees. It's the users, basically, who are the source of income or revenue to airports. And it's the same thing with airlines. Where do they get their money? They get their money from people buying tickets to take flights, to go visit their family, to travel abroad, or on business, what have you. So during the pandemic, all of that stopped. There were no more ticket sales. And so all the airline staff, the pilots, the flight attendants, the client service people, people working in the airports and restaurants and so on, a whole bunch of people who work in airports overnight were told, we don't need you anymore. Nobody needed the pilots. Nobody needed the air traffic controllers. Nobody needed the customs officers. Nobody needed the security in airports. All those people were sent home overnight. And those people spent almost 2 years at home doing nothing. And what happened when things started to pick up again and people started to travel again? Well, could they rehire all of those people who'd been off for 2 years? Some of them decided to do other things with their lives. Everybody needs a job. Everyone has bills to pay, so they had to find other things to do. So the fact is that unlike many other countries in the world, Canada was an exception. Canada decided not to help out its airlines and its airports. And they had to fire people. They had to put them on unemployment once their CERB ran out. And it created a huge problem, Madam Speaker. And this has been criticized by the entire industry. They basically were saying, how are we supposed to start back up? We have no people. How are they supposed to expand if they have no revenue? And they had loans that they had to pay, loans that they took out in order to build infrastructure. And the same thing for the airlines. You have to pay. And you have to meet minimum standards. So it was a huge problem. And the federal government thought it might save some money, but ultimately what happened is that the industry and our airlines and airports are in massive debt. They racked up huge debts during the pandemic. And if you compare that, look at NAV Canada. NAV Can slapped them with 30% fee increases at a time when nobody was traveling. The government refused to help these industry players out, and obviously it killed the passenger industry, especially regional flights, because there are fewer people on regional flights. We're talking like 300 passengers on a transcontinental flight versus 6 people on a regional flight on a smaller plane. So obviously, the federal government's response was pitiful. They showed very little sympathy to the airlines industries. And obviously, this caused total chaos when the industry tried to get back on its feet after the pandemic. In the airports, there were mountains of baggage. There was baggage everywhere. People were getting lost. There was so much baggage in the way. And baggage was sent to the wrong place. People were just trying to get rid of it, get it out. In fact, they were almost sending baggage to the wrong place on purpose just to get rid of it, to get it out of the way. Smart people put air tags in their luggage so that they could find their luggage themselves. We also saw, for example, because the airlines wanted to make money and they finally had the opportunity, so they rehired everyone they could. But unfortunately, when you haven't been working for a couple of years, you get rusty. Or if you're a new hire, you haven't been maybe trained properly. So people working in the same thing goes for people working in the airports. They didn't necessarily know what they were doing or how to effectively screen luggage. So the delays were super long in the airports. The companies that had too many passengers and not enough staff. And because there were delays and because flights were delayed, who did the federal government blame? The airlines, Madam Speaker. So it's crazy. They caused the problem by not helping the airlines, and then they blame the airlines for not doing a good job.
That's what we're seeing, and that's what we saw during the pandemic. And there's another problem. Air carriers overbooked. We all know that's true. If you don't have enough people to staff the flights that you've been advertising, well, clearly you won't be able to ultimately operate all of those planes and flights. And the government, once again, was blaming air carriers instead of realizing that it had caused many of the problems. We know that at security, people were waiting for hours. People were waiting for hours at customs. There were no more air traffic controllers at certain points, and they had to cancel flights because there was no one left to deal with that. And so the government is trying to blame air carriers, airports, but actually it's the pot calling the kettle black. Because all of these people would have to wait, and they would have all sorts of problems. Then they would get to the airport, and then they would be told that their flight had been canceled. Really? Did they have to go all the way to the airport to be told that their flight had been canceled? It's very silly, and yet that's what happened. There was a ton of traffic at the airport. People sometimes had to sleep there. They weren't offered a hotel room or anything to eat. They were stuck there, or they were stuck in tourist destinations and couldn't come back. And yet, these air carriers were letting them fall through the cracks. And often when one flight was delayed, it would actually end up delaying the next flight because it was the same plane that was going to be used. And then what happens when luggage ends up getting lost in this process because the luggage ends up, well, you have to take your next flight, and yet your luggage hasn't arrived on time. There wasn't time to transfer it. It just created a huge mess. There's no other way to put it. And it means that we are saying that the government needs to tighten the rules for air carriers. So, for example, if people want a refund for their ticket, if their flight was canceled, they should get it refunded instead of being told that they'll be put on another flight a few days later. I mean, for example, if you missed a wedding, well, or you missed your business meeting, what's the point of being told that you'll be rebooked on a flight a few days later? That's the government policy now. It was even worse during the pandemic when people were just offered a credit for someday when flights would start again. So we're saying that people should be refunded, and we're saying that the 48-hour period from last fall should be made shorter. Because very often, it's no good to be told that you can be rebooked on a flight 2 days later. We're also saying that when people are waiting on the tarmac and they're waiting on all these delays, that they should be compensated so they can eat. Now we know that in the spring budget and in the Budget Implementation Act, some of these things were integrated into the budget and are going to be put into action by the regulators. Of course, we know that many people went through hell to get this, but at least something was done. And we hope to see some improvement eventually. And yet, once again, it's the same logic here. The government says, we're going to place the burden on air carriers, but we're not going to look at what we're responsible for. And yet now maybe the government has seen the light. Maybe they finally realized that there are also problems that are coming from them. With these service standards, when an air carrier needs to compensate clients or refund them, it doesn't really matter whose fault it is, right? For the person who missed their flight, they just want their refund. They don't care whose fault it is. It's unfortunate, however, also for the air carrier to have to compensate everyone just because the government didn't do its job and there aren't enough air traffic controllers, there aren't enough people at customs or at security. That makes no sense. It's not fair. So we need to have some service standards. There need to be some basic standards that are met. We can expect some basic levels of service here. And then it remains to be seen what these service standards will be. In the bill, it says that the government can impose service standards. All right, fine, that's great. But the problem is that when you don't know what they are, I mean, of course, I'm not the one who's operating airports, but at some point you want to know that they're going to be common sense service standards, and we don't have any guarantee of that at this point. We'll see if at committee we can better identify what it will really be or get some more information about it. Now, there is potential progress in this bill, and we'd like to see it go to committee, yes. Another aspect of the bill that I'd like to address, although there's not much time left, Madam Speaker, is the matter of noise abatement at airports. Why do I want to talk about this, Madam Speaker? Well, there are just a few short parts of the bill that state that airports will have to create noise management committees. Of course, many airports have already done that. It only makes sense, so it won't change things that much for them. But we need to better define what kind of noise abatement committees we'd like to see. So these committees would bring together NAVCAN, a local municipal elected official, and a representative of the air carriers as well as the airport. And it's important to make sure that they also hear complaints from the public. We think that these committees are important, but we'd like things to go a little further, because I've looked into it, and elsewhere in the world, I've looked into it, and noise management committees only apply to airports with 60,000 movements or more, and there are only 4 airports like that in all of Quebec. I don't know how many airports there are in total, but I have a list on a document, and there are at least 100. Now, of course, you wouldn't ask a tiny airport with only 1 employee to do this, but it doesn't make sense for it to only be 4 airports. I think we need it to be at a lower level, and I think it should apply to many more airports with these noise management committees. I think that's what we should do. And just as we have service standards for all sorts of things, I think we should also have service standards on noise for people who live near these airports. And yet that doesn't exist in Canada. Airports can make as much noise as they like. There's nothing to be done. It's unfortunate because the social acceptability piece is very important. Other countries in the world, like the US, have standards. There's a maximum level of noise that is permissible. In Europe as well, there are noise standards. The WHO has also created maximum noise thresholds to protect people's health. Why in Canada, a G7 OECD country, why are there no noise regulations for people around airports? It's unfortunate, and I think that we need to do more. We need to measure and report on the amount of noise. They already measure it. There's a system of theoretical calculations used to measure the noise, which is used to measure the ambient noise, and we think that this system should be made accessible to the public. That way everyone would know if they're buying a house near an airport what the level of noise would be. And if the noise is too high, well, maybe then measures could be implemented to reduce the noise. I think it would help everyone to make better decisions, and it would create better social acceptability. This is an important thing we'd like to see. This is something we'd like to see as a change in Bill C-52, and we hope that everyone around the table will cooperate on this. Madam Speaker, we are here to work constructively together to improve all legislation that is tabled in this bill in this House for the benefit of our communities, even if it's a country, Canada, that is not our country. But as long as we're not independent, we will work to make things better, although our final goal is to leave as quickly as possible.
Point of order, the Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 66-2, I'd like to designate Wednesday, November 22nd, 2023, for the conclusion of debate on the 10th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member made reference to standards or expectations. Service standards is something that's really important to this government, as we understand and appreciate the valuable role that our airports and airlines in general play in society. The legislation, as the member points out, sets out the framework for those standards. And once it goes to committee, I understand that the Bloc have some more details that they want to add to those service standards. And I'm wondering if the member has some very specifics in regards to that particular issue that he's prepared to share with us at this time. From me personally, I like to think of departure and arrival times being on time, but I also believe that there's so much more that we can do to enhance the traveler's experience.
The
Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher-les-Patriotes-Verchères. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. I think it's very topical. The idea here is that the bill talks about airport service standards. If I'm understanding things correctly, airports would be responsible for applying these standards, and it's up to the government to design these standards. I think that's a good idea, but we'll see based on what witnesses have to say, but we'll see what these service standards will be, because I think we'll need to hear from witnesses at committee to tell us where the biggest issues are. There's also something that I have concerns about. Customs don't seem to have been integrated to this. Maybe later we'll find out why it hasn't occurred to the government that customs also should be part of this. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was closely listening to the speech made by my colleague. He seemed both happy and not happy with this bill simultaneously. Could he tell us what his concerns are exactly? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher-les-Patriotes-Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Although he didn't get as passionate at the end as usual, we know to expect that when that colleague rises. But anyway, it's as if you were to go somewhere to get dinner and in the end you only get an appetizer. So you're still hungry after getting your little appetizer. You'd like to see a bit more. And that's how I feel about this bill. It's like they started the work, but they didn't finish it. I'd like to see a little more ambition, a little more meat on the bone, a little more oomph. And that's what we're going to do at committee, to make sure that this actually makes a difference in people's lives. Because if it's just adopted the way it is now, I'm not sure it's going to make any difference either for noise or for service standards, because none of that is laid out in detail. On service standards and on noise, it just says we're going to consult people now and then. Not a bad idea, but it doesn't guarantee results. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He touched on a point that affects a lot of people in the Quebec regions and also in Montreal, having to do with airport noise. Putting aside what happened during COVID, air traffic is only going up. And that creates problems for people who live, especially for people who live near the flight corridor in the northern part of Montreal, near the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Airport. It's all very well to have an advisory citizen group, but why does my colleague think that the Liberals didn't just adopt the recommendations of the Transportation Committee in 2019, which simply stated that WHO recommendations should be adopted? Once again, it seems like the Liberals just do things halfway. They don't get the job done. The honourable member, I'd like to thank my colleague for Rosemont Laptille-Patry for his question. It's a good question. I myself read the Transport Committee's report. I was not on the committee at that time, and I saw that several members who were on the committee then are still on the committee. So if they were in favor of what was in the committee's report in 2019, I hope that then they'll be receptive once again in 2023. They'll be receptive to those same ideas. Because it's not really in the bill, Madam Speaker. And yet a lot of people worked really hard, really hard on this. A lot of witnesses, people came and talked about the situation near Pierre-Elliott Trudeau Airport, talked about the situation in Longueuil. People came and talked about noise pollution. To have a committee for only 4 airports, well, that's unfortunate. It's just not much compared to what the committee recommended.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. A major part of the legislation deals with the Marine Act, where we are looking at ways in which we can ensure that there's a fair system in place to provide some sort of accountability and transparency on fees, and that would apply for our ports. There are many sectors of our economy that are very much dependent on having to go through the ports, and it seems to me that this is one of the ways in which we can ensure that there's more accountability and transparency in the ways in which fees are structured, so that if you're a prairie grain grower or exporting a certain product out of Canada, that there's a higher sense of accountability if he can provide or if he has any thoughts in regards to that issue.
Honorable Deputy Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères.
The honourable member. Thank you. Well, I think that port management authorities will be happy, or rather, that it will be better to have these methods to lodge a complaint if there are abusive systems used, and yet we may wonder why ports would decide to impose abusive fees. Generally, if fees are imposed, there would be a good reason to do that. They don't want their clients to go elsewhere. They want to be able to keep functioning. So we're going to listen to what people have to say at committee. We're going to look at every side of the issue, and we're going to take decisions afterward. It's rather hard to really understand what's going on with this issue and these fees. And as the situation evolves, we'll see what the best approach is. Whether we need to go in the same direction as the government or in the opposite direction or something else.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, and it's a last question in regards to the issue of competition. I genuinely believe that there is an issue of competition, and we've seen a number of direct flights being lost, communities that lose air transportation, and it's very much devastating for some communities, very inconvenient for other communities. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts on airlines and the government's role in ensuring that there's a higher sense of equity within the system, and one of the reasons why hopefully companies like Air Canada will be called before the Standing Committee.
L'honorable député de Pierre.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's an interesting question. But it's hard to see what it has to do with this bill or anything in this bill. It's very clear that flights in our regions is the poor country cousin of the air industry. It never gets as much attention. It's an issue that affects the whole country, and it would also be an issue that we raised in an independent Quebec. But there's a real lack of political will from this government and preceding ones. I haven't seen any specific policies from either the Liberals or Conservatives on this. We would need more political will to ensure that regional flights be viable, that you could take flights from Gaspésie or Abitibi, where you know that the flight is going to take off on time, and that you not have to spend thousands of dollars to get one of these flights. We need reasonable prices. We need reliable services. Unfortunately, the government seems to have a rather corporate way of looking at this. It just wants it to be profitable. And yet, our rural air services, are they or are they not an essential service? And if they are, we need to ensure that the people who need it can use it. We may need structural change, not just little tweaks here and there. And with this bill, C-52, I don't think it will actually solve the problem.
Debate, la prise de débat, the honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for St. Catharines. And very pleased to be speaking about the topic we are discussing today, enhancing transparency and accountability for port fees. I'll be talking about that. And Madam Speaker, I want to begin by acknowledging we are gathered today on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe peoples. Canada's ports are vital hubs in our country and our supply chains and all aspects of transportation system, and a vital part for my home province of British Columbia and our port network, which contributes to over 30% of Canada's economy. And that transportation system in some way connected to the operations that happen at ports every day. Ports help grow our economy, create good jobs for Canadians, deliver goods, and support Canada's growing export industry. When our port systems work well, it plays a crucial role in helping keeping life affordable for Canadians and stores full of consumer products. 17 Canada Port Authorities manage our country's most strategic ports. While these port authorities are federal entities, they operate at arm's length from the government in a commercially oriented and financially self-sustaining manner. They also fulfill important public policy objectives such as supporting national economic development and performing many regulatory functions relating to safety and environmental protection. An independent board of directors is responsible for managing port activities. This includes ensuring the port planning and operations are made firmly within the public interest, meaning the projects they embark upon and the decisions they make help ensure affordability for Canadians. Port authorities provide port facilities and offer services to port users, and acting as landlords, lease out port operations to private terminal operators. For over 20 years, this governance model has served Canada well. It has provided Canadians with world-class services while ensuring capacity grew in support of Canada's economy in a gradual and financially sustainable manner. Ports are key gateways in the transportation system, and Canadians rely on them to get the goods they use and consume, as well as get their products to domestic and international markets. However, as inflationary pressures strain Canadian pocketbooks and make life more expensive, Canadian companies and transportation industry stakeholders are concerned about the rising costs to move goods and do business, including fees that are charged by service providers such as ports, as well as lease arrangements for the operation of terminals. As Canada Port Authorities are part of the federal family and manage key public assets, there are opportunities for improvement to strengthen the governance framework to make these entities more transparent in their operations and decision-making, and make sure port users have a voice. Ports need to modernize approaches to enable them to thrive in an increasingly complex environment and be able to align their national mandate with local realities. As you know, our government-labeled tabled bill, C-33, Strengthening the Port System and Railway Safety Act, which among other acts would amend the Canada Marine Act to promote transparency in port planning and operations and to position the ports for success well into the future. The Canada Marine Act amendments in Bill C-52 would provide a framework to reinforce port authorities' due diligence foster more responsible planning and decision-making and would build on the reporting and transparency measures put forward in Bill C-33. Enhancing public engagement, accountability, and oversight is a key objective at the core of government's approach to ensuring greater transparency and Canada's port authorities. It is with this perspective that Bill C-52's reforms to the Canada Marine Act would establish new processes focusing on port fee setting and establishing recourse mechanisms for those impacted by port decisions. These new measures would build on what already exists under the Canada Marine Act and expand the provisions to foster greater accountability and consistency in the marine sector. The first proposal in the bill aims to establish a modernized framework to govern how the port fees are developed and implemented and establish a complaint process. There is a need to ensure a stronger connection for port users and for Canadians more generally on how a port sets a fee. Just as importantly, when there is a concern about how fees are set and charged, that a process is in place for raising a complaint. Amendments would establish fee-setting principles to provide port users and stakeholders greater clarity and better understanding of how port fees are set, which would support a consistent and standardized approach across all Canada port authorities. Some stakeholders have raised concerns about a lack of clarity when it comes to how port fees are established, and this provision would directly solve the problem. While I understand there may be some initial concern about how this standardization could impact ports' ability to continue to pursue transportation infrastructure projects off port lands, or even to advance community-based initiatives that are vital to helping ports be good neighbors to the communities in which they operate, I'm confident the measures I'm bringing forward for your consideration today are sufficiently broad so as to enable ports to fix their fees and spend some of these revenues on these types of initiatives. It is not the intention of this government to constrain the ability of the ports to do their work they do for our country's trade and economy. It's about principles of fairness, transparency, and accountability. The port authorities would need to adhere to these principles, as well as an explicit methodology established and published by the Port Authority when setting their fees. To support the port's capacity to generate revenues, the principles would require that port fees be set at levels that allow the authority to operate on a self-sustaining financial basis and be fair and reasonable. In addition to the new fee-setting principles, an associated public notice requirement would be established that would provide a formal public consultation process for any port user or stakeholder to raise concerns with a port authority. This would ensure their views are acknowledged in the entire process and provide a greater accountability for fee-setting decisions made by port authorities. In addition, the bill would establish a process where any person who made a written representation during the consultation process may file a complaint with the Canadian Transportation Agency if they believe a port authority did not comply with the fee-setting principles or the public notice requirements. If the complaint is well-founded, the proposed amendments would then enable the agency to order a Canada Port Authority to cancel the establishment or revision of the fee in question, reinstate the previous fee, provide refunds, reconsider the fee, or take any other measure it considers appropriate. This helps ensure that corrective measures are in place to respond to complaints when necessary. This would reinforce the rigor and integrity of how fees are set by Canada port authorities. This will maintain the key principle of financial self-sufficiency for port authorities and their ability to generate revenues needed for future developments and investments that support port operations, including those outside the ports, while reinforcing their need to be responsive to users and transparent in the conduct of their activities. This proposed approach to fee setting is not new for transportation service providers. It is consistent and aligns with the processes already established for pilotage authorities and NAV Canada, which are two entities that also have significant transportation public policy goals in the government's portfolio. The processes have provided both the entities and their users with more clarity in how fee-setting decisions are made, as well as clear grounds for objections. The second proposal in Bill C-52 would enable the government to make regulations establishing an alternative dispute resolution process for lease disputes that might arise between a port authority and port user with respect to leases for the operation of terminals at ports. This would help build fairness and transparency into relationships shared by ports and their tenants. This may include a role for the Canadian Transportation Agency to administer and oversee the process. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Thompson, Kamloops, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Madam Speaker, the reality is and I mentioned this to a colleague, a Liberal colleague of my colleague here earlier, the Liberal government really, in my view, was asleep at the switch when it came to transport. I know many people were avoiding, for instance, Toronto Pearson because there were difficulties. Now, as I understand it, there are a backlog of 60,000 complaints that remain. I remember experiencing travel issues. I think I was probably one of many millions of Canadians. The Liberal government, as I said, has been asleep at the switch. So how can we trust them to eliminate and deal with these 60,000 complaints when they can't seem to get anything right after 8 years of this government?
The Honourable for Steveston, Richmond East.
Well, thank the member for the question, my fellow British Columbian there. During the port modernization review, we heard from many stakeholders. I heard from the trucking industry who welcome these changes and look forward to ensure that they have the ability to have more transparency in what's being set forward, so they can actually have arguments that they can pose with the fees that are set before them. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague finds it somewhat strange that while the Conservatives were actually in government, they did absolutely nothing to support airline passengers, and now that they're in opposition, they are voting against legislation that is there to support air travelers, Madam Speaker. It's enabling legislation that's going to establish a framework that's going to put into a proper place a higher sense of accountability, efficiencies, and transparency, which will all benefit the air traveler. Does the member or my colleague not agree that the Conservatives should at the very least support the legislation, or if not, at least allow it to go to committee?
The Honourable Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Thank the member and my colleague for the question. Yeah, I am surprised. I mean, I spoke about transparency, accountability, the ability to bring complaints forward. Look at measures and bring arguments forward in a clear way. And I've heard from agriculture producers that, looking at measures that in this bill that can improve how they can get their exports out. And if the fees are set in a certain way that would be detrimental to their industry, and I'm surprised that the members opposite, I hope they're not limiting, the voice of farmers and agriculture producers by not voting for this.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. We know things have not gone back to normal since the pandemic. We know we're still a little bit in the pandemic. There's no accountability for these big airlines. We know that traveling is still an issue. We know passengers' rights are still not being upheld. And so I know the member is talking about more accountability, but this Liberal government has really failed in fact, to improve things. I'm wondering, I know that my honourable colleague has spoken about the vast improvements that have been made. I wonder if my honourable colleague agrees with me that we continue to have a long way to go to really uphold the rights of passengers.
A brief answer from the honourable member for Steveston, Richmond East.
I thank the member opposite for bringing that forward, and of course, there's always more work to be done, and we need to continue to chip away, and that's what this bill will do. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities, and I'll have to let him know that I will actually interrupt him at some point.
Madam Speaker, that's it is very nice, though, Madam Speaker, that you can bring the opposition together to give me a round of applause. Unfortunately, it's for cutting my speech short, but I will give them the best 5 minutes that I can possibly muster up on this piece of legislation. It's wonderful to rise today on this Bill C-52. Brought forward by the Minister of Transport. I was his parliamentary secretary when he was Minister of Heritage, and we went through a couple of other pieces of legislation, so it's excellent to be here to speak to this legislation today. After the 2019 election, I had the fortune of being parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Transport at that time, Minister Garneau. It was a unfortunate time to be parliamentary secretary, as we, due to COVID-19, had to see basically almost the entire sector close. And we're still dealing with the impacts of that 3 years later, Madam Speaker. This legislation, Madam Speaker, is fundamentally important. And at times it may seem technical, and this may not be the one that, the piece of legislation that garners the most excitement and the fiercest debate in this place, but it's important. This legislation will improve Canada's transportation sector in terms of its efficiency, accessibility, and accountability. The air transportation and accessibility measures will lead to an improved passenger experience. And, Madam Speaker, I know you and I seem to find each other at Pearson Airport a lot together. We seem to be on the same travel itinerary coming to this place. But so many other members and so many other Canadians have experienced the air transportation sector and have been rightfully disappointed in the experiences that they've found. As I mentioned, with respect to COVID-19, the pandemic, and the labor issues, and the ripples that it's had throughout the entire system have been shocking. We're still seeing that, Madam Speaker. The last few years have been incredibly difficult. I know probably many of us, except for those who are fortunate to represent the National Capital Region, and able to head home to their own beds at night. Most of us have to get here by plane, and we understand the frustration that Canadians are experiencing when they save money for that family trip, only to be spending additional time at the airport, or flights canceled, or delays. And it's fundamentally important as we head into another busy travel season. We've seen how disruption in one part of the system can have effects across the entire network. Together, the measures in this proposed legislation will help create a more accountable, transparent, and accessible national transportation system that meets the needs of Canadians. And that's what we want to see. It's unfortunate that we see some members of the opposition throwing a little bit of shade this way, and that's we're used to that, Madam Speaker. But as my colleague pointed out, after 10 years of government, they did nothing on the file. And so we brought in regulations, Passenger Bill of Rights, and we see that more needs to be done. And we're willing to roll up our sleeves and do that work to ensure that there is transparency and accountability, not just with airlines, but across the system. And something that is fundamentally important to this government, to this minister, to ensure that when Canadians do go on that vacation, that they have saved hard for, that they have an enjoyable experience at our nation's airports. Because even at the best of times, Madam Speakers, we know even a positive on-time airport experience may not be the best, will not be the best part of our vacation experience or time getting up to Ottawa. But it's important that we stand in, we ensure that Canadians are looked after when they head to the airport for those important vacations. C-52 will help create as I mentioned, will create a more efficient, transparent, and accountable system in three parts, Madam Speaker. Part one will introduce the Air Transportation Accountability Act, which would ensure shared accountability by permitting the creation of regulations requiring airports and other operators within airports to create service standards for their part of the journey. Examples could include how long it should typically take for a bag to arrive on the carousel, or expected wait times to enter security screening. Operators would also be required to publish their performance against these standards. The primary enforcement mechanism would be the obligation to publish standards and compliance with those standards. These precise publishing obligations would be established in the regulations, and failure to publish in accordance with the requirements could lead to the application of monetary penalties. It seems, Mr. Speaker, with the change in speakers, unfortunately my time is up. That may bring some applause from the opposition, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak today.
I thank the honourable member. Déclaration de députés, statements by members. L'honorable député de Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, last Sunday, Richmond Hill Hindu residents gathered at the 43rd annual Diwali Gala and fundraiser at Canadian Museum of Indian Civilization located within the Vishnu Mandir headed by Dr. Dubey. It was an evening dedicated to celebrating the magnificence of Diwali and supporting a heartfelt cause, raising funds for yet another dialysis clinic in Guyana and a beacon of hope for many. We also celebrated another milestone, the establishment of Dubey Medical Research Centre in Guyana and in Canada. On Monday, a memorandum of understanding was signed with the University of McMaster to form the research education institution of this joint venture. Diwali, a glorious festival of light, a time when millions around the world illuminate their homes and hearts, symbolizing the triumph of light over darkness, knowledge over ignorance. In these times, when the world grapples with numerous conflicts, the essence of Diwali resonates more profoundly. In this spirit of enlightenment, we also observe Hindu Heritage Month, acknowledging the rich traditions and contribution of Hindu community to our diverse Canadian tapestry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Kenora.
On November 10th, after 8 years, the Beaver Brae Broncos were back playing in the finals of the Winnipeg High School Football League, Mr. Speaker. The Broncos had an undefeated regular season to claim the AAA division regular season title and faced off against a familiar rival, the Fort Francis Muskies at IG Field in Winnipeg. And although it was the Muskies who gained the final victory, Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate the Broncos on an incredible 8-1 season record. I want to thank the dedicated coaches, especially head coach Chris Penner and his father Ferg, who have been the pillar of football in Kenora for decades. And as well, thank you to the parents, guardians, school staff, and all who support this great program year after year. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I have to say thank you to the players who played with intensity, great work ethic, worked hard for one another, but also played with class and showed great respect for their opponents throughout the year. You've made us all incredibly proud. Go Broncos!
Congratulations to the Broncos. The honourable member from Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This year marks the 90th year since the Great Famine of 1932 to 1944 in Ukraine, the Holodomor. It was recognized by the Government of Canada as a genocide of the Ukrainian people, in which millions died of starvation and murder. Today is also an opportunity to honor the resilience and the strength of the Ukrainian people. As the world reflects on this painful historical event, Moscow is perpetrating its blockade of Ukraine's grain exports, have sparked grain and fertilizer shortages, and put millions of people at risk of hunger. This date is an alarming reminder of how easily we take some things for granted. Let us take a moment to commemorate the many victims. And let us appreciate the bread on our tables and the initiatives that are still giving access to food to those in need during these challenging times around the world. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavik, AU. Mr. Speaker, it's with great sadness we learned of the passing of an important local man, Charlie Washipabano, member of the Hockey Abitibi-Temiskaming Board of Directors and Program Coordinator for AU Itchy Sports and Recreation. A former player with the Comets Midget AA and the Forestier Midget AAA in Amos in the late 90s, Charlie went on to play hockey college in New Hampshire. After his career as a player, he played a central role in the development of hockey in James Bay, notably as a trainer and coach of several minor hockey teams. In 2022, for the team's player development camp, the Montreal Canadiens called on his services as a guest coach. This charismatic figure of the Cree Nation left us far too young. I offer my condolences to his family, friends, and the Cree communities. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I had the honour of being at Queen's Park for the installation of Edith Dumont as Ontario's 30th and first Franco-Ontarian Lieutenant Governor. Edith Dumont is a respected educator and administrator who has dedicated her life to education, leadership, and community service. Driven by a desire to build relationships, strengthen communities, create cooperative teams, and push for inclusion, diversity, and the vitality of La Francophonie, her career has taken her all across Canada and around the world to places like France, Morocco, Romania, Rwanda, and South Africa. A proud Franco-Ontarian, she has devoted the past 3 decades to supporting Ontario's Francophone communities and advocating accessible, inclusive, quality French language education, among other things, as head of the Eastern Ontario French Language Public School Board and as Vice President of the University of French Ontario. We thank her for her dedication in her new role. Thank you.
Bruce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, farmers from across the country in Ottawa for a rally outside the Senate. Why are they out there today when they should be finishing their corn harvest? They're asking a few Liberal-appointed senators to stop playing games and put my bill, C-234, to a vote. A bill that will axe the carbon tax off propane and natural gas to dry your crops and heat your livestock barns on farm. Axing the carbon tax will save Canadian farmers $1 billion over the next 10 years. Farmers feed cities, and they help feed the world.
That's right.
At a time when this high-priced, high-inflation Liberal government should be helping farmers, they instead tell them to install a heat pump in your hog barn.
Unbelievable.
How out of touch can you be? Whether you're trying to raise a family, enjoy retirement, or making an honest living as a farmer, Canadians know one thing. After 8 long years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost.
That's right.
Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Aurora Oak Ridges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This weekend, I joined our community in Coming Together for Peace, a gathering hosted by Karen Dale of the Richmond Hill United Church. I would like to thank Doug Lowith and Marge Andre for organizing this evening. I'd also like to thank Sarah Loretta Schuster of the Turtle Clan for the smudging and traditional hand drumming, pianist Barry Peters and violinist Nadine Bargou for the soulful music, and all the speakers and volunteers who rounded out the evening. In candlelight, we came together to contemplate our common humanity through music, readings, and times of silence. We gathered in response to the divisiveness and intense emotions in our community surrounding the war raging between Israel and Hamas. This beautiful evening brought together people of many faiths to focus on peace and have conversation to heal the divisions. Change in a country begins with one person. We each have the power within ourselves to bring about massive change through immense love and peace within. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nickelbelt. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to highlight a major step forward for Francophone Saskatchewan. Last Saturday, November 18th, the Nation Fransaskoise inaugurated its bookstore in Saskatoon, The opening was attended by many Saskatchewan Francophones, also known as Francescois, who were delighted to have a new French-language bookstore. It's the only one in the entire province. In addition to being a bookstore, it offers a whole range of products promoting Francescois culture. The store's goals are to promote Francescois heritage and to foster a sense of belonging. We need to grow the sense of belonging to this community, and I'd like to salute the Nation Francescoise and the whole community on the opening of their new bookstore, and I wish the owners and all Francescois every success. Our identity is our proud French language, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Today we stand with Ukraine as they mark the Day of Dignity and Freedom, commemorating the Orange Revolution of 2004 and the Revolution of Dignity of 2013. 10 years ago today, we saw the beginning of a new era for Ukraine. Young students craving change took to the streets of Maidan to stand up for their aspirations of Euro integration and to reject lawlessness. They stood for justice, truth, and freedom, and our shared values of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. The world witnessed their strength and resilience. What started as the barricades on the Maidan was shortly transformed into the trenches of Donbass, and for the past 636 days, we've watched their heroic resistance against Russia's illegal invasion. What started as the defense of liberty and democracy has evolved into safeguarding Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Opposition to domestic tyrants like Viktor Yanukovych shifted to armed resistance against the barbaric raiders and terrorists by Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. Every day, Ukrainians unite for democracy, peace, and prosperity, not only for their homeland, but for all Western democracy. Slava Ukraini!
The honourable member from Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 1 in 4 children around the world is impacted by conflict and disaster, more likely to be displaced or living in a refugee camp. November 20th is World Children's Day, an opportunity to recommit our support for the fundamental rights of all children, including access to education, health and nutrition, and safety from violence. Earlier this month, youth leaders from across the country were in Ottawa to advocate for the health, protection, and security of children worldwide. They shared their experiences at a parliamentary reception I co-hosted with Results Canada, a national organization enabling everyday people to help put an end to extreme poverty. With over 500 million children facing crisis situations globally, it is critical to engage next-generation leaders to tackle the challenges of today. As we confront the realities of rising global conflict, let us raise our collective voice and champion children in emergencies. Merci.
The honourable member from Calgary Centre.
Speaker, for years now, this Minister of Finance has brought forth statements, not what will be done for Canadians, but how she can throw money around to address the latest crisis. Let's go through them. An environment crisis, a cost of living crisis, a housing affordability crisis, a national unity crisis, an addiction crisis compounded by a homelessness crisis, a food bank crisis, and a spiraling debt crisis. These crises are caused by the NDP Liberal government. As a rule doctors follow, the first step when taking action is do no harm. This government's actions over the past 8 years are killing the Canadian economy. Canada needs a new approach, one that puts results ahead of empty words and the splashing around of other people's money. It's obvious this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Let's start with balancing our budgets and focusing on building homes, jobs, and futures for Canadians. Common sense Conservatives will deliver powerful paychecks, not empty words.
The honourable member from Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of the most expensive government in our history, it is Canadians who are suffering the real-world consequences. There are now a record number of Canadians that are using food banks. Housing costs have doubled, and Canadians are reportedly cutting back on basic necessities just to afford their energy bills. The cost of living is spiraling out of control here in Canada, and it is this NDP Liberal coalition that is responsible.
That's right.
They continue to hike taxes taxes and add fuel to the inflationary fire, driving up interest rates. The only way to undo this damage that they have done is to reverse course in today's fall economic statement. Conservatives, we've provided a plan. Cancel the planned quadrupling of the carbon tax, announce a plan to balance the budget, and deliver a plan to build homes, not bureaucracy. Canadians are desperate for common sense, Mr. Speaker. Let's bring home lower prices.
Bring it home here. Gonna have Deputy Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to welcome municipal officials from across the country. To welcome them here to the Greater National Capital Region. They're here to represent their local communities at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Parliament Hill Days.
National voice of municipal governments with over 2,100 municipalities of all sizes, from urban to rural, and representing more than 92% of all Canadians.
Cooperation between municipalities and the federal government is essential if the realities of all Canadians are to be heard and considered. That's why I'd like to thank the mayors, reeves, councillors, municipal directors, staff, and the FCM for attending. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities is in Ottawa this week to discuss the essential work its members do in over 2,000 communities. And 16 of those communities are in my riding: Fruitvale, Montrose, Trail, Warfield, Roslyn, Castlegar, Slocan, Silverton, New Denver, Nakusp, Grand Forks, Greenwood, Midway, Vesuvius, Oliver, and Penticton, and the regional districts of Okanagan, Smilkameen, Kootenay Boundary, and Central Kootenay. Hear, hear. And I want to single out Leah Main, a councillor from Silverton. Leah is a champion of rural issues on the FCM executive. Municipalities are at the pointy end of the stick on some of the toughest issues: housing, climate adaptation, public safety, mental health, and more. But small towns lack the funds to tackle these massive problems, and many even lack the HR capacity to apply for existing funding programs. We need to fix this with more direct allocation of funds so that communities across Canada can do the work that we depend on them to do.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, we are currently marking Prostate Cancer Awareness Month with the Bovember campaign. But this year, Quebecers have an extra incentive because it was prostate cancer that took the life of singer Carl Tremblay, the lead singer of the Cowboy Fringants. He wasn't even in his 50s yet. Growing a mustache or wearing a bow tie for the Pro-Cure campaign is great since it helps spread information and support medical research. But there's something even more decisive that can be done in the fight against prostate cancer, and that is to take the prostate test yourself. So, Mr. Speaker, to you and my colleagues, both in government and opposition, I extend this friendly invitation, which under other circumstances might be considered unparliamentary. Guys, go and get your prostate checked.
Then I have the honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
8 years of this NDP Liberal government has given Canada the worst economic growth since the Great Depression. The OECD predicts that GDP per capita growth will be a paltry 0.7% per annum over the next 10 years, putting us dead last amongst advanced economies. We are facing declines in investment, innovation, and productivity. This Prime Minister, well, Mr. Speaker, he's just not worth the cost. Mr. Speaker, this country is quickly approaching a fork in the road. Canadians can choose between the last 8 years of record food bank usage, crime, and chaos in our cities, Canadians losing their houses because of high inflation and high interest rates, or a conservative plan that will empower Canadians to pursue their dreams, unfettered by burdensome regulation, punitive tax rates, and corrosive inflation. It's time for a new direction. It's time that Canadians started winning.
The honourable member from Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate the 90th anniversary of the famine genocide in Ukraine known as the Holodomor, when Joseph Stalin closed Ukraine's borders and confiscated all food to destroy a Ukrainian population opposed to his rule. 19 people per minute, 1,200 per hour, and 28,000 per day were dying of famine at the height of the Holodomor. The world was silent. Millions died as a result. My grandmother Olena was a survivor of the Holodomor, and she once told me that she hoped that the victims of the Holodomor would not only be remembered, but that they would be honored. Honoring them for her meant not just remembering them or commemorating them, but taking the steps to ensure that a crime like this never happens again. Right now, in Russian-occupied Ukraine, it is happening again. Russia is killing, torturing, and raping civilians. Russia is deporting Ukrainian children to Russia. Russia is committing genocide in Ukraine again. The only way to stop this is for Canada and our allies to give the Ukraine the support it needs to ensure it recaptures all of its territory, to ensure it achieves a decisive victory. Let us do as my grandmother would have asked if she were here today. Let us remember the victims. Let us commemorate the victims. Let us honor them.
There has been a request for unanimous consent from members to allow a member to make her declaration again because another member had walked in front of her at that time. Does this member have unanimous consent to? Thank you. L'honorable député de, je m'excuse, Bay James EU.
The honourable member for Abitibi James Bay. Mr. Speaker, it was with great sadness that we learned of the passing of an important local man, Charlie Washa Pabino, member of the Hockey Abitibi-Temiskaming Board of Directors and Program Coordinator for AUHE Sports and Recreation. A former player with the Midget AA Comets and the Forestier Midget AAA in Amos in the late 90s, Charlie went on to play college hockey in New Hampshire. After his career as a player, he played a central role in the development of hockey in the James Bay area, including as a trainer and coach of several minor hockey teams. In 2022, for the team's development camp, the Montreal Canadiens called on his services as a guest coach. This charismatic figure of the Cree Nation has left us far too young. I offer my condolences to his family, friends, and the Cree communities. I'd like to thank all members for allowing our colleague to do that.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister, we know that he's just not worth the cost. Now we have a Scotiabank report stating that government deficit spending, which is mainly the federal government, has increased interest rates by 2%. That's $700 a month for the average mortgage. That's $8,400 a year for the average family, just in additional interest rates, because of deficits mainly caused by this Prime Minister. Will he present a plan today to balance the budget and reduce interest rates so Canadians can keep their homes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know what the Conservative Party's approach is: austerity and cuts. We, on the other hand, are investing in housing. We are investing to ensure that Canadians find life more affordable. We know that this is a difficult period for Canadians, but the solution is not austerity and cuts. It is strategic investments to support families, to create the jobs of tomorrow, and to build hundreds of thousands of new housing units in the years to come.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Austerity and cuts are exactly what Canadian families are living today. 7 million of them are cutting meals because they can't afford food prices after he's inflated them. And many are cutting homes and forced to live in tents because mortgage rates have risen so fast under this Prime Minister's deficit. Scotiabank now calculates government deficits are adding 2 full percentage points to the rates. That's $700 per month in higher mortgage payments. Next year, $900 billion, the next 3 years, $900 billion of new mortgages, or 2/3 will come up for renewal. We risk a massive default crisis. Will the Prime Minister announce a plan to balance the budget to bring down mortgage rates so Canadians can keep their homes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've seen this movie before. The Conservative politician's approach to facing challenges is always cuts and austerity. He recognizes, like we all do, that Canadians are facing difficult times, and his solution is for the federal government to do less, to invest less in Canadians, to be there less to support Canadians. That is not what we're going to do, Mr. Speaker. Over the past number of months, we've announced the construction of over 100,000, 200,000 homes across the country. We're delivering support for people in buying groceries with greater competition, and we're moving forward with clean jobs into the future, whether it's manufacturing with Stellantis or Volkswagen, whether it's resources. We're moving forward to support workers.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
What we're proposing is for the government, the federal government, to do less damage and cost less money so that Canadians don't have to live in austerity and cuts like they are today. Today we found out that rent rose faster in October than in any month in 40 years. The Prime Minister's solution to that? Quadruple the carbon tax. Quadruple the carbon tax? Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister announce in an hour in his fall economic statement that he's gotten a little bit of common sense, that he's going to cancel the quadrupling and cap the tax until the carbon tax election, when I will win and axe the tax all?
Mr. Speaker, our solution to Canadians who are having trouble affording housing is to build more housing, is to invest in working with municipalities to unlock more homes built, to bring down rents. These are the investments we're making. But, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that the Leader of the Opposition talks about the damage we're doing to Canada by delivering $10 a day childcare, the damage we're doing to Canada by delivering dental care to kids who can't afford it, the damage we're doing to Canada by continuing to step up for seniors by protecting their pensions. If that's damage, then we really see what the Conservative leader is made of.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is forcing Canadians to give $15 billion to one battery plant that we now learn is going to employ 1,600 foreign workers with Canadian tax dollars. Now, $15 billion works out to $1,000 in federal taxes for every single family in Canada. You would think that he would read the contract he signed with this multinational company. And if he did, can he tell us the section in that contract that limits the number of foreign workers that get Canadian tax dollars?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is, even for having watched this Leader of the Opposition in his almost 20-year political career, it is still astonishing to see the way he will choose to use any misinformation to score political points. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, he opposes the investments in manufacturing in Canada. He opposes the Stellantis deal to create EV batteries. He opposes the Volkswagen deal that's going to create up to 30,000 direct and indirect jobs in St. Thomas. He continues to stand against a plan to grow great jobs into a net zero future, and he'll use any fake excuse to try and advance that cause.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister has spread nothing but disinformation on these very projects. He was billions of dollars in underestimating the original cost before the shovels were even in the ground. He claimed the thing would pay itself back in 5 years. Now we know it's 20. And now we've learned that the majority of the jobs are going to go to foreign workers. That's right. Struggling single moms and seniors will pay $1,000 in taxes mostly to pay the wages of foreign workers who will not even keep the money here. Why does he so thoroughly disdain and disrespect Canadian workers that he wants to send their money to another country?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that is flat out false, and it is a kind of fear-mongering from the Leader of the Opposition Canadians are seeing almost every single day. Mr. Speaker, these are thousands of good jobs for Canadians because this government has stepped up to reinvest in manufacturing. After decades, after years of neglect under a Conservative government, we are stepping up to deliver for Canadians. We are delivering a strong future into a net zero world, and this Leader of the Opposition is wanting to take us back to the Stone Age.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, Quebec and Canada are facing major economic issues, and that's doubtless why we're having an economic update. But before going to speak to Quebec seniors or Quebec Chambers of Commerce, will the Prime Minister confirm today that the economic update will explicitly include an increase in old age security and an extension in the period for reimbursing COVID loans to small businesses? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for 8 years we have been there for seniors with investments to increase their pension, to help the most vulnerable seniors, with programs that have delivered help and support for seniors in their communities. We've invested in housing for seniors. We will keep being there for seniors. And during COVID, we were there to support small business, to help entrepreneurs. We will continue to be there, and I'm looking forward to sharing the content of the fall economic update with my colleague, but he will still have to wait a few hours. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, sometimes I wonder if I should send the Prime Minister my questions in advance, because then maybe the answer would have something to do with my question. So if I'm understanding what he's saying, there won't be more money for seniors, and that there won't be anything for the tens of thousands of businesses which may have to close due to the consequences of the pandemic. Perhaps the government is afraid that it won't have enough money. But then I have an idea. Why not just cut subsidies to oil companies so that it can support seniors and businesses? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very happy to send a schedule to the Leader of the Bloc Québécois to tell him that the economic update will be shared at 4 o'clock this afternoon. It will be shared with the House of Commons and Canadians. Then the Bloc Québécois can ask whatever they like about it. But I will say that help for seniors, Canadians, housing, cost of living assistance, investments in a more prosperous economy in a changing world, those are all things that will be in the update. And I'm looking forward to sharing it with my colleagues.
L'honorable député de Burnaby-Sud. When the Prime Minister announced the Stellantis battery plant in Windsor, he said this would be good jobs for a generation of Canadians. Now we're learning that there's potentially a secret deal for 1,600 foreign workers. So when the Prime Minister made this announcement, was it just a photo announcement, or was it really a plan to create jobs for Canadians? And will the Prime Minister make this deal public so Canadians can find out whether he broke yet another promise?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know nobody in this House was surprised that the Leader of the official opposition fell prey to disinformation and choosing to attack the Stellantis deal. But it's disappointing to see the NDP leader anchored in the community of Windsor speaking out against this Stellantis deal based on nothing but rumors and disinformation. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is thousands upon thousands of good jobs for Canadians good jobs, it will grow the local economy, will contribute to our battery and manufacturing supply chain in Canada. This is a good deal for Canada. Everyone should get behind it, especially people who care about Windsor.
The honourable member from Burnaby South.
If the Prime Minister has not seen the high, then just make the deal public. Canadians will know.
Loblaws and Metro have just announced much higher profits than last year, at a time when 1 out of 10 Quebecers is having to go to food banks. This morning, we learned that grocery inflation has been higher than general inflation for the 23rd consecutive month. Will the Prime Minister announce the measures to increase competition that we've been asking for today? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have been concerned about grocery prices for some time. That is why both the Minister and the Parliamentary Committee have brought in the heads of the grocery chains and have spoken with them to stabilize grocery prices. We know that it's important that we be here to support Canadians with the cost of living, and I can assure my colleagues that in our fall economic statement that we will table shortly, there will be measures to further increase grocery competition to help people be able to make ends meet and support their families during this difficult time.
The honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
Last year, the finance minister promised to balance the budget in her false hopes update, then did a massive flip-flop and promised to balance the budget in the year never. The Prime Minister did a massive flip-flop recently too on his carbon tax scam, where he gave a temporary carve-out for Canadians in Atlantic Canada. That's 3% of Canadians, whereas poll numbers were tanking. After 8 years, this Liberal NDP government are not worth the cost, and they still plan on quadrupling it. Why don't they pause quadrupling the carbon tax in today's failing economic update and call a carbon tax election so Canadians can decide?
The honourable Minister for Natural Resources Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague often neglects to mention a whole range of important facts. The price on pollution is an important component of a broad approach to fighting climate change. It is done in a manner that addresses affordability concerns. 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back than they pay. With respect to home heating oil, it is a specific case. We are focused on ensuring we're doing it in a manner that will help us to drive up the fight against climate change while ensuring affordability for Canadians. It is a responsible and thoughtful approach to public policy, something that we never hear from the Conservatives.
The honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
Canada's best climate change plan is going to be a change in government under the common sense Conservative leader as Prime Minister. 2 million Canadians going to a food bank in a single month. 1 in 5 are skipping meals. Food inflation out of control. Failed woke policies are like the carbon tax are driving up the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating. While these Liberal NDP government continue to miss every single climate change target that they set for themselves, and Canadians get less in these phony rebates. And they still plan on quadrupling it. So why don't they put the pause on quadrupling the carbon tax and go to election so Canadians can decide on the carbon tax themselves?
The honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think on this side, and actually for Canadians across this country, but particularly in Ontario, when we hear the words common sense and Conservatives, we get the shivers, because we remember the time when they cut services to education, when they cut services to healthcare, when they cut important services for water that led to deaths in Walkerton, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we hear common sense Conservatives, we know that means cuts for Canadians, harms to Canadians, and nothing good comes of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, grocery and home heating bills continue to rise, as do rent and mortgage payments. Scotiabank has said that inflationary government deficits are to blame. If our deficit maker-in-chief was to show fiscal responsibility, it would drop interest rates by 2% and save the average family $700 a month off their mortgage. Does the Prime Minister understand that his deficits are making it difficult for people to afford basic necessities like food and housing, or does he think that all Canadians are auditioning for Les Mis?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind the member opposite and perhaps inform the House that this morning Statistics Canada indicated that inflation has dropped yet again in this country. It is now at 3.1%. Mr. Speaker, Canada continues to have the lowest deficit among all G7 countries. And with respect to the report that my honourable colleague cites, that report indicates that it is actually provincial spending, not federal, and COVID supports that are the result of the statistics that he's citing, Mr. Speaker. The facts are important.
The honourable member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, if we all quiet down, you can already hear the fiscal engines in the background starting to rev up, as the only solution for inflationary spending for this Prime Minister is more inflationary spending. The Conservative leader has challenged the Prime Minister to stop his carbon tax hikes, reduce his deficits, and build homes, not bureaucracy. Will they address these issues in their mini-budget today, or will they reject this common-sense plan and show that the only thing that isn't subject to rising inflation in Canada is the competence of this NDP Liberal government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister stated just a few moments ago, the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance will be tabling the fall economic statement at 4 p.m. in this House. All members, including the member opposite, will have a chance to look at all of the numbers, and we will have a chance in this House to debate the economic plan that our government has put forward, Mr. Speaker. I would remind the member opposite, when he talks of deficit, that Canada continues to have the lowest deficit among all G7 countries, and we will continue to be fiscally responsible.
Good job.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of inflationary Liberal spending, this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost for Quebecers. Quebec's October inflation was still the worst in Canada at 4.2%. Scotiabank experts have calculated that government overspending has added 2% to interest rates in Canada. That's $700 a month more for mortgages. Will the Liberal Prime Minister announce a plan today to balance the budget in today's mini-budget so that interest rates can come down and Canadians and Quebecers can keep their homes?
L'honorable Secrétaire Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, the fall economic update will be tabled at 4 in a very short time, and then our honourable colleague will be able to look at the numbers. But I can confirm immediately that Canada will continue to have the lowest deficit in the G7, and we will continue to be fiscally responsible.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
The honourable member. Well, according to the data we've seen, rent prices have risen by more than 9% in Quebec over the past year. In the Journal de Montréal, we read about a 30-year-old man who was preparing to spend his first winter on the street with nowhere to call home. After 8 years of inflationary Liberal spending, it's hard to understand why the Bloc Québécois wants 2 more years of this and also to radically increase the carbon tax. The Bloc Québécois wants the balance of power, not a balanced budget. Does the Prime Minister have the Bloc say so to continue irresponsibly spending billions of dollars? Or will he finally listen to Conservative common sense and balance the budget?
L'honorable Ministre des Transports.
The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are telling us that they care about Canadians, but they don't seem to give a fig about what's happening. They don't seem to care about the flooding, the heavy rains, the wildfires everywhere. They don't seem to care at all. They want to cut money to fight climate change. They want to make us back up and keep backing up with cuts and austerity, but we will not be dragged back into the Stone Age. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, Radio-Canada's revelation that Mexican drug cartels are trafficking people across Canada's border is very serious. The federal government cannot allow criminal groups to exploit migrants, and that's not all. The RCMP has confirmed that the crossings used by the cartels for human trafficking are the very same ones that are used for weapons and drug trafficking. Needless to say, the federal government cannot allow Mexican cartels to set up shop here. When will the government regain control of the border? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my colleague. We cannot accept cartels taking control of the border, but we should also avoid exaggerating in the question. Mr. Speaker, our government is concerned about what Radio-Canada reported, and that's exactly why we will be working more closely with our law enforcement services, with border services, and, very importantly, with our American partners in order to fight exactly what my colleague is talking about. I believe in the hard work of border services and the RCMP. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, it's not my question that was exaggerated. It's the negligence of this government. Cartels don't just facilitate crime at the border, they are directly involved in crime in Quebec. Radio-Canada has revealed that South Americans who entered the country with fake Mexican passports have organized a network of burglaries in Quebec. To quote the Montreal police, they come to the country for the sole purpose of robbing people. Mr. Speaker, the Montreal police have even said that Quebec is an easy target because of these loopholes at the border. So my question is simple. What is the federal government doing to regain control of the border? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to fight organized crime. We will do so on many fronts simultaneously. We have invested $400 million more in our law enforcement agencies, the border services, the RCMP, to give them the tools they need to work with their Quebec and U.S. partners in order to fight the arrival of organized crime. My colleague knows very well that I spoke about it with Minister Bonnardel in Quebec. We will continue to work with Quebec and our U.S. partners because we take this threat very seriously. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the federal government cannot keep letting the cartels exploit migrants. It can't allow them to spread misinformation on social networks in order to extract thousands of dollars from these disadvantaged people. It can't let them place people at risk of imprisonment in Canada or in the U.S. As we speak, vulnerable people are making their way to Canada on the basis of lies, and they're getting robbed and arrested. When will the government finally put an end to this exploitation? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, we completely share these concerns about the exploitation of migrants. The Prime Minister raised matters of irregular migration with the President of Mexico. My colleague, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, has also discussed these matters with her counterparts in the U.S. and Mexico. And I myself had that discussion with my American counterparts in order to ensure that all possible measures will be taken in order to prevent exactly what my colleague just spoke about.
The Honourable Member from Lethbridge.
The Prime Minister promised to make housing more affordable for Canadians, but we know that wasn't totally true. After 8 years of this Liberal government, rent has doubled, housing prices have skyrocketed. In fact, they've doubled as well. And mortgage payments, of course, have gone through the roof. In fact, today, Scotiabank confirmed that mortgage rates have increased by 2% just due to this government's overspending. No other factors considered, just this government's overspending. Mortgage rates have gone up by 2%, which means on average $700 a month extra on a family's mortgage. When will this government do the responsible thing, rein in their spending, so that Canadians can afford to put a roof over their head?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, in order to address the national housing crisis, we're making the investments necessary to get Canada building again. And I have good news for my colleague. It is working. When we look at the Statistics Canada report from yesterday, we see significant increases in the investments in residential construction. In fact, the heading of the section from the report is entitled Strong Gains in Residential Investment, indicating a nearly 8% increase just this past month. We have a plan to continue to cut costs for home builders and to make the investments necessary to get the homes built that the economy and that families who live in it need.
The Honourable Member from Lethbridge.
I'm not sure what Liberal report the honourable member is reading from, but the stat is this. Actually, fewer homes are being built, and investment in the market is down by 14% for new construction. So that's the fact. And out of that, then, rent is doubling for Canadians, mortgages are skyrocketing, and housing prices have also doubled. Canadians can't afford to house themselves. In fact, their mortgage rates are up on average by $700 a month, and that is only due to this government's overspending. Just due to their overspending alone, $700 a month. No other factors considered, just their overspending. When will they rein it in, do the responsible thing, and allow Canadians to afford a roof over their head?
The Honourable Minister for Housing Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to my honourable colleague, she just does not have her numbers right. She is entitled to her own opinion, but certainly not to her own facts. I will tell you specifically what the Stats Canada, which is not some Liberal organization, it operates independently. They indicated this month investment in residential building went up 7.3%. Single-family home investment increased 6.4%. Multi-unit construction rose 8.2%. Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives are concerned about the housing crisis, why are they committing to cut funding for home building and to raise taxes on home builders?
The Honourable Member from Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, rent has doubled, house prices have doubled, and mortgage payments are up 150%. Just now, Statistics Canada shows that investment in housing construction is down 14%. Turns out that photo ops with the housing minister in hard hats don't actually build homes. Who knew? Will the government end their photo ops so Canadians can get houses built?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I find it fascinating when there are accusations about using photo ops for political gain, when the leader of the Conservative Party, when he was a minister, actually violated election rules for a photo op where he showed up wearing a Conservative Party logo on behalf of the government of Canada. Mr. Speaker, with respect to my honourable colleague, he has the facts wrong. Stats Canada is indicated that we are actually seeing an increase in housing investments when it comes to the residential sector. Housing starts are up. In fact, we are on pace to build more than 50,000 additional homes over and above the record that the Conservatives achieved while they were in government.
Absolutely. The Honourable Member from Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, you know what, Mr. Speaker? When the Conservative leader was Minister of Housing, a typical family home cost only $450,000. Investment in housing construction is down 14% under this minister. Rent has doubled, house prices have doubled, and mortgage payments are up 150%. Again, will the government end their photo op so Canadians can get houses built?
While the member from Edmonton Riverbend was asking his question, it was difficult for the Speaker to hear because of a conversation I was having at the far end of the House. I'm going to ask all members, please, to keep your voices down, to take your microphone when the Speaker recognizes you, to either ask or to answer a question. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that the Conservatives like to make up facts, but I didn't realize that they were trying to make a new way of doing math. When Statistics Canada says that housing starts are up 7%, that does not equal a decrease of 14%. I would encourage the members opposite to look at the Stats Canada report, but we understand that they don't have a lot of respect for Stats Can because it was them when they were in government that cut the long-form census because they don't like to make policy based on data because then they can actually realize that they're making bad policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's public service workers stepped up during the pandemic and every day since to deliver the critical services Canadians rely on. How does this government thank them? With a disastrous rollout to a new health care plan. Workers are paying thousands of dollars out of pocket for their medication, health care, and wait months to be reimbursed, forcing families to make impossible decisions. The Liberals' lack of urgency to act just shows how out of touch they are. When will the government stop delaying and fix this mess so workers can have the benefits they earned?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's public servants and their families deserve to have access to their benefits as quickly as possible. I have been in close touch with the supplier and have ensured that the supplier will agree to bringing down call wait times to between 5 to 10 minutes by December 31st, opening call centres on weekends, as well as introducing escalation processes for those who aren't served well. Mr. Speaker, we will always make sure that Canada's public servants are reimbursed for their benefits. We are grateful for their service every single day. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Timmins, James Bay.
So we're getting the fall economic update from the government today. Well, let me give an update from small businesses in Northern Ontario. I mean, first they got hammered by the pandemic, then they got hammered by high inflation. Now they're being hammered by Liberal indifference. And if the Prime Minister doesn't change course on the CEBA repayments, many of our businesses are going to be forced to close their doors in January. So will the Prime Minister do the right thing and extend the loan repayment deadline so that we can have our small businesses get back on their feet? Excellent.
The Honourable Minister for Small Business.
Mr. Speaker, we know times are tough and still tough for small businesses. If they are unable to repay by January 18, they still have a full 3 years to repay their CEBA loan. We extended the term loan repayment deadline to make sure that small businesses are able to focus on navigating pandemic recovery. We are also cutting taxes for growing small businesses and lowering credit card fees by up to a quarter. We will always be there for small businesses, Mr. Speaker, and that will never change.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada Pension Plan is a key pillar in the federal government's commitment to support Canadians in their retirement. Residents in my province are worried about the attack it's facing. But even more alarming is the official opposition's continued silence on the issue. Can the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Official Languages tell us what our government is doing to protect Alberta pensions and ensure that the Canada Pension Plan we have all paid into is there for people in retirement?
Good question. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Calgary Skyview for his question and his hard work. Albertans must speak up on this matter. As a federal government, Mr. Speaker, we will always protect the pensions of Albertans and to fight the reckless and risky proposal of Alberta Conservatives to pull Albertans out of the CPP. Every member in this House should be defending the CPP, but Mr. Speaker, what do we hear from Alberta Conservatives? Silence, zero, zilch, and their silence speaks volumes about their unwillingness to protect Albertans and their pensions. We will stick up for Albertans every day and for the Canada Pension Plan. They can do whatever they want. We got the backs of Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Kenora.
After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, we know this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. He's planning to quadruple the carbon tax on gas, groceries, and home heating, but our common sense plan is to axe the tax to bring home lower prices. Mr. Speaker, today the government has an opportunity. Will they include in today's mini budget a plan to finally stop their carbon tax hikes?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party pretends to offer certain principles, and if you don't like those, they have other principles. In their 2008 platform, and I quote, "We will work to develop and implement a North America-wide cap-and-trade system for greenhouse gases and air pollution." In their 2021 platform that they all ran on, they said, and I quote, "We recognize that the most efficient way to reduce our emissions is the use of pricing mechanisms." My goodness, given the flip-flopping on that side of the House, how do Canadians believe anything these folks say?
Order. The Honourable Member from Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, the simple fact is that this government's plan just isn't working. They continue to miss climate target after climate target. They're only driving up the cost of living for Canadians. And in Northern Ontario, we cannot afford to pay more for gas and home heating. But the Liberal and NDP politicians across Northern Ontario continue to leave their residents out in the cold. So I will ask again, will we see in today's mini budget a plan from this government to finally cancel their carbon tax hikes?
À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to correct a record. The Harper government didn't meet any of the environmental targets that they have. We are on track, 85% to meet our 2030 targets. We have 6 years left, Mr. Speaker, to get there, and we will meet the interim 2026 targets. We are meeting our targets when it comes to climate change, when it comes to protecting nature, when it comes to phasing out plastic pollution. Right. They don't believe in any of this, Mr. Speaker. They want to increase pollution in Canada, not on this side of the House. We're working for Canadians, for the health of Canadians, for the future of our kids and grandkids, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse, Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. La Banque Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Scotiabank experts have calculated that the government overspending adds 2 percentage points to interest rates in Canada, and it's Canadians who are struggling to pay their mortgage rates that are paying the price. This government has never tabled a balanced budget. Will the government announce a plan to balance the budget today so that interest rates can come down and Canadians can stay in their homes? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives who try to blame the federal government for inflation have a difficult task ahead of them. The report that my colleague is quoting says that COVID supports and government expenditures from provincial governments are responsible for these increases, not federal government expenditures. My colleague is a former member of the Quebec Legislative Assembly. Is she saying that we should demand that provinces spend less? Is that her conclusion?
L'honorable député de Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis.
With respect, I'll bring her back to reality. The economic situation is such that a young man from Sherbrooke has to spend winter in a tent because there's no access to affordable housing. The costly Liberal Bloc coalition wants to radically increase the carbon tax, which is going to raise the price of everything. It costs a lot to vote for the Bloc. We're asking the government to cancel carbon tax increases, balance the budget, build housing, and not bureaucracy. Will the Minister of Finance surprise us and balance the budget and give us some hope? The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change. What's disappointing for many people watching us is to see that the member who once defended carbon pricing, who stood up for fighting climate change, has flip-flopped and now is part of a party that no longer believes in climate change, doesn't believe in protecting the environment for our children and grandchildren. That's what Canadians find disappointing.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
Monsieur le Président, nos médias. Mr. Speaker, our media are in crisis. Yesterday, the head of Quebecor said that TVA is being pushed to the limit. Bell Media's vice president said, the longer we wait, the more we put ourselves at risk and the more we expose ourselves to losing sources of information. Meanwhile, what did the minister say? We hope that by 2025, we'll have a new regulatory framework. 2025. Our media outlets are in danger now. 2 years from now is too late. What's the minister waiting for? The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage. As my colleague knows, since the media crisis started in Canada, the government has been there to set up tax credits, among other measures, programs which did not exist before. We will continue to do so. We've now provided all the tools to the CRTC required to adapt the regulatory framework to today's reality, especially to ensure that web giants pay their fair share and participate in the success of our Canadian businesses and creating Canadian content. We will continue to work in partnership with all representatives of the media industry. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
Monsieur le Président, C11, C18, c'est des...
Mr. Speaker, C11 and C18 are good ideas, but they're not working. Until negotiations with web giants are concluded on C18, we need an emergency fund for our media. I think it's reasonable. And it's essential to maintain the diversity of information sources in the short term. In the long term, we'll need a lot more, but right now, we can send a clear message that we're ready to act to save our media. Will the minister quickly set up an emergency fund before there's more closures in the news media world? The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. The Bloc Québécois is among the parties who, unlike the Conservatives, participated in making sure that legislation for news online and for modernizing the Radio Broadcasting Act passed. That's why the CRTC is getting ready to set up a new regulatory framework. Over the next few months and years, a lot of work will be done. One thing is sure is that unlike the Conservatives, we've always been there to support our creators and our artists and will continue to do so.
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this NDP Liberal government isn't worth the cost. The Liberal-appointed chair of the Green Slush Fund resigned in disgrace after it was revealed that she funneled more than $200,000 of taxpayers' money into her company. An independent report reveals that this just scratches the surface of corruption at the foundation. So how many more Liberal insiders have used the Green Slush Fund to line their pockets?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure that Canadians who are watching this member are wondering what he's saying again, Mr. Speaker. Let me bring facts to the story. Mr. Speaker, from the moment we heard of allegation, we commissioned to have an independent investigation. We froze the fund of the institution, Mr. Speaker. We accepted the resignation of the chair. The CEO has resigned, Mr. Speaker. We're going to go to the bottom of this, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to continue to help the companies in our country, Mr. Speaker.
If I could ask all members to please keep their comments limited to the person who is asking questions or the person who is answering them. The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton, now has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the independent report revealed that multiple board members voted to funnel money from the fund to companies that they had an interest in. This is scandalous. In the face of evidence of self-dealing and corruption, the minister has not seen fit to fire anyone. Why? Which Liberal insiders is he protecting? Why?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And you know what is scandalous, Mr. Speaker? Is these conservatives making claims, Mr. Speaker, making allegations against people, Mr. Speaker. What a responsible government does, Mr. Speaker, is when there's allegation, we investigate. That's exactly what we did, Mr. Speaker. We suspended the financing of the organization. The CEO has resigned. We have accepted the resignation of the chair, Mr. Speaker. We're going to go to the bottom of this, but we're going to continue to help companies in this country. We invest in green technologies, Mr. Speaker.
Encore une fois, j'espère que tous les députés.
Once again, I hope that all members will take the time to listen to the member who asked the question and listen to the answer as well. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Liberal government, unfortunately, a personality trait of this government is ethics problems. Recently, there was the $1 billion Green Fund. The Auditor General is investigating $40 million in mismanaged funds. The chair of that organization paid herself $200,000, funneling it to her own company. The Canadians who are listening to us want a clear answer from the government. How and when is this government going to hold these people accountable and pay back the money that these people used to help out their own little Liberal friends? The Honourable Minister for Innovation. As you know, I have a great deal of respect for my colleague for Saint Laurent. He's an honourable man. But today, the people in Saint Laurent must be asking questions because he knows full well what the government is doing. As soon as allegations were made, we demanded an independent verification to get to the bottom of things. We suspended the organization's funds. The CEO of the organization resigned. The chair of the board of directors also resigned. We're going to continue to help Canadian companies while we handle this.
Député de Madawaska-Restigouche.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whether it be in the lovely region of Madawaska or Restigouche, which are the most beautiful in the country, the tourism industry continues to draw tourism to every corner of our country. The tourism industry represents an important opportunity for growth. So much so that the World Travel and Tourism Council predicts that tourism's contribution to Canada's GDP could double by 2033. It's a golden opportunity. Can the Minister of Tourism tell us how our government is supporting Canadian tourism to continue to grow and attract more visitors?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is right. Tourism represents 1.9 billion jobs. It's represented in every location throughout the country and generates $266 million a day. Yesterday, we launched the Tourism Growth Program, $108 million. That's going to be delivered through local economic agencies. These investments will support businesses and organizations to help them grow and provide authentic tourism experiences. This is an essential part of our Canadian economy.
The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
This NDP Liberal government spent $54 million on the Arrive Scam app, and now RCMP are investigating contractors. More evidence that after 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Now, two senior public servants have accused each other of lying about who made the decision to hire GC Strategies. GC Strategies is a two-man company that does nothing and that subcontracts all the actual work. So will the minister responsible for this decision stand up now and explain to the House why GC Strategies was chosen?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what I'm happy to explain to the House is how seriously our government takes allegations of inappropriate behavior with taxpayers' money and contracting or subcontracting. We're obviously very pleased that the committee is looking into this matter. We're pleased that the Auditor General is also seized with this question. And we're also pleased, Mr. Speaker, that the Canadian Border Services Agency, when these issues came to light, took the appropriate action in internal reviews and, as was appropriate, referred any and all of these circumstances to the appropriate authorities.
The honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
South Korea's ambassador told Windsor officials that the auto giant Stellantis will employ 1,600 workers from South Korea, not Canada, at the $15 billion subsidized battery plant. Every mom on a minimum wage, every couple struggling to pay their mortgage, every union assembly line worker will each pay $1,000 in taxes to subsidize these foreign workers. After 8 years, this Prime Minister's not worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister ensure that all jobs at the Stellantis plant go to Canadian paychecks, not foreign workers?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from these conservatives, Mr. Speaker. They have done nothing for the people of Windsor. They have done nothing for the workers, Mr. Speaker. And they have certainly done nothing for the auto sector, Mr. Speaker. One thing that we have done, Mr. Speaker, is to maximize opportunities for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And let me give him some news. The CEO of the company just confirmed that there will be 2,500 Canadian workers at the plant and up to 2,300 to build the plant, Mr. Speaker. This is what I call working for Canadians.
The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
This minister should take a lesson from just about anyone willing to give it, and I'll tell you why. The unemployment rate in Windsor is 7%. They're bringing in 1,600 workers from Korea, and this plant is going to cost $1,000 per Canadian family. Every unemployed union worker in Windsor could have this job. Instead, these incompetent, arrogant Liberals give the job to 1,600 Koreans. Will the minister promise right now the jobs will go to hard-working Canadians, not workers from any other country, including Korea?
The honourable minister.
I'm sure Canadians are shocked to hear this member again repeating falsehood, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know, Mr. Speaker, not to trust these Conservatives when it comes to jobs, when it comes to growth, when it comes to the auto sector, Mr. Speaker. Let me repeat so he can write down the number. 2,500 jobs at the plant, Mr. Speaker. Up to 2,300 to build the plant, Mr. Speaker. That's what the CEO said. That's what we're going to do, Mr. Speaker. We're going to build opportunity for Canadians.
Order. The honourable member from Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, this past weekend, leaders, parliamentarians, and senior military personnel from the world's democracies gathered in my hometown of Halifax for the 15th annual Halifax International Security Forum. We came together for meaningful discussions of international security, defense, the role of women in peacekeeping, the threats of climate change, and so much more. Mr. Speaker, could the Minister of National Defence share with this House the important work that was done over the past several days in Halifax?
Great question. The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Halifax not only for his great question, but also for his terrific hospitality. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, last weekend we welcomed world leaders and a terrific contingent of Canadian parliamentarians to the largest defence conference of democracies, the Halifax International Security Forum. And Mr. Speaker, this was not only a shining moment for Canada, but it was a great day for the city of Halifax because I had the opportunity to announce $26 million to establish the NATO Defence Innovation Accelerator and, Mr. Speaker, $188 million for a new training centre for CFB Halifax, Canada's largest military base. Mr. Speaker, it was a terrific weekend for Canada's national defence and for the great city of Halifax.
The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, the window to address runaway climate change is rapidly closing, and as the Environment Commissioner clearly laid out, far too many of this Liberal government's climate strategies are falling far short of what is required. Now we learn that the Greener Homes program, the federal fund that allows homeowners to retrofit their homes and install heat pumps, is already running out of money. So will the minister commit to not only renewing this program's funding, but also fixing it so it finally works for low-income homeowners?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, enhancing building efficiency is extremely important in the fight against climate change and in the appropriate utilization of our natural resources. Certainly, we put into place a number of programs, including the oil to heat pump program, but also the Green Buildings program, which actually provides a $5,000 grant to Canadians to improve the energy efficiency of their home. The number one implementation is heat pumps. We sourced money for that program. It has been enormously popular. We will continue to actually receive applications, and of course, we are going to look, as every program, at the results and what we will do to supplement those things on a go-forward basis.
The honourable member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's leading humanitarian aid agencies have united together to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. People in Nanaimo Ladysmith are demanding action from the federal government. All hostages need to be released and a ceasefire declared so that no more children are killed. But this Prime Minister doesn't seem to recognize that the killing of over 13,000 innocent civilians and more than 1.7 million displaced is an atrocity, and it must end now. So I will ask you again, when will the Prime Minister call for a ceasefire?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
L'honorable ministre des Affaires mondiales.
The Honourable Minister for Global Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we've seen horrific scenes on October 7 when Hamas attacked innocent Israelis. And of course, we also know that Gaza is one of the worst places on earth to live in right now. So we need to make sure that all civilians are protected. We need to make sure as well as humanitarian aid can be sent to Gaza. We are seeing that right now there are negotiations happening between Israel, between Hamas, brokered by Qatar, and we look forward to seeing all hostages released and humanitarian aid allowed to Gaza.
And that, unfortunately, brings to an end question period for the day. I do see rising on a point of order the member from, from Dufferin Caledon.
Speaker, in my question today, I asked the minister whether there were going to be 1,600 workers from Korea. On his way into the House of Commons, he was asked that question, and he said, "I'm not surprised there'd be a transfer of knowledge, as no one has done batteries in North America before." So he's admitting there will be those workers, and then accusing me of misinformation. He should withdraw.
Colleagues, I'd like to thank the member from Dufferin Caledon for raising this point. It has skated, I think, over into the point of debate. I do encourage the member, of course, to pose questions on this at the appropriate time.
As it is 3:20, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-57. Call on the members.
I invite all members to find their seats. The question is as follows.
Madame Ng, appuyée par Ms.
Ng, seconded by Ms. Ian, moved that Bill C-57, an act to implement the 2023 Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on International Trade.
La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Miss Tassi.
Miss Tassie.
Miss Suds.
Miss Suds.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Miss Grove.
Miss Grove.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Qualtrough.
Miss Qualtrough.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Miss Ian.
Miss Ian.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Miss Jones.
Miss Jones.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Fragascato.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Miss Damoff.
Miss Damoff.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Miss Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Madame Lampopoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Dynen.
Mr. Van Dynen.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Henley.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Miss Taylor Roy.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Gainey.
Miss Gainey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout. Go with the block.
Monsieur Terrier.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Miss May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Kamish.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Sebak.
Mr. Sebak.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Madame Yang.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mrs. Kraft Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Reddicock.
Mr. Reddicock.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Mr. Genevre.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Dreeshin.
Mr. Dreeshin.
Mr. Crown.
Mr. Crown.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Ellison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Back to Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
La Chambre attendra.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. The table will now compile the results. Excuse me. I see the member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
I'm able to vote on the app.
Alors, how does a member from... Le bureau... L'honorable député...
The honourable member.
My vote be registered as no.
Ms. Lewis, Haldeman Norfolk, nay, contre.
The honourable member from Calgary Confederation.
That's right. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to ensure that I voted no and that it was recorded. Thank you.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 205, 205. Nays contre 109, 109.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill. Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Committee on International Trade. Shall we?
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi.
Government Bills Commons. Resuming second reading debate of Bill C-52. Enhancing Transparency and Accountability in the Transportation System Act.
I believe we go to the honourable member for, I'll just wait for a few people to clear. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country. Today, I stand to discuss Bill C-52, a piece of legislation that at its core aims to address the complexities and inefficiencies plaguing our air transportation system. This bill, introduced in the final hours of the spring session, comes on the heels of what can only be described as a disastrous period for Canadian air travel, a summer and a Christmas season marked by unprecedented disruptions and dissatisfaction among air travelers. While the introduction of Bill C-52 appears to be a step towards rectifying these issues, we must critically assess whether this legislation, as it currently stands, truly holds the potential to bring about meaningful change. The bill proposes to set service standards for entities within the air travel sector and enforce stricter regulations. However, it's important that we look at the details of this bill, or their lack of them. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the government is attempting to show action, yet we have to ask ourselves, is this action substantial or is it merely a facade? The backlog of complaints at the Canadian Transportation Agency, or the CTA for short, is a glaring issue, ballooning to over 60,000 complaints, with passengers waiting over 18 months for resolutions. This bill, however, does not address this critical problem. It fails to set explicit service standards for the CTA, leaving thousands of Canadians without a timely solution to their grievances. Moreover, the manner in which industry service standards are to be defined raises concerns. The bill leaves much of this to the future regulations and consultations, which could potentially result in standards that favor the industry and the Liberal government rather than the passengers. The lack of clarity on which entities are covered by this bill and the exclusion of key players like the Canadian Border Services Agency only add to the uncertainty. Mr. Speaker, the power of the bill vests in the Minister and Cabinet to develop future regulations is troubling. It suggests a hesitance to take decisive action now, preferring instead to leave critical decisions for later. This approach does not inspire confidence and that the issues at hand will be resolved promptly or effectively by this Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, we must question if Bill C-52 is the robust solution that Canadian air travelers desperately need. The introduction of Bill C-52 serves as a response to the air traveler blunders under this Liberal government. But the contents of the bill lead to more questions rather than answers. First, let's consider the backdrop against which this bill has been presented. We've witnessed not just one, but two travel seasons of chaos. Passengers across the country face cancellation, delays, and a customer service nightmare. The response, this bill, which seems more focused on regulatory process than on delivering immediate relief to the Canadian traveler. While the bill proposes standards for services and operations in our airports, these standards are left undefined to be shaped by future regulations. This vagueness does little to instill confidence in a swift resolution to the problems at hand. The bill gives the impression of action, yet, in reality, it defers the most critical decisions, leaving travelers uncertain about when and how improvements will materialize. The issue of the backlog in complaint resolution is particularly shocking. Thousands of Canadians are currently stranded in a bureaucratic limbo, awaiting responses to their grievances. Yet Bill C-52 offers no concrete solution to expedite these processes. The situation is unacceptable, and it's a glaring omission in a bill that proposes to enhance transparency and accountability in our transportation system. Furthermore, the bill's approach to addressing the broader aspects of air travel, such as the inclusion of diversity, reporting, and climate change action plans, while noble in intent, seems to distract from the urgency of solving the immediate operational challenges. It is important to note that the irony in demanding action plans on climate change from airport authorities when the Liberal government's own strategy has been riddled with inconsistencies and shortcomings, such as the recent exemption from the carbon tax for Atlantic Canadians. Turning to the specifics of the bill's provisions on service standards, we find ourselves once again confronting ambiguity. The absence of clear, defined standards raises concerns about the effectiveness on any future regulations. How can we ensure that these standards, once set, will genuinely benefit passengers, not just the industry? Another point of contention, Mr. Speaker, is the bill's exclusion of certain key entities, notably the Canadian Border Services Agency. The role of the CBSA in the smooth functioning of our airports is undeniable, and its exclusion from the scope of this bill is both puzzling and concerning. The extensive powers granted to the Minister and Cabinet to develop future regulations also merit scrutiny. While it's understandable that a degree of flexibility is necessary in regulatory matters, the extent of discretion afforded here is worrisome. It suggests a reluctance to establish firm, decisive policies within the legislation itself, opting instead for a wait-and-see approach. That delegates critical decisions to future regulatory process. In light of these issues, Mr. Speaker, the characterization of Bill C-52 as a toothless piece of legislation is not without merit. The bill seems to lack the specific actionable provisions needed to address the immediate challenges facing our air transportation system. The Canadian public deserves more than just a promise of future regulations. They need tangible, impactful changes now. As we proceed with this discussion, it's vital that we focus on what truly matters, the experience and rights of Canadian air travelers. Our evaluation of this bill must be grounded in the commitment to ensuring that their needs are met, their rights are protected, and their voices are heard. As we discuss Bill C-52 today, we must recognize that while legislative intent is a starting point, it is the tangible outcomes that truly matter. The Canadian public, having endured significant disruptions in air travel, deserves more than just promises for future action. They need immediate, effective solutions that address the core issues impacting their travel experiences. Conservatives remain committed to advocating for a robust, responsive air travel system that upholds the rights and needs of passengers. We believe in a framework that holds all federally regulated entities accountable, ensuring they bear the financial responsibility for delays or cancellations. This includes airlines, airports, and several other federally regulated organizations and entities involved in the air transportation sector. While Bill C-52 takes a step towards addressing some aspects of our air transportation system, it falls short in delivering the comprehensive reform needed. Its lack of specific service standards, exclusion of key entities, and over-reliance on future regulations leave much to be desired. As representatives of the Canadian people, it is our duty to ensure that any legislation passed by this House truly serves the best interest of our nation. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to push for a more definitive and effective approach to resolving the challenges in our air transportation system. We owe it to the Canadian public to get that right. I look forward to taking questions in response to my comments on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question and commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable colleague from Yellowhead. As we take this bill at second reading, Bill C-52 refers in its title to passenger transportation, but it appears to apply only to air, and it only applies, as we know, to air travel and some marine. Passenger rail continually gets neglected in this country. But I specifically want to ask a question to my honourable colleague. Now that we're at second reading, would he agree that in committee we could get at the question of aircraft noise, jet noise, and how it affects constituencies across this country?
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the Honourable Member. I think there's a lot of things that can be definitely improved upon this bill once it goes to committee. That is the biggest challenge, that we have so much uncertainty and ambiguity within this bill that, once again, is this Liberal government's attempt to make it look like they're doing something when they're actually accomplishing nothing in the end. It's not really protecting the rights and freedoms of any traveler, regardless of its air, train, or whatever mode of transportation. We definitely need to reassess this when it comes to committee.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are making things fairly difficult to understand. Here, they say there are some positive things within the legislation, yet they're going to be voting against the legislation going to committee. That's what they're signaling. Much like we just had a vote on the Ukraine-Canada trade agreement, Mr. Speaker,
I hate to interrupt the honourable member, but I guess we're having a interpretation problem. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for... It's the same problem. There is something too close to the microphone. This is causing some interference for the interpreters. So there's something too close, and it's creating some feedback. It's dangerous to the health of the interpreters.
His earpiece as far away from the microphones as he can. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and I'll allow him to start from scratch.
Mr. Speaker, the question is in regards to the Conservative Party and its approach to legislation. Today it's on legislation that obviously is going to help Canadian travelers. The Conservatives say that they support certain aspects of it, but they're voting against it. They don't want it to go to committee, it would appear. Much like we just finished having a vote where the Conservatives voted against the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. Unbelievable. Why? Because they say that they have some problems with it. Yet, on the other hand, they say they're trade supporters, international trade supporters. My question to the Conservative Party today is why are they not consistent in regards to their votes on issues here on the floor of the House of Commons? They seem to be very reckless.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the honourable member from Winnipeg North. And I have to admit, he sure does talk a great game, doesn't he, about how great this Liberal government is doing. But as he has even said, that it appears we're going to be making it better for air transportation passengers. But is it truly? No, that's the problem. We have a great response here that, yes, we support this bill in concept because it potentially could help air transportation passengers, but that's the problem. It only looks like it's going to do it. It's not actually going to accomplish it. It's going to only be coming back in more regulations. What a surprise. And that's the problem with our air transportation system already. We're highly burdensome with over-regulations. We don't need more. We just need short, clear, concise situations where passengers know their rights and people that are doing this are going to uphold them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. In fact, there is something that we raised with regard to the bill, and it gives the Minister of Transport a lot of latitude, and there will be regulations. This causes a great deal of concern for different organizations and us as legislators. This gives us a little bit less control or power to do what we're supposed to do, which is to watch what is happening. So the Minister of Transport is getting too many powers. I would like to see whether this will really allow for the creation of advisory committees on noise close to the communities where there are airports. Will there be a plan by airports to reduce noise pollution? So if the minister operates by regulations and we have less power as legislators, how are we going to do our jobs as opposition members? So this is what I would like to ask the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the Honourable Member. I think she's brought in very good points there, that there is a lot of ambiguity with this because you don't know how much power the minister is going to grant themselves, what kind of rules or regulations are needing to be followed, as well as is it going to truly protect not only air passengers' rights, but also public's rights to, like she had mentioned, about noise pollution on the ground. There is so much in this bill that needs to be addressed within committee, and I look forward to this being brought back to committee as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a privilege to rise on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. Today I rise on the government's legislation, Bill C-52, the Enhancing Transparency and Accountability in the Transportation System Act. This bill was initially introduced by the former Minister of Transport. Bill C-52 has far-reaching implications for Canada's transportation system, and as the official opposition, it's our duty to ensure that it will be truly meeting the serious and ongoing concerns many Canadians have within the transportation sector. This bill proposes to set publicly reported service standards for private sector companies and government agencies responsible for air travel at Canada's airports almost exclusively through regulations, which will be created by the Minister and Cabinet. Furthermore, it proposes to require airport authorities to formalize noise consultation processes, environmental standards, and publish information on their directors and senior management. Finally, Bill C-52 aims to amend the Canada Marine Act regarding the setting of fees by Canada Port Authorities. First and foremost, the timing of this bill's introduction raises concerns. Bill C-52 was presented on June 20th, 2023, just one day before the House recessed for the summer. This raises questions about the government's motivations and intentions, and it is essential to consider whether the timing was chosen to deflect attention from previous travel-related crisis and create an impression of swift action. Between the summer of 2022 and 2023, Canadian travelers faced a disastrous travel season with numerous flight cancellations and unacceptable delays. Previous to that was the disastrous mismanagement of passports affecting travelers, but that's a whole other issue. In particular, the Christmas travel season last year brought further chaos and frustration in airports. These events highlighted the need for significant improvements in our transportation system. But the Liberals have focused on announcements and consultations rather than delivering tangible results for Canadian travelers. So what's their solution? To empower themselves further. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the most pressing issues within our transportation system is the backlog of complaints with the Canadian Transportation Agency, the CTA. This backlog has grown by 3,000 complaints per month, resulting in a staggering 60,000 complaints now waiting to be adjudicated. This backlog represents thousands of Canadian passengers who have their travel experiences disrupted, delayed, or some form of service situations, and all these people are awaiting resolution. These passengers have been unable to resolve their compensation claims with airlines, and they are now being asked to wait over 18 months to have their complaints considered by the Canadian Transportation Agency. This adds insult to injury, prolonging what can be serious problems. People are out of pocket, and airlines aren't being held accountable for mismanagement and poor service. And we've seen most recently with damning reporting of Air Canada and WestJet's treatment of passengers with disabilities. For Air Canada, in one case in May, 2 employees, instead of being trained on the proper equipment, attempted to physically lift a passenger but ended up dropping him. In another, a woman's ventilator was disconnected and a lift fell on her head. A man was forced to physically drag himself off a flight in Vancouver. Air Canada admitted they had violated federal accessibility regulations. Now, those passengers, we hear, got notice, forgiveness, and hopefully amends to what they are entitled to, and Air Canada said they will be looking to ensure proper compliance. Now, I'm looking forward to ensuring that the Air Canada CEO will be appearing before the Human Resources Committee that I serve on, as we have called for him to testify, to explain to Canadians exactly how this airline intends to comply. The latest example was that from WestJet, where a Paralympian was forced to lift herself upstairs to the plane. It was reported she commented that she was frustrated and humiliated, and there was a ramp within 50 meters away. All these situations are disturbing, disappointing, and unacceptable for persons with disabilities to have gone through. But unfortunately, Bill C-52, we are debating here today, does not provide solutions to eliminate the complaints backlog or set specific service standards within accountability mechanisms. Federally regulated entities involved in air travel must also be held accountable for delays or cancellations. This includes airlines, airports, the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority, NAV Canada, and the Canadian Border Services Agency. However, this legislation falls short of these expectations. While this bill addresses some aspects of accountability and transparency, it fails to hold all relevant entities responsible for ensuring smooth and reliable air travel. A comprehensive approach to accountability should encompass all stakeholders involved in the travel experience. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the significant concerns with Bill C-52 is the concentration of power in the hands of the Minister and Cabinet to develop regulations in the future. While regulatory flexibility can be useful, this bill does not include concrete improvements in legislation. We see this often with this Liberal government, where so much is left to regulation, which leads to uncertainty and lack of transparency. We've seen this with the Internet Censorship Bill, C-11, and the Disability Benefits Bill. Instead, this legislation relies on promises of future regulations, which raises concerns about vagueness and the potential for arbitrary decision-making. It's not even a Band-Aid. It's an IOU for a Band-Aid. In a matter as critical as transportation, where there is essential service provided, comfort and convenience of the Canadian people, which are at stake, it is crucial that regulations are well defined and not left to the discretion of the government and minister of the day. The lack of this clear direction with specific remedies in this bill to address the long-standing problems in our transportation system is a significant shortcoming. While this bill aspires to enhance transparency and accountability in the transportation system, it fails to deliver. It fails to provide the concrete solutions to the issues that have been plaguing the system for years. But what are the results and who will be held accountable? There are no answers in this legislation. We need legislation that not only identifies problems, but also provides tangible solutions. It is our responsibility as legislators to ensure that any legislation passed is effective and beneficial to the Canadian people. Bill C-52, as it stands, is lacking.
I hate to interrupt the member from Kelowna Lake Country in the middle of her speech. She has 2 minutes and 6 seconds left on her discussion on this piece of legislation. But it being 4 o'clock, pursuant to order made Thursday, November 9, 2023, I now invite the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Finance to make a statement. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32-2, I have the honour to table, in both official languages, the 2023 Fall Economic Statement.
Yeah. All right.
Mr. Speaker, our government was elected on a promise to deliver for the middle class. And our economic plan is focused on building an economy that works for everyone, with good jobs that people can count on.
Major investments in public transit, in EV battery factories, and in new energy projects are not just red ink in our fiscal statement. They are truly investments, decade-long investments in the economic growth, which creates middle-class jobs, which raises incomes and makes middle-class communities more prosperous.
Continental Railway a century ago. These are foundational investments which only government can make. We believe in Canada, and we believe in the incredible possibility of Canada's future. And that is why we are making the investments that Canada needs to make that bright future a reality.
Bravo.
Affordable early learning and childcare is likewise an investment in our social infrastructure, and it is also transformative economic policy. It gives children the best possible start in life and saves middle-class families thousands of dollars a year, while also supporting record women's employment and thus helping to address the labor shortages which contributed to inflation. When I announced our plan to build a Canada-wide system of affordable early learning and childcare, some people were skeptical, and justifiably so. After all, it was a promise that had been made and broken for 5 decades. But today, just 2.5 years after we launched our plan, it is working. Childcare fees are down by at least 50% across Canada. In 6 provinces and territories, we've already brought childcare costs down to just $10 a day. And we are on track to deliver outstanding, nurturing care for $10 a day everywhere in Canada by 2026.
And it is women in Quebec who led the way in terms of affordable child care. Therefore, our plan supports the creation of 30,000 new spots to make child care services more accessible across the province.
Enhancements to Canada's social safety net, ranging from the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Workers Benefit, the Canada Pension Plan, are about driving down inequality, raising incomes, and ensuring by design, not by trickle down, that everyone can truly share in our country's prosperity. With investments in our economy, our communities, and a new generation of middle-class careers, we have focused relentlessly on ensuring that government investments deliver real economic opportunities for all Canadians. And that, Mr. Speaker, is our economic plan. Pensons seulement à tout le chemin.
Just think of how far we've come, Mr. Speaker. Right after a decade of conservative austerity, our government has lifted nearly 2.3 million Canadians out of poverty. Inflation is coming down, and wages are going up. And private sector economists now expect Canada to avoid the post-pandemic recession that many had predicted.
To our economic plan, Canada is today a global investment destination of choice. In the In the first half of this year, Canada received the 3rd most foreign direct investment of any country in the entire world.
Bravo! Bravo!
And that was more investment per capita than any of our G7 allies. More investment than the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, Italy, France, or Japan.
Wow.
And the IMF projects Canada to likewise see the strongest economic growth in the G7 next year.
Wow.
What does all of this mean for people, Mr. Speaker? What this means is that our economy is creating great jobs for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. And compared to before the pandemic, I am so glad to be able to say that over 1 million more Canadians are employed today. We all have more work to do, Mr. Speaker, but our economic plan is working. Ceci étant dit,
Now, I don't want to deny the difficult reality that many Canadians are facing today. I absolutely understand that after 3 difficult years, after a global pandemic, global inflation, and global interest rate hikes, Canadians are worn out, frustrated, and feeling the squeeze. What Canadians deserve today is for us to address the very real pain that so many are feeling. With a hopeful and achievable vision for our country's future. That is my priority. That is our government's priority. And that is the priority of this fall economic statement.
the foundation of our fall economic statement is our responsible fiscal plan. In the face of global inflation, our government has reduced the deficit faster than any other country in the G7. And, and with inflation down from 8.1% last year to just 3.1%
wow, that's
today.
Something. That's something.
We are taking care not to feed inflation by carefully targeting new investments towards the priorities of Canadians today and towards the future growth that makes our finances sustainable. Canada maintains both the lowest deficit and the lowest debt to GDP ratios in the G7. And with a new reduction in public service spending, this fall economic statement builds on the $15 billion in refocus spending that I announced in the spring. We are ensuring that Canada's finances remain sustainable because that's how we'll be able to continue investing in Canadians for years to come. Fondé sur notre...
Built upon our responsible fiscal plan, our fall economic statement has two objectives. The first is to continue supporting the middle class at a time when some prices are still high, and for many, mortgage renewals are looming. This is why we are making sizable changes, generational changes to competition law in Canada. This historic step includes cracking down on predatory pricing and other tactics that big corporations use to raise costs for Canadians. Talking about competition law may sound esoteric, but it's not. This is new, significant, concrete action that will help to stabilize prices and provide more choices for Canadians. We are cracking down on the junk fees that Canadians are saddled with every day. Every day. And an investigation will soon be launched into international roaming charges that drive up Canadians' phone bills. We are lifting the GST and HST on counseling and psychotherapy services so that Canadians can receive the support they need. We are extending employment insurance to parents who adopt. And we are introducing a new leave for federally regulated workers who are grieving from miscarriages. Because every family, no matter how it comes together, needs time to bond. And every woman should have time to heal from the painful loss of a pregnancy.
Canadians who are struggling with their mortgage payments at a time of higher interest rates. Today, I am announcing the new Canadian Mortgage Charter. The Canadian Mortgage Charter details the tailored mortgage relief that Canadians need and can expect from their banks if they are in financial difficulty. Our goal is to help Canadians through an incredibly challenging time by making sure Canadians have the support they need to afford their mortgages and keep their homes when renewing at a time of higher interest rates. And we're committed to taking further action if necessary. Our second objective is equally urgent. For generations, Canada has been a country where if you worked hard, if you went to school, found a good job, and squirreled some money away, there would be a home that you could afford. For generations, that promise was kept. But today, for a generation that ranges from new high school graduates to couples in their 30s making six-figure salaries, that is a promise which is under threat. Keeping that promise demands a great national effort, and that is an effort that our government is stepping up to lead. Building on the significant action we have already taken, including this fall alone, I am today announcing new measures through our economic plan to build thousands upon thousands upon thousands of new homes across the country and to build them faster. We are unlocking billions of dollars in new financing, money that will go towards supporting the construction of new homes for Canadians. We are supporting nonprofit, co-op, and public housing providers. We will be helping to cut the red tape that prevents construction workers from moving across the country to build homes, and we will be bringing more of the skilled trades workers that our construction sector needs to Canada. We'll be cracking down on short-term rentals listed on sites like Airbnb and Vrbo, which are keeping far too many homes off the market in communities and cities right across the country. That's going to make a real difference to Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, that is just what we are doing today. We are also making it easier for more than 250,000 Canadians and counting to buy their first home with the new tax-free First Home Savings Account. The federal government owns more land than anyone else in Canada, and we're going to build more homes on it. We're lifting the GST on new rental construction to make it more affordable for builders to build so that they can build more homes faster. We're repairing and building hundreds of thousands of new homes, and we are financing the construction of tens of thousands more. We have banned foreign investment in Canadian housing, and we're ensuring that property flippers pay their fair share. We're making it more affordable for families to construct secondary suites. And we have signed agreements with cities across the country to slash the red tape, which is preventing homes from being built in the first place. And in exchange, we're providing them with new funding to build more than 100,000 new homes faster. Because our country needs more homes, and we need more of them, fast. Nous devons construire.
We must build homes in our biggest cities and our smallest towns. We must build detached family homes and secondary suites. We must build co-op housing and rental apartments. And it will take all of us, the federal government and the provinces, cities and towns, the private sector and not-for-profits, right across this great country. That's what our government is doing, and we are approaching this task with the purpose, drive, and intensity it deserves. We will keep working day after day, week after week, month after month, and year after year to build the homes that Canadians need and expect and deserve. At the heart of the promise of Canada is the conviction that every day should represent a new opportunity for all Canadians. No matter who you are, no matter what you look like, or who you love, or where you were born. Also, if you work hard, you can share in the remarkable possibilities of our wonderful country. This includes a good career that pays you well and a home you can afford.
Building a Canada that delivers on the promise of the greatest country in the world. That work will be our government's work for these next 2 years and beyond. Canada is not and never has been broken. We are the imperfect and remarkable creation of generations of Canadians who did their part to build a better country in good times and in tough times, calloused hand by calloused hand. Generations of Canadians who fought fear and cynicism with hope and hard work. Generations of Canadians who fought day after day to keep Canada moving forward. And generations of Canadians who believed, just as I do today, that in our magnificent country, better is always possible.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
With this $20 billion of costly new spending, this update can be summed up very simply. Prices up, rent up, debt up, taxes up, time's up. Common sense conservatives will vote non-confidence on this disgusting scam.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister, he is not worth the cost, and today he's adding another $20 billion to inflation, which will put pressure on interest rates. In addition, today he proposes to increase taxes on the backs of middle-class people. So that is why the Conservatives, guided by common sense, will vote against and non-confidence in this government.
You know, a year ago, this finance minister told the House she'd have the budget balanced by the year 2028. In that time, she has announced $100 billion of additional debt above and beyond having doubled that debt in the first place. This debt is already being paid by Canadians with the worst inflation in 40 years, with interest rates that risk a mortgage meltdown on the $900 billion of mortgages that will renew over the next 3 years. That's 2/3 of mortgages, with the IMF saying that of all 40 OECD countries, Canada is the most at risk of a mortgage crisis. And now, her solution, another $20 billion of inflationary spending. This after the Governor of the Bank of Canada has said that deficits are adding 2 full percentage points to mortgage rates on the backs of Canadians. And finally, today they go ahead with a plan to quadruple the carbon tax. Quadruple the carbon tax. Quadruple.
Point of order. For the member from Elmo-Transcona, if you can just give me a minute, if I could just consult with the table for an instant. The honourable member from Elmo-Transcona on a point of order.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I may have been under a mistaken impression. I thought we were in the question and comment period, but perhaps we're into speeches. I just wonder if you could provide some guidance to the Leader of the Conservative Party. Thank you.
I thank the honourable. I do thank the honourable member from Elmo-Transcona. We are in a period of question and comments. There are 10 minutes for questions and comments. I am hoping that the honourable Leader of the Opposition will come to his question so that we'll have an equal amount of time for the Minister of Finance to respond, and as well as I know that there are other finance critics from each of the parties who would also like to ask questions and comments. The honourable Leader of the Opposition, I hope, can come soon to his question.
We can always count on the NDP to betray their constituents and come to the rescue of the tax and spending. And so my question, not just on behalf of the common sense Conservatives, but on behalf of the countless people who are losing their homes, who are lined up at food banks, who are living through the worst economy since the Great Depression, is exactly how much will it cost the average family when this government goes ahead with its plan to quadruple the carbon tax? How much?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, let's start by setting the record straight. Canada has the lowest debt and the lowest deficit in the G7, and we've had the fastest rate of fiscal consolidation. And you don't need to ask me, Mr. Speaker, about our fiscally responsible track record. Talk to the ratings agencies, because they have reaffirmed our AAA rating. But, Mr. Speaker, the question that we all need to be asking the Conservatives is, why are they so passionately opposed to the investments that Canadians need? Why are they opposed to early learning and childcare, which is working, which is making life more affordable for Canadians and is expanding our labor force at a time when we desperately need it? Why are they so opposed to building more homes faster for Canadians? Why have they said it is, quote unquote, disgusting to be investing in building more rental homes? Is it disgusting for us to be cracking down on Airbnb? And why are they so opposed to our essential investments in the industrial transformation that Canada needs?
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Among the measures called for by the Bloc Québécois that the Bloc wanted to see in this fall economic statement, there was one element that it was urgency. We called for monies for seniors who are suffering because of the rise in the cost of living. We asked for a one-year reprieve for the small businesses that are asking for an extra year to repay. And we asked for money for businesses and seniors, but also for people who are homeless. We asked for an emergency fund for people who are about to spend the winter on the street. So my question for the Minister of Finance is, what is her definition of the word urgent? Because it's not the same as ours. The Honourable Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will tell you what I find urgent. I find building housing in Quebec and all over Canada to be urgent. And that is why in this fall economic statement, we are investing $16 billion in building housing. That is urgent, and that is why we are doing it now. We also find it urgent, Mr. Speaker, to have an economic plan for jobs today and tomorrow. And that is why we are investing in the green transition. We've made the biggest investment in Quebec's history, and I know that now Premier Legault was very proud to be a partner with us. We are investing for the needs of today and the jobs of today and tomorrow.
The Honourable Member from Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Minister mentioned in her remarks that we're facing a housing crisis, certainly a significant housing shortage. She talked about how Canada has the lowest debt in the G7. She talked about how it has the lowest deficit in the G7. The government of the Bank of Canada said that spending on housing wouldn't be inflationary. Now, she announced some measures today for social housing, but they don't start until 2025, 2026.
Trigger the Conservative.
The Honourable Member rising on a point of order.
My point of order, Mr. Speaker, is that there isn't a question in this long, rambling, pointless speech.
Order. I'd like to remind all members that this is question and comments. The Honourable Member from Elmwood-Transcona still has the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am tempted to start from the top, but I won't, because I do want to get to the point, which is that for a government that's saying they're in a good fiscal position, and with a Bank of Canada that says spending on housing is not inflationary, the question is, why are the new investments for social housing put off to 2025?
Good question. Yeah, that's a good question.
The Honourable Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister of Canada.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank the member for Elmwood-Transcona for his commitment to Canadians, for his hard work on housing. Mr. Speaker, we absolutely understand the urgency of investing in housing. We need to invest in housing today, and we need to have a plan to continue investing in housing going forward. I am very pleased that our investments in housing right now include supporting the development of co-op housing, of lifting the GST from new co-op developments, along with providing new funding to get them built. As someone who has lived in a co-op, I can tell you, this is one of the best forms of affordable housing that creates great community at the same time.
The honourable member from Kitchener Centre on a brief question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that the finance minister recognizes we are in a climate crisis. At the same time, she needs to know that oil and gas companies are gouging Canadians at the pumps. 47 cents of every dollar of inflation is from corporate profits. Why would they not apply the Canada Recovery Dividend, which they already did, to banks and life insurance, to big oil in the fall economic statement?
And a brief answer from the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
We absolutely understand the urgency of climate action. That is why I'm delighted that today we are publishing a timeline for our investment tax credits that are so essential to Canada's green transition and to our economic plan that is creating jobs today and jobs tomorrow.
Brief question from the member from Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in the past number of budgets, we have seen the federal government commit significant funding to support the people of Ukraine in their fight against Russia's genocidal invasion. And so my question to the Minister of Finance is, we just saw the Conservative Party MPs vote against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, basically voting against support for Ukraine. Could the Minister clarify what is this government's position on support for Ukraine?
Excellent question.
And a very brief answer from the Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister for Canada.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition described our measures to build new homes for Canadians as disgusting. I'll tell you what I will describe as disgusting. The failure by the official opposition to support the country which is fighting the world's fight right now for democracy, for rules.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, inflation has reached its highest level in 40 years. Work no longer pays. The cost of housing has doubled. Crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder are taxes. We're going down faster than at any point in our country's history. The budget was balanced. Crime had gone down by 25%, so much so that people in small towns often left their door unlocked. Our borders were secure. Housing cost half of what it costs today. Net wages had gone up by 10%. That's after inflation and after taxes. The New York Times said that the Canadian middle class was richer. The New York Times said that the Canadian middle class was richer than the American middle class for the first time. All of that despite an unprecedented financial crisis in the United States and a war in Syria, in Iraq, and yes, in Ukraine. It's amusing to note that in Stephen Harper's day, those wars did not cause inflation in Canada. But when this current Prime Minister took power, prices went up exorbitantly. 8 years later, look at where we are. Inflation, after having already reached 40-year highs, is once again too high. The economy is contracting. The economy is not growing, even though the population is growing. GDP per capita today is lower than it was 6 years ago. It's the first time in our history that we've seen the economy and GDP per capita go down over 6 years. Canada's growth is the lowest in the OECD. Not only for the next 6 years, but for the next 3 decades. That's according to the OECD. That's not me. The cost of housing has more than doubled after 8 years of this government. After he promised to bring it down, it takes 25 years to save up enough money for a down payment in Toronto. Before this Prime Minister, it took 25 years to pay off a whole mortgage. Some families have to increase their mortgage to 80 years. That means that it could take 120 years to be able to not be in debt as a family. In reality, it will be children and grandchildren who will have to pay off mortgages from their parents and grandparents. We've never seen that in Canada. And I imagine there's nowhere in the world where that is the case.
Canadian homes now cost more than 50% more in Canada than in the United States. That's the reality after 8 years under this Prime Minister, who promised to make life more affordable. And what are his solutions today? First of all, he wants to increase taxes on gas, which increases the cost of everything. Everything that needs transportation will cost more with the carbon tax, which the government has just confirmed, which will increase the price of gas by 17 cents and 20 cents if we add to that the sales tax on it, a tax that the Bloc wants to increase on the backs of Quebecers. We're hearing promises for billions of dollars for housing, the same promises that we've heard for the past 8 years. For 8 years, we've heard about these expenditures, but it's only increasing bureaucracy and not housing. Another $20 billion in new spending, which will add to inflation and increasing interest rates. The Scotiabank has already said that 2% more percentage points of the interest rate are due to mortgages. And now, talking about the debt, next year, for the first time, we will spend more on debt interest than on health care. $50 trillion, $50 billion on debt. Then we send to the provinces for doctors and nurses. So bankers, investors in Manhattan will get the money, and our teachers, our nurses, our doctors won't get it. It makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. Fortunately, our plan is based on common sense. It will eliminate waste to reduce inflation and interest rates. We will eliminate taxes to increase the cost of living for every Canadian. We will reduce taxes so that people work and get a paycheck. We will rebuild the Canadian dream where work allows anyone, no matter where they are, to earn a good living, to have a house, and to live peacefully in their communities. So the choice at the next elections will be between a costly coalition, which will take money away from you, increase your taxes, increase income taxes, and allow more crime, or people can be guided by good sense, common sense, which will allow them to earn more money to buy food, gas, and buy a house in the communities in which they live, which are safe. That's the choice. And we will be the only choice that makes sense for Quebecers and all Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as we stand here today and witness the misery that is visible across this country, it's hard to forget how good things were only 8 years ago when this Prime Minister took office. Let me review the hard facts. Never before has a Prime Minister inherited a richer legacy. Inflation and interest rates were rock bottom. Taxes were falling faster than at any time in Canadian history. The budget was balanced. It took 25 years to pay off a mortgage, not just to get a mortgage. Crime had fallen by 25%, so low that many small town folks actually left their doors unlocked. Remember those good days when you could leave your door unlocked? No one would do that today. Our borders were secure. Housing costs half what it does today. Take-home pay had gone up 10% after tax and inflation. The New York Times had calculated that Canada's middle class was, for the first time ever, richer than America's middle class. All this despite a once-in-a-lifetime financial crisis in the U.S. and wars in Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, and yes, Ukraine. Funny how those wars didn't cause inflation when Prime Minister Harper was leading our economy. But yes, it's true that when this Prime Minister took office, Canada was rich, affordable, and safe. 8 years ago, yes it was. Rich, affordable, and safe. And it's true, the very wealthy had not done particularly well. In fact, their share of the economy had shrunk during the Harper years. Now the wealth concentrates among the very, very rich. And that is because inflationary policies always help the richest people. When government concentrates wealth in the hands of politicians and bureaucrats, they give it to the most politically influential people, and the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. And now we're seeing the biggest gap ever between rich and poor. And a middle class, he promised to help the middle class. He has demolished the middle class, Mr. Speaker. That is the reality. Inflation, after hitting 40-year highs, is back on the move. The economy is now shrinking. And if you add in per capita terms, it is plummeting, Mr. Speaker. In fact, GDP per person is actually smaller than it was 6 years ago. This has never happened, Mr. Speaker. Canada's growth is now projected to be the worst in the OECD between now and 2030, and the worst for the next 4 decades, according to the OECD. That's out of 40 countries. It now takes 25 years to save up for a down payment in Toronto. You used to pay off a mortgage in that time. Since this Prime Minister has taken office, families have stretched out the terms of their mortgages to 90 years. Today, the minister bragged that she's going to create this charter, which will, people are supposed to be grateful about this, will allow them to stretch out their mortgages longer. So that you can now have a 100-year mortgage. Wow, and now we're supposed to thank them. Wow, what a wonderful news. I imagine she'll send it out in the mail so people can open their mailbox and find out that their great-great-grandchildren will still be paying off the mortgage on their home. Canadian homes now cost 50% more than in the United States of America. In fact, you can now buy a 20-bedroom castle in Scotland for a lower price than a 2-bedroom in Kitchener. Vancouver is now the third most unaffordable housing market in the world when you compare median income to median house prices, worse than New York City, than Los Angeles, Chicago, London, England, even Singapore, a tiny island with 2,000 times more people per square kilometer than Canada, has more affordable housing. And Toronto is rated by UBS to be the worst housing bubble in the world. If we had even imagined to say such a thing out loud 8 years ago, people would have laughed. But today, it is the reality, and they're not laughing. They're actually crying. In fact, the government promises all of a sudden after 8 years we should believe in their multi-billion-dollar promises to build homes. They built fewer homes last year than were built in 1972, 50 years ago. And that was at a time when our population was half of what it is today. So we're building fewer homes now that we have 40 million people than we built when we had 22 million people, Mr. Speaker. And no wonder we have this new phenomenon of middle-class, working, homeless people. We've never seen this before, but now we have nurses, electricians, carpenters living in parking lots, something they couldn't even imagine in Halifax, in your province, Speaker. The province, ironically, of the housing minister. There are 30 homeless encampments in one city. This would have been unimaginable. And now they expect us to believe that this time they mean it, that their billions of dollars of new spending are going to change what the billions of dollars they've spent over the last decade have caused. And that is the worst housing crisis in Canadian history, perhaps the worst in the world today. This Prime Minister has doubled our national debt, adding more debt than all of the previous 22 Prime Ministers combined. He continually tells us that there are no consequences for that debt. Well, the consequences are now becoming clear. Next year, the government will spend more on debt interest than it does on health care. So instead of the money going to doctors and nurses, it will go to bankers and bondholders in Manhattan and in London, England. Another transfer of wealth from the working class to everybody else, to the wealthiest people, from the working class to the smirking class, Mr. Speaker. We see the social breakdown that this has brought in our communities, with crime raging out of control. Shootings are up 101% across Canada over the last 8 years. Drug overdoses, 30,000 of them, Mr. Speaker. Social breakdown is the obvious consequence of the economic breakdown that the Prime Minister has caused. And on what has he spent all of this money? $54 million for the ArriveCan app that we didn't need, didn't work, and could have been done in a weekend by a couple of IT workers. We know that because they did. A couple of IT workers, as a lark, bought a few boxes of pizza and a case of beer and redesigned the entire ArriveCan app in a weekend. And it didn't cost them $54 million. Maybe we should send that app to the Prime Minister and call it the ResignCan app, Mr. Speaker. And then they blew $1 billion on a so-called green fund. The top bureaucrats say that who are involved in it say that it's a money-for-nothing scheme with gross incompetence that reminds them of the sponsorship scandal. The chair of the fund gave $200,000 of the money to her own company. Now, we find out that the $15 billion they're giving to a single battery plant is going to pay for 1,600 foreign workers. 1,600 foreign workers, Mr. Speaker. And they don't even have a place to live. There's a housing shortage in Windsor. Now, the Prime Minister's solution is to spend precious tax dollars on paychecks for people on the other side of the world to come here temporarily, collect the money, and take it back to South Korea. We all love South Korea, great country. But there's no reason why Canadian taxpayers should be subsidizing their paychecks. Canadian tax dollars should exclusively go to Canadian paychecks. That's common sense. And the Prime Minister, of course, wastes money through missed opportunities. We could develop our resources. For example, we could be breaking dependence on the world's dictators. And let's talk about this for a moment. Today, his party shamefully voted to impose a carbon tax on the people of Ukraine. They have voted to amend the existing Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, which Conservatives negotiated and which has been a success, to require that both countries have and promote carbon taxes, Mr. Speaker. Exactly the opposite of what the people of Ukraine need. They don't need a carbon tax when they're trying to fight and defeat a war. They need the ability to rebuild their economy, which takes energy. And that's why Conservatives will oppose any imposition of a carbon tax there or here or anywhere around the world. And you know what else they did? They voted against an amendment that would allow Canadians to build the arms that would allow Ukraine to win that war. We proposed an amendment to this update of the agreement that would have allowed Ukrainians to benefit from our incredible Canadian workers who produce munitions and equipment, and they voted no. So let's get this straight. They believe that the best way to counter Putin is with a carbon tax. We believe the best way to do it is by breaking European dependence on his energy sector and by providing and selling great Canadian arms to win the war. Canadians understand that the way that you help a country rebuild is by selling technology for energy. We proposed as well that we would provide both civilian nuclear technology and sell our civilian-grade uranium from Saskatchewan to power nuclear plants that would give emissions-free electricity to Ukrainians as they have to replace bombed-out electricity plants. The Prime Minister did not include that in his deal because he doesn't want affordable energy. He doesn't want the jobs to come back to our resource sector. All he wanted was to try and save his carbon tax. That's just how desperate he is, and in fact, how sick he is on this matter, Mr. Speaker. We all know that he was desperate to save his carbon tax, but for him to use the people of Ukraine as a pawn in his scheme to save the carbon tax is a level of cynicism that we didn't even expect from that Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. When I'm Prime Minister, we will have a free trade agreement with Ukraine, and that agreement will not include a carbon tax. It will include the ability of us to provide clean Canadian nuclear and natural gas to have a strong energy superpower status for Canada and a secure Ukraine. And the hypocritical members over there who pretend they support Ukraine, but then they supported the Prime Minister signing off on a turbine to go from Montreal to Putin so that he could power his natural gas pipeline and pump that gas into Europe to fund his war. That's the Prime Minister's priority, to give Putin more money selling natural gas. Our priority, our common sense plan, turns dollars for dictators into paychecks for our people in this country. I don't think this debate is going how they expected it to go. Their heads are all looking down, and rightfully so, Mr. Speaker. It will be a good moment for them to atone for the cynical approach they've taken on this and everything else, and frankly, the misery that they have unleashed in this country. This is the worst time in Canada's history for the Canadian people, particularly for the middle class. But the good news is we have a common sense plan that will axe the tax to bring home lower prices, cap spending and cut waste to bring down inflation and interest rates, remove bureaucracy to build more homes so that once again people can afford to rent and pay their mortgages. This will be a country that works for the people who do the work, the common people, the common sense of the common people, united for our common home. Your home, my home, our home. Let's bring it on.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Russia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our government's fall economic statement announces new measures in order to get more homes built faster. The leader of the Conservative Party has called that, and I quote, a disgusting scheme.
Shameful.
Mr. Speaker.
It's terrible.
Why does the leader of the Conservative Party think that investments in the construction of 30,000 new rental apartments is disgusting? Why does the leader of the Conservative Party think that new federal investments for the construction of 7,000 new affordable homes is disgusting? Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Conservative Party owes us and Canadians an explanation.
You're here.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, those houses cannot be characterized with any adjective other than non-existent. They don't exist. They stand up day after day and list off the thousands of houses that they have not built. Yeah. They've had 8 years. It would be one thing if they were still promising to build homes in their first year, maybe their second year. Okay, we'll give them 3 years. It has been 8 years. And the only thing they have accomplished on housing since promising to make it affordable is doubling the cost. They have doubled the rent, doubled mortgage payments, doubled the needed down payment for a home, and now we have $900 billion of mortgages that are coming up for renewal. That's 2/3 of all mortgages. And the IMF says we are the #1 at risk of having a mortgage crisis. It is disgusting to think of the families who did everything right, who risked losing everything because of the irresponsible policies of this Prime Minister and his NDP government.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, we often hear the Conservatives squabbling with the Liberals, but they're the same. In the economic update, the Liberals don't talk about homelessness, them either. They don't talk about small businesses and extending CEBA loans by a year. They won't talk about that either. They're doing nothing, the Liberals. And what are the Conservatives doing? Nothing. $92 billion to oil companies in assistance. Will they speak out against that? No, they're the oil lobby, Mr. Speaker. Housing, they won't even talk about it, the Liberals. What are they going to do? They're deciding to accuse municipalities, saying they don't build enough housing, Mr. Speaker. It's a party of slogans. It's a half dozen and of one and 6 of more.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition a 1 minute.
The member is so angry. Very angry. Well, it's strange that he's so upset because his leader has just said that he will support the Liberals and keep them in power. I thought he would rise to celebrate all the wonderful things that the Liberals are doing by increasing inflation and driving up interest rates and the carbon tax that the Liberals want to drive up. Their leader also agrees that he wants to increase it as well. So the Bloc agrees with the Liberals on everything, except in terms of the capital of the country. That's it. That's the only point they disagree on with the Liberals. Fortunately, Quebecers will be able to vote for a logical party that will cut prices and give them bigger paychecks. That's what makes good sense.
The Honourable Member from Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's not going to get out of the housing crisis that we're in without significant investments in social and affordable housing. And the Liberals simply have not been building enough of that. We saw today that even the recapitalization of a program to build affordable housing is being put up to 2025. But you never hear the leader of the Conservative Party talk about building new affordable and social housing. And in fact, Canada is still losing way more affordable units than we're building, because when he was housing minister, that government decided to cancel the operating agreements that made rents affordable in co-op and other forms of nonprofit housing across the country. So I wonder, will he finally start talking about the need to build more social and affordable housing in Canada to help address the crisis?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has
Mr.
just
Speaker,
over 1 minute.
I've been talking about almost nothing but making housing affordable for the last 3 years. When the NDP and the Liberals and the entire establishment were dismissing me, I told the country that we were headed for a housing crisis. And now everybody's playing catch up. But here's the problem for the NDP. The facts. When I was housing minister, you could rent, the average one bedroom was $950. Now, under this NDP Liberal government, it's almost $2,000. When I was housing minister, you bought the average home with the average mortgage, it was $1,400 a month. Now it's $3,500 a month under the NDP and Liberals. When I was housing minister, the needed down payment for the average new home was $20,000. Now it's well over $50,000. The NDP has been in government now at least 2 years and supported the Prime Minister for long before that. Since they signed the coalition agreement, rent inflation has been its worst in Canadian history. We don't need more bureaucracy. We need my common sense plan to clear away the red tape and the gatekeepers, to build millions of new homes that Canadians can afford and allow them powerful paychecks to pay for it.
The Honourable Member from Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition tried to excuse himself and his caucus out of the way that they voted earlier today with respect to the Ukraine free trade agreement. I want to tell him that nobody believes him. Mr. Speaker, President Zelensky asked us to vote in favor of this. The Ukrainian-Canadian Congress asked us to vote in favor of this. As a matter of fact, the international trade lawyer for Larry Herman said the Conservative concern about reference to a carbon pricing makes them look petty and hyper-partisan. It's nothing more than a red herring, Mr. Speaker. The reality is that MAGA Republican politics now lives and resides within the Conservative Party of Canada.
Sad, but true.
Colleagues. Wow. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the hyperventilating member for Kingston only proves my point with those falsehoods. The Conservative Party initiated the original free trade agreement with Ukraine. We backed Ukraine against Crimea. We led the charge to kick Russia out of the G8, and now that's why we have the G7. This Prime Minister has betrayed Ukraine. He signed off on an export permit for a turbine to go to Russia so that Putin could pump gas and raise money to fund his war. He refused to sell natural gas from Canada, forcing Europeans to continue to fund that war. We want to defund Putin, Mr. Speaker. He embarrassed the president of Ukraine by allowing for a Nazi to be recognized on the floor of the House of Commons during the president's visit. And now the Prime Minister betrays Ukraine while the country has a knife at its throat. He uses it as an occasion to try and bolster his carbon tax by putting in it for the first time in the history of trade a carbon tax in a trade agreement. Mr. Speaker, Ukrainians don't need a carbon tax. Canadians don't need a carbon tax. And that's why my common sense plan will stand up to dictators like Putin, turn dollars to paychecks, dollars for dictators into paychecks for our people, and axe the tax for all.
I see that there are two members that would like to ask questions. We don't have a lot of time, so quick questions, please. And I hope the answers will be just as short. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And I would really like to ask the question to the Leader of the Conservative Party. It's a question that is really important. We are facing a government that has forgotten what is common sense for all Canadians. The Conservative leader, can he tell us what is common sense and how a common sense government will help Canadian families? Unfortunately, I would just like to tell the leader of the official opposition that he has 15 seconds. Common sense means getting rid of the carbon tax to reduce the cost of living for Canadians. Common sense means putting a cap on expenses and cutting waste to get the budget down and get inflation down. Common sense means cutting taxes so that it pays to work. That is what common sense is. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to note that, as we know, this is a fall economic update. It's not a budget. We know that the budget sets out the government's priorities. It presents legislative measures to implement it. An economic update or statement is more modest. It's supposed to present the evolution of the economic situation and the budget. What we're saying here in terms of the deficit, things can change based on forecasts, unlike what the PBO had calculated. This can be worrisome. It presents the government's response to these changes, but there's not much here. For example, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the summer, the government and the Prime Minister asked its new minister, who is president of the Treasury Board, for $50 billion in cuts to departments so that they could balance the books. This was presented in October. This was not done. We were expecting to see it here, but in the fall statement, it has been pushed forward, and there is no concrete targets. So once again, it's an objective that was not met. And above all, a fall statement presents the government's measures to deal with emergencies that have cropped up since the budget was presented. There have been many since the last budget. The economic situation has changed considerably. There are a lot of difficulties, and many people are being affected. And we had expected to see the minister today to respond to these major emergencies that have cropped up since the last budget. But unfortunately, this was not the case. And Mr. Speaker, we could even ask what this fall statement is for. I'll go back to it later, but many of the emergencies that we could have pointed to, they were not even mentioned in this budget or statement, economic statement. I'll give you another example. Chapter 1 about housing. Well, Mr. Speaker, there's a lack of housing, social housing, and we've learned for this year they're cutting $37 million. Next year, there's not 1 cent. In addition to what was already presented before, there's the GST cut for the construction of social housing, but you have to wait 2 years to see $54 million over several years to tackle housing. Is this enough? Especially when we know that most of these billions were already announced and haven't been spent yet. A few weeks ago, we had called on the minister to present our demands for the economic statement to respond to the current urgent situation that we're facing. For example, people who are homeless, Mr. Speaker. We know it's starting to get cold. The temperature's under zero, and some people are sleeping in tents in streets, and this is a catastrophic situation. We had asked, like Quebec did in its economic statement in the fall, to put emergency funds to tackle homelessness right away. And we have created an emergency fund to help municipalities to support people who are without lodging, so they have resources to do so. But there's nothing here. There's nothing in this fall economic statement. This was urgent, and the government and the minister is ignoring the real needs here. There's nothing about this. In terms of housing, I'll go back to that later in greater detail, but we had suggested the creation of an acquisition fund for nonprofits, so we could have either low interest rate loans or no interest loans for a social and affordable housing. We could have had a program that could have been easily implemented and set up quickly and not cost the government a fortune. But what we're doing here, the main measure that was announced, we're telling builders who want to develop a housing project, you have to get a loan from your financial institution until the building is built. You don't have to pay back the capital. It may seem strange, but it's not really something I heard from groups at the Finance Committee, for example. And at the end of the line, it won't really add any additional housing. For seniors. It's also really incredible with current inflation. The CPI, it was lower than what we've seen in recent months, but it's still above 3%. And low-income seniors in general, they're having a really hard time making ends meet. We need fairness. And the government decided to increase the OAS for those who are 75 years and older. And with my colleagues and the member for Shefford, who is the seniors critic, we have to make things fairer. We need an increase in OAS for people who are 65 years and older, because seniors are having a hard time making ends meet. They need support. What's being done is not enough. Since salaries are not annexed to inflation as initially planned, and they could have used some support given the current high inflation. Another urgent issue is the reimbursement of the CEBA loans. Chambers of Commerce and many other organizations representing small businesses are sounding the alarm on this issue. They're asking for another year to be able to refund these loans. We know these loans were given during the pandemic, but when the pandemic ended, there was very strong inflation, and the economy was tough, and many small businesses had to continue increasing their debt loads. And what we're asking for, based on figures, roughly 1 out of every 5 businesses may declare bankruptcy if they don't extend the CEBA loan repayment deadline. The government's saying it'll cost too much, but they didn't do a serious study, because if you look at 1 of every 5 companies going bankrupt, it will be a cost not for the state alone, but for the entire economy. At the Bloc, we think it would be much more beneficial to extend the deadline by a year, and it would stimulate the economy, and it would avoid a high number of bankruptcies. A few weeks ago in the Journal de Montréal, Mr. Speaker, in my writing, they said that there is a high risk with the CEBA loans, because the minister is refusing to extend the refund of CEBA loans. And we tried to negotiate with the government, and we didn't get access to their studies because we don't think they did any. And in the end, the government decided to strike agreement with its natural ally, even though we could have reached agreement with them. The government decided to drop small businesses that are having a hard time right now, and we don't think they looked at our request seriously enough. Also, the economic statement should be responding to economic emergencies. For example, with media, local and regional papers, they're having a hard time and they're falling by the wayside one after the other. It's a catastrophic situation, and the situation is tough. We don't even know if these media companies will make it to Christmas or next year. That's how bad things are. And we've even seen layoffs that are coming with TVA. More than 500 employees are being let go. So even the biggest media player is having a hard time. And we were at least asking for an emergency fund, Mr. Speaker, at least for the next few months. And this wasn't done either. Also, to make things fairer, we wanted to end subsidies to the fossil fuel sector. We're talking about several $billion, and that wasn't done either. So this is very sad. Also, how much time do I have left? That's the number of minutes I have left? Okay, great. Thank you. Because I had a doubt. Another thing that was really important, this government has been promising overhaul of the employment insurance system. And a year and a half ago, they said it was coming in springtime. And then they push it off to the fall. And now they're no longer talking about it and nothing has been done. And to be frank, I wanted to believe this Liberal promise, and I learned a lesson because they're not even talking about it. Shame on me for having believed that Liberal promise. And with respect to EI reform, there's also another particular issue. Once again, they need to respond to an urgent situation. There were forest fires everywhere, and many workers who are seasonal in the forestry industry weren't able to get in their hours to have access to EI because of these fires. We asked the minister about this topic. We said it's an urgent situation. We need to do something, think about them, but nothing was done. There's nothing in this economic statement to also deal with this issue. Often we rose in the House on this. I asked the minister, I said, you promised, and I see my colleague from B2B Bay James who has discussed this file. They announced $1 billion for breakfasts at schools, and this money had been promised and announced, but we still haven't seen it implemented. And against the backdrop of growing inflation and children going to school with empty tummies, we could have seen this in the statement, but no, it wasn't urgent enough for the minister either.
Many of my colleagues talked about the needs for regional infrastructure, for agriculture, with the flooding in some regions over the summer. The produce sector is having a hard time. There's a great deal of difficulty. Could existing programs have been adapted? This would have been the time to do it in the fall economic statement. No, nothing was done. Nothing on agriculture, once again, in this economic statement. In a technical detail that affects many small companies in our regions, which could make a big difference. We know that the government has increased the excise tax on alcohol and wine in the face of Australian wine. There's a problem in the regulations on this. All alcohol is called wine in legal texts. We were able to take out cider and mead. That was a major gain, and producers are grateful for it. But then we realized that if the cider producer puts a little bit of pear cider in the drink, they have to pay 100% of the tax. Those who do maple alcohol have to pay the full tax. If there are any berries in those beverages, they have to pay 100% of the tax, whereas Australia and grape wine producers in Australia don't mind us helping our small producers. We've been calling on the minister to resolve this for 2 years. I know she's busy. There are many issues for her. But these are technicalities. Just follow up that would better recognize artisanal producers. It wouldn't take anything away from anyone. It wouldn't bother anyone in Australia. It would be easy to do, and this would have been the time to do it here. But no, that was not included either, once again. So it's really frustrating, really upsetting. So, Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the government, the minister, the fall economic statement was supposed to deal with urgent situations. I've raised a number of them that my colleagues advocate for. How many were addressed by the minister? How many of the urgent situations were addressed by the minister? Zero. Zero, like in Ouellette. I'm referring to a former minister. A minister under Prime Minister Trudeau, the father of the current Prime Minister, not an actuary. And the EI fund has doubled its surplus, and so workers are filling government coffers. Here I'm talking about the Department of Urban Affairs. What is that? Here, the government, in the statement, is creating a new department. My leader calls the Department of Interference, because it looks at housing and all of that. So really it's interference. With Pierre Elliott Trudeau, what he did, he created the Department of Urban Affairs, and the minister was Mr. Ouellette, and that's why I was mentioning him. And, Mr. Speaker, there's a research document from the Library of Parliament that says that, consequently, in March 1971, Prime Minister Trudeau named a Minister of State to Urban Affairs who was responsible for CMHC, but also for a new State Department, Urban Affairs. Due to the constitutional limits that were unavoidable, trying to interfere in the province's affairs, this department was not responsible for any program. So the government is announcing the creation once again of this department. We can see what's coming. 2 paragraphs further, the document from the Library of Parliament says that there was a failure of interference by the Trudeau government in municipal affairs. And a little further on, given the lack of credibility of the department and the government's intention to restrict its spending, the Department of State was abolished in 1979. Is that what will happen with the creation of this department announced in the current fall economic statement? That's what we may expect. So I will look at a number of other elements from the economic statement. So yes, Mr. Speaker, it's incredible. We've seen in the House for a number of weeks disagreement between the Liberal government and the Conservatives. The Conservative government, rather the Conservative Party, has slogans. It's always saying slogans. It has one proposal on housing. What is it? To punish municipalities and provinces, saying you need to build 15% more housing, otherwise we'll cut funding for infrastructure. For example, in Quebec this year, housing starts were cut in half, so half of infrastructure funding would have been cut if that party were in power. So that's quite something. The Liberal government's response to that proposal is to take it up. In the economic statement, they said they'll do the same thing. They'll threaten the provinces and indirectly municipalities. If you don't build enough housing, we'll cut transfers. My goodness, Mr. Speaker. Does the Liberal government want to go back to the Stone Age too? I ask the question. There is a good measure for Airbnb. So, reflecting municipal bylaws, it will be difficult to enforce, but there's hope there. I don't want to just criticize. That's a good measure. For the $15 billion in budgetary restrictions, that was supposed to happen in October. The government's plan, the Minister of the Treasury Board, it's not even in the November statement. And as I was saying, we raised a number of urgent matters. None is addressed here. There's no plan for urgent matters. They do not seem to understand what urgent means. Once again, they've ignored each of the demands of the Bloc, which were expressed by Quebecers. Clearly, this government, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Finance, confuse budgetary discipline and inaction in the face of urgent situations. That will cost all of us more later. I'll remind you, Mr. Speaker, an economic update gives us an overview of the economic statement situation from the budget to now, dealing with urgent matters. But this economic statement does not go over changes and resolves nothing. This is a failed exercise. We wonder why this government went forward with this economic statement. Thanks to the Liberals, Mr. Speaker, things will get worse before they get better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in looking over the fall economic statement, I think that there's things that are definitely worthy of noting. And for me personally, I look at it in terms of the issue of inflation. Canadians have been concerned about inflation. Even though inflation around the world is significantly higher here in Canada, this government has been focused on that. From a high back of just over 8% back in June of 2022 to today, where it was announced, I believe it's 3.1%. So it shows the government is serious about dealing with the issue of inflation. The members spent a great deal of time talking about housing. Within the fall statement, it reaffirms a solid commitment and new monies towards housing co-ops. We all talk about the importance of non-profit housing. Housing co-ops, Mr. Speaker, is an excellent way to support growing demands on the issue of housing. It's affordable housing, Mr. Speaker. It's different than apartments. As a housing co-op, you are a resident, a co-owner, compared to an apartment. The apartments is also being beefed up in terms of purpose-built rentals.
I know I'm getting all kinds of indications that people want to wrap it up, so there you go.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Inflation affects everyone, especially those who are least well off, and it's very concerning. But when I look at what's in the economic statement, there's nothing to deal with inflation. Nothing to deal with inflation. The Honourable Member talked about housing. Yes, the government should do more for housing. What's it doing this year? It's cutting $37 million in housing on page 35 in the French. They're talking about the cooperative fund. He doesn't need to explain to any member of the Bloc what a housing co-op is. There are many in Quebec. We believe in that model. We're always telling the government to have more social housing, including cooperatives. This year, 2023-2024, how much money putting towards that? Zero. 2024-2025, how much for housing co-ops? Zero. It's urgent. It was urgent last summer, last spring. We need to take action now. Not just make commitments in principle for what will be done in 2, 4, 3, 5, 6, 7 years. The situation is urgent now. The government is really out of touch with the needs of people. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP shares the disappointment of my colleague regarding the Canada Emergency Business Account. That was our position, and we asked a number of times in letters and in conversation with the government to extend the deadline to repay the CEBA. And what confuses me is I don't understand how the federal government can have an expectation to receive more money by forcing companies that are not in a position to repay, to require them to repay now. We know that this will cause bankruptcies. Perhaps my colleague has thoughts on that. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from the Finance Committee. We just spent the constituency week going through Western Canada, went to every region, and we heard people and all of the organizations, the chambers of commerce, SME representatives have said it needs to be pushed back by a year. That's what we've heard in Quebec. We've heard it everywhere. On an individual basis, when we speak to the minister, most agree with this. Most don't understand the reaction of the finance minister. That's where it's stuck. It's the Minister of Finance and senior officials who say it will be expensive. But the NDP and us here, we've said this for a long time because we want to be the voice of small businesses that we represent. But if I can add something, Mr. Speaker, we were ready to negotiate with the government. If you want to have C-56 adopted, push it back by a year. In all respect, we would have wanted the NDP to do that too. That to show that example so that in future negotiations, they could call for that in negotiations. There would be 20% fewer bankruptcies, we're told. It would make a big difference. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by thanking my Bloc colleagues for their voice in support of small businesses. It's so important that all members in this House speak for them, so thanks once again for that. My question is on the fact that this Parliament has adopted a benefit for people with a disability nearly 6 months ago, and once again, there's nothing in this fall economic statement for people with a disability who continue to live in poverty imposed by the law throughout our country, including in Quebec. Would the member for Joliette and the rest of the Bloc Québécois share my disappointment on this omission? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his excellent question and his kind words. It's always a pleasure to see that we can collaborate together in this House. The goal of an economic statement is to address urgent situations. I congratulate the colleague for his French, and he's raised an urgent matter. That bill was passed 6 months ago. It needs to be implemented. Those who have a disability, well, in this inflationary context, they need that assistance. This was the time to do it. In the economic statement, this was the time to do it. But no, another urgent matter that was raised. The economic statement should be addressing urgent matters. This was the opportunity to address the situation. It's another missed opportunity. The government is out of touch with people and is not addressing urgent needs, as the colleague just gave us an example of. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are many small businesses that have liquidity issues and difficulty repaying CEBA. What I've understood, the government wasn't able to target the additional amount that would be in the government's budget. So at the outset, and many of us believe that money to businesses that are struggling is an investment. So I'd like to hear my colleague talk to us about the calculations that seem to have been done or not done. So if people repay, if they have more time to repay, there would be fewer bankruptcies and there will be more money repaid. So it might not even be an expense. I'd like to hear my colleague on that. The Honourable Member for Joliette.
I don't think I can
Thank you,
handle
Mr.
listening
Speaker.
to this guy anymore.
I thank my House Leader for raising that once again. These are basic economic questions. There are many economists in the Liberal Party, but this is nickel and diming people to try to save amount of the forgivable amount. This could cause many bankruptcies. It would have such a big impact that there's a risk to society and the government finances. It could cost more money to do this. Most ministers tell us that they agree with us, but it's the Minister of Finance who doesn't see it. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to underscore the work of the colleague from Terrebonne who sent a letter to the Minister of Finance to raise this with her, to tell her that the National Assembly in Quebec on September 26th, that was quite a long time before the November economic statement that the minister just put forward, the National Assembly unanimously called for a one-year reprieve. All of the politicians in Quebec called for this because they talk to people, they talk to small businesses, they meet with them, they're concerned about them, and like us, they can do the math.
I'm just giving everybody a
small amount of
pre-warning.
money
The stream is
we
ending
would
in
save,
2 minutes.
we might lose a lot more later and destabilize the economy. So the fall economic statement was the time to announce this. It's another missed opportunity, another disappointment, another proof point that this government is very out of touch with people and small businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to rise and address the fall economic statement. We've certainly heard a lot of things in the chamber today, including some rhetorical flights of partisan fancy, the kind we've come to expect from the Conservative leader, with some very well-rehearsed chanting by the Conservatives at the end. But I'd like to be a little more serious than that in my remarks, because I recognize that Canadians are going through a very difficult time, and we've heard about it a lot. We've talked a lot about it in this chamber, and today was an opportunity for government to show that it's not out of touch, and to show that it is prepared to move and to address the serious issues of our time with the sense of urgency that they deserve. And I don't want to, spoil anything for anyone, but I have to say it's a real disappointment. And I'm going to talk about some of the ways in which I think this is a very disappointing document. I'll also have occasion to mention some of the things that I think, government has talked about here that are not bad things, but I think the overriding theme has to be one of disappointment. What are the crises that we're facing? Well, we're certainly facing a global climate crisis. That much is very clear. Anyone who's been paying attention to the news, and unfortunately, you don't have to pay attention to the news if your house is on fire to know how severe climate change is getting and the important personal and economic consequences that it's having for Canadians, in addition to what it's doing to the environment. We're facing a housing crisis, and you don't have to go far.
I believe he's talking to the people in the camera, so like you and me at home.
And odds are, no matter what neighborhood you live in, more and more neighborhoods are finding that they have people, friends and neighbors and family members who have lived in those neighborhoods their whole life, who can no longer afford to live in those neighborhoods and don't know where to go. So they're setting up camp in the park across the street because they don't know where else to go and they can't afford.
All right, guys, like and subscribe, and we'll see you tomorrow.
These are the kinds of challenges that
Bye
we're
for now.
facing as a country. And it took a long time to get here. Took a long time to get here in respect of the climate crisis. I know my father mentioned the climate crisis in the parlance of the time in the early 1980s in this place. He did. And said that we needed to do things now. Can you imagine how cheap it would have been to address the climate crisis in the 1980s instead of waiting until now? I also know that the federal NDP caucus in the 90s, when the Liberals canceled the National Housing Strategy, were talking about the crisis that it would create